right, I think, sorry about the late start, we're ready to rock and roll. Let's see. Very good. Should have both of the YouTube streams up, and the TikTok stream should be ready to rock here in just a second. Open up the TikTok guest box. We got that up and rolling. Good, 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 good. Let's see now. Turn that off real quick. Oh, there we go. I'm gonna turn that off real quick. And now we should have everything rock and rolling. Let me double check on my phone, make sure that the stream is steady and fits on the screen. TikTok server's been acting up lately. I don't know if anyone streaming on TikTok. I've had a lot of TikTok streams get laggy and whatnot. I don't know. Maybe there's so many people using TikTok nowadays that the streams can't keep up. But let me see what it looks like right now. Looks okay. It looks like it's like 15 frames a second or some shit like that. It is kind of degraded. Maybe it's maybe my PC can't keep up. Maybe it's TikTok. Who knows? Maybe I need to lower my resolution all the way around. Nevertheless, we are live, friends. Welcome to the stream. There's a link on the screen if you're not on TikTok. It's tinyurl.com/dzchats. We get you into the guest queue. I do see some people already in the guest queue, so some people, I assume, already have the link saved in their browser. And if you're on TikTok, you just got to hit the guest request button, and we'll get you into the conversation. Lickety split, real easy, no problems. So we should be able to, you should have audio everywhere that there is audio. I see the audio meters moving around on TikTok and on OBS, so I think the audio should be good to go. Let me double check my soundboard real quick, make sure my soundboard's ready to rock and roll.
Birthday corn, the birthday first and the puppy corn. A first puppy corn, the shrimpies.
Yeah, I couldn't have said that better myself. Okay, cool. It looks like I think we're ready to rock and roll. It looks like everything is working the way we need it to, so it's exciting. We have possibly already a guest in the guest box, so actually 4 of them. We're going to start off the stream with a bang. Let me grab a couple super chats and we'll get the conversation started. Texas Panhandler, my friend, great to see you tonight. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for the super chat. Think Doug, there's a stream. I think you mean thank Doug, there's a stream tonight. I'm back in Texas, but my heart is still in Georgia. Listen, that's all right. I don't believe that's a song, My Heart is Still in Georgia, but there is a song by Jim Croce, Walking Back to Georgia. Hopefully that one doesn't describe your situation, but hope your visit went well, my friend. Had a great 2 weeks, and I'm counting the seconds until next time. I'm yours forever, Base to Shara. Very sweet. Y'all are too sweet. Y'all are too sweet. Listen, I don't know when the next visit is, but I hope y'all have an absolute blast. Huge blast. And we also got a super chat from our friend Roy. Thank you so much for the super sticker, my friend. I greatly appreciate it. And also from Cynthia. Holy smokes, Cynthia, thank you so much for the $50 super chat. And I think you might have had a typo because it looks like you hit enter or my software didn't pick something up. It says I am, and I apologize if there was something after the word am. Either it didn't get entered or my software couldn't read it for some reason. Maybe it was a sticker or an emoji that was unreadable. I'll have to check into that. I greatly appreciate the support, but I wish I knew what happened after am. I'll fill it in. I am awesome. I agree, Cynthia. You are awesome. Thank you so much for being a member and for supporting the stream. Speaking of awesome, before we get our first guest in here, our friend Gretchen is going to be joining us tonight. Let me get Gretchen into the guest box. What's the good word, Gretchen? Oh, hold on a
I'm
second.
here.
Good.
I made it.
You are here, and I can hear you, but you might
One of
be...
the rare...
Yeah.
Might be what?
You might be really super loud in my ear. Let me turn it down real quick. Okay.
Oh,
Should be good now.
I just talk loud.
No, it's not you. Not you. I just had... I had all the audio channels kind of cranked up way high up. No worries about it.
Okay.
Hey, friends, on TikTok, y'all already know Gretchen. So Gretchen doesn't need any introductions. She's been around the community for quite some time. If you're on YouTube, hey, Gretchen runs a YouTube channel called Async Network. Check her out. You have seen me send some people at the end of our streams over to the Aseek network. So check them out. They're doing all kinds of atheist content over there, and there's a number of different creators that are participating. I think you'll enjoy it. Gretchen, our first guest is in our TikTok queue. It looks like it's going to be Magala and then Jason. That seems to be the order that they came in. So let me grab Magala and we'll start our first conversation. I hope I said that name right.
Oh.
Magala. Welcome in, Magala. Are you at least 18?
Hey, what's up, man? Yeah, I'm over 18.
Good to hear. And do you believe in God?
Yes, I do. Yes, I'm a devotee.
Sure. And which one?
Krishna. I believe that Krishna is the father of Jesus, but that's speculatory.
So you believe that Krishna, the Hindu deity, is the physical father of Jesus, or like a metaphorical father of Jesus?
Well, I'm not going to speculate on that any further. Is that a Lucifer statue you got going on in the background there? Some little amulet there?
No, it's Baphomet, but I'm trying to figure out what you mean when you say father. What's that word mean to you?
Well, actually, there's no literature to back it up, so I'm not going to speculate on it. But for instance, the reason I believe is because I've been to Angkor Wat. So that's a giant temple in Cambodia, a Vishnu temple, which seems to want to outlast the entire Earth itself. Anybody can pull up some images of this megalithic structure that's there, and they basically have inscriptions all over the walls of ancient epics between suras and asuras. That means theists and atheists, godly and demons. So they're churning this tug of rope, pivoting on the tortoise of Krishna. Krishna has many incarnations, many names. So, I mean, this is going back thousands and thousands of years of these magnanimous temples. What to speak of the pyramids? I mean, there's calligraphy all over. They had the Book of the Dead where they want to weigh your
You went to a
soul
Vishnu temple
against the
and came
feather.
away with Jesus being the son of Krishna?
Yeah, because Jesus says he's the son of God, and Krishna says that he's the supreme Father, so he's the blessed Lord. So I mean, for somebody who's never been out of their basement and always just sits up on TikTok all day, has never been to Angkor Wat, has never been to any of these, the Kailasa temple or any of these other temples all throughout India, the ancient world, and see the megalithic stuff that they were doing, and even the calligraphy of the Egyptians is pointing they were worshiping Osiris, they were worshiping Rama. There was amulets. It's all about escaping the cycle of birth and death. So
I think you
you're
might be
trapped.
using the word calligraphy a little bit wrong. Calligraphy is like an artistic form of writing, typically in like a consonantal language. So I agree. There are some old temples. I mean, I'm familiar with some of the oldest, like the one in Göbekli Tepe, and there's some others, for example, Stonehill, Turkey. But that doesn't mean that the gods that they worshipped are real. Why would we think that the god who is associated with this temple is real?
Well, because I've practiced being a devotee, and he reveals himself.
Oh, well, the thing is, my god Doug is the only true God, and he said that your gods are false, and he revealed it to me. Yeah.
Well, show me the Bible of Doug. Show me the Bhagavad Gita of Doug. Show me the Quran of Doug. He doesn't have one, does he?
Yeah, he does.
Dude,
so when you use an argument like
the book
that,
of
it's
Doug.
So ridiculous that you would say a flying spaghetti monster or a Doug. Show me their spiritual literature so I can analyze it, I can scrutinize it, I can discern it.
Look at the chat, dude.
That. So that's why it's such a
just look at the chat.
You're watching it in real time.
And it's
happening right now.
And I have God imbibed scrutiny and discrimination to decide what is what to see if you're a hoodwink.
Wait,
if you're a huckster,
did you say imbibe?
If you're one of the many
imbibe?
In this planet of
Do you know what the word imbibe means? He doesn't know what the word imbibe means.
He doesn't.
What do you think the word imbibe means?
It's within yourself.
That's not what that means. You mean embody?
Okay, how about huckster, hoodwink? Yeah, it does mean.
So you still don't know what the word imbibe means.
In
Well, I'm just
five
trying
Implying
to
means
that
make sure you're
drink,
using the
dude.
food
words.
coming out of you was from within.
I'm just trying to figure out like if the words that are
It
coming in
means
your
that the
mouth are meaningful
principle
or
or the
not.
nature is within you.
Maybe
The
he's been
principle of what?
imbibing on
Taught you
some
some
holy
semantic
wine.
game
It does sound like he's been
because you can't
imbibing.
explain.
I
I
Hmm
can
mean,
explain what I
if
just
you've
did.
never been out of your basement, you just sit on TikTok all day, and you've never seen these
I
places or even read
I'm
the
not sure why
Bhagavad
you
Gita
think I'm in a basement.
because that's all you do all day long is sit up here on
I
TikTok
I don't
with other
know who
TikTokers.
you're referring
You know,
to.
you spiritually
I'm on
bankrupt these
TikTok
people.
3 days a week. So I don't know what you mean by every day. In fact, I stream about 6 hours a pop 3 days a week. Is that every day or no?
I don't know. Seems more than that. You come across my feed more than that, so.
Maybe the problem is that you spend all your time thinking about me and I don't know who the fuck you are.
And I'm on
Well,
TikTok
you know
way
what?
less.
You're actually
Yeah, that's
doing
true.
quite a great service because you are
I
talking about
am.
God,
Yeah.
and actually
Yes,
there's
I'm
this
leading
old
people away
story.
from fake gods.
One of Krishna's pastimes was there used to be this demon
Uh-huh.
named Kamsa who spent his entire
Oh,
life in
W.
anxiety
Kamza.
about Krishna and
But
wishing
are you?
the
It sounds
the
like
worst
you're in
on Krishna.
anxiety. I
So
don't
his brain,
worry about
his
Krishna like
focus
even one
was
second of the day. Like
100% on
the amount of
God.
time that I spend thinking about Krishna is non-existent. I don't spend any time
Well,
thinking
a
about
God,
Krishna.
God in person, any God. You're so a
I
person like you is going to go to the
well, I
Brahma
talk about
Jyoti.
Allah quite a bit. I talk about Jesus quite a bit, but I don't get to
Yeah,
talk about
so you're
Vishnu all that
eligible for
much. But
liberation.
I'm sure you think that all of them are the same, don't you?
No, service to God is the common denominator
What do I need
between every
liberated
religion,
from?
and there's liberating scriptures for every walk of life.
What do I need liberated from?
Well, you're going to be liberated. You're going to be liberated from the cycle of birth and death. Firstly, that's what all the Egyptians
I mean,
wanted. They wanted to go back into
is that
immortality.
right?
The
Are
Sanskrit
you?
word for it is called samsara. It means
I'm
repeated
sure. Are you
birth and
liberated
death.
from life and death? Are you liberated from
Well,
that?
yeah, because I'm a devotee.
Oh,
The
so you're
soul
not
is
live right now.
eternal. The
You're not
soul
living right now
is
this moment.
immortal.
So you're liberated from living and dying, but you're alive right now.
Yeah, because birth and death is actually an illusion because your soul is immortal.
Okay, so are you alive right now or not?
Yeah, I'm alive. I'm currently in this
Okay,
engaged in this body, but my
but
soul is
are
just
you liberated
experiencing
from
this.
living?
This is a stage set where actors are playing. The whole world
Yeah,
is a
but are you
stage.
liberated from being alive?
In this life, well, yeah, it can happen as soon as you turn
Oh,
to
shit.
God consciousness. You're liberated.
So you're liberated from being alive, even though you're alive.
Well, yeah, because we don't know the total. I can't explain that, but yeah, when you want to
I know you
liberate
can't because
yourself, you just have to be into God
you
consciousness
contradicted yourself.
24/7. So the
Yeah, I'm sure
cycle of
that's the
birth and
case.
death, repeated
So
birth and death,
how is
is the
it
condition, old age and
how is it
disease
that
that we're
somebody
all
can be
suffering from.
liberated from being alive while also being alive?
I don't know the semantics of it, sir. So if that's
It
that's
sounds
what
like
you
maybe
guys
you
do. You take
do.
one little pedantic point and you just
Hmm.
try to beat it and beat it and beat it. Even though I've repeatedly said I'm not sure how that works, but liberation comes as soon as you're God conscious, 24 hours a day, seven
I'm
days a week.
sure.
In this moment,
And how
you
could
can
one
be
know
God
that?
conscious by reading, singing, dancing,
Sure.
offering your food to the
I'm
Lord,
sure.
serving
We
others. The
we can
common
do that.
denominator between
Incredible,
every
amazing,
religion is
show-stopping,
service to God.
spectacular, never the same, totally unique, completely not ever been done before, unafraid to
Right.
reference or not reference, put it in a blender, shit on it, vomit on it, eat it,
Now you're
give
just
birth to it.
barking. You're just barking.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you
I
make
didn't
your
do that.
consciousness like a
My God
dog,
Doug
you're
said
going to
that.
go into a dog body. Look at the
I didn't
material
say any of that.
characteristics.
Did
There's
you see
birth
my
and
lips
death
moving?
taking
You
place
didn't see
all
my lips
around
moving at
us.
all, did you?
So this is the consequence of your action is you're making your
I'm
consciousness
sure it
like a
is.
dog. You take
Hey,
God and you turn it around into
what would be
DOG,
the
into
what
this
would be the
dog
evidence that
consciousness.
you're liberated?
Because we're talking about God. Whenever you're informed,
Wait,
you're
so you're saying
encapsulated
that
with the
you're
Lord. You're
liberated from
automatically
living and
No.
God
dying
consciousness.
when you talk
It
about
doesn't even
God? So that
have to
means
be
I'm liberated
positive
right
or
now?
negative.
You got it.
Well,
Gretch, we're
I'll finish
liberated. Did
the
you hear
story
that?
about
We're
Kamza
done. We're
Fuck
liberated.
yeah.
Holy
touching the
shit,
I
we're
baptism of the
free.
spirits
We're
I feel
free.
good.
until
Oh my
Krishna
goodness.
shows up
I feel
and
I feel
takes the
fucking
life of
fantastic.
Kamza.
I
Even
think
though
I
he
Yeah,
just lost
and
hated
10
you know
pounds,
what?
Krishna,
Gretch.
he tried to prevent Krishna
Did
from
you?
coming. Um,
What's that, Gretch?
Dude, he's crying about having a semantic argument. Do you know what semantics means? Do you know that all arguments are fucking semantic? Because we're using words, you moron.
no, you're not listening.
What?
You're just
We
hyper
did.
focusing on pedantic points which are
You're just
irrelevant.
We're,
crying.
I'm
I mean
trying
the
to
meaning of your
explain to
words.
you your constitutional position within the material nature. You're in the
Yeah,
cycle
I
of
tell you
birth and
All
what.
death.
I've heard
And
is blah blah
Yeah.
blah. Krishna, Jesus, liberated. Fucking, you're just
concepts have
crying.
been
You
around.
spend you basements and TikTok and how many
Learn
hours? It's like, dude, come on. You're not even serious.
I'll
You're
tell you
not a
one
serious
thing.
person.
Gretch, he is liberated. That's for sure. He's liberated from critical thinking, at least, at a bare minimum.
That is 100% true.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be the case. Listen, Magala, I asked you a question. I was trying to figure out what the answer is, and it sounds like your
Yeah, I
answer
said I don't
is
know. I said
contradicting
I don't know.
your original position. The question that I asked was, how would you know? How does one know if they are in fact liberated? And you said, well, if they're like talking about God. And the logical conclusion of that is that I'd be liberated because I'm talking about God right now, even though I don't believe in God. So, are you suggesting that
Right.
atheists are already liberated?
So this is the story of Kamsa, where Kamsa hates
Nope.
Krishna.
I don't need a story. I just need a yes or no. Are you
This
suggesting that atheists are already liberated when they talk about God, so we
time
don't
of the
need to believe in
Lord
their God?
directly answers that question.
I don't need any stories. I just need a yes or
Even let
no.
me finish. Why can't you even?
We don't need a story. We just need a yes or no. We're trying to clarify your position, right? So
Yes,
if you
you're
don't
li-
tell us what your position is, we don't really know what we're supposed to be addressing. What we need to know is yes or no. Are atheists already liberated if we talk about God?
Yes, they go to the effulgence of the Lord.
Oh, cool. So we don't need to believe in God. We're good. All right. Thanks for letting us know. We appreciate the
Oh,
assistance.
cool.
You wasted a whole lot of breath. Oh boy. That
Yeah, they
gentleman was
do
not well,
that.
I think. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think
Oh, well.
so. He's
Really
just
starting
one
out with a
step
bang
away
here tonight.
from. He's just one step away from like an omni woo religion, you know?
Yeah. I don't even know what to write down in my notes for this guy. I'm just, a crash out on woo, I guess, is the only way to describe it.
There you go.
Well, it is what it is. Hey, friends. Hey, thanks for being here. I'm gonna grab uh, just a couple super chats, and then we're gonna get our next guest in here. Thank you for being here. I see a lot of people filing in now. GSP76, thank you for the super chat. Says, I'm an atheist, but I have learned more about the Bible from Justin than any Christian in my entire lifetime. Thank you for all you do, my friend. Well, shit, GSP. I'm happy to help. And I'm glad to know that my my education is not going to waste. And also from Shirley Temple, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Hi, Justin. My first meeting with Gretchen and I like the cut of her jib. Keep rocking. Well, she is awesome. She is awesome.
Thank you,
Wait,
Shirley. Love you too.
when did when did y'all meet? Or was it just online?
I think
Oh,
she's
right
talking
now
about
you
right now.
mean? Oh,
Yeah.
fucking A. Let's have it. That's what I'm talking about. Professional, thank you for the $10 super chat. I had a question about Matthew 15. I thought Jesus was referring to the law in Deuteronomy 21, but a YouTube commenter said he was really talking about abandoning your parents financially. Korban, loophole, was I wrong? Okay, it's a little bit of both. So in Exodus 21, there's a law about not cursing your mother and father and not striking your mother and father. It should be like chapter 21, verse 15 and 17. And if they do that, you got to kill them. It does show up again in Deuteronomy. Now, Jesus is referring to the one in Exodus, most likely. Nevertheless, what happens is it's a form of neglecting or honoring or cursing your parents if, in fact, you decide that you're not going to assist them. And the method of not assisting them would be like, hey, if they had an estate and you decided you weren't going to help them run the estate, or in fact, you weren't going to help them in their elder years. This was like a really huge sign of offense. It was akin to neglecting your parents. And so the reality is, it's not really referring to, I mean, it can tangentially be referring to the rebellious son in Deuteronomy 21 about being like a drunkard and whatnot. It doesn't seem to be the case that that's what's happening here about the drunkard's son. Not that the drunkard couldn't be accused of doing something similar, but it seems to be about the child that basically has just straight up neglected his parents, not honoring his parents. And the way that they were allowed to do that was through the system that was invented by the oral Torah, because guess what? If you were the ruling elites, you wanted inheritance money, right? So you could say something like, hey, if you donate your inheritance money to the the temple, I guess you might say, then there are some laws, some additional laws that may apply to you, like bankruptcy laws. Like there's some laws that will, soften the financial blow for you. And so what you could do then is, like, if you're supposed to serve your mother and your father in order to get your inheritance, right? Because if you don't honor your parents, they're not required to give you the inheritance. So if you say, listen, whatever inheritance you were going to give me is Corban, it's already dedicated to God. I'm not going to help you. Then that's basically dishonoring your mother and father. And it doesn't matter if the child stated that it would be given to God or if the parents stated that it would be given to God. The reality is there was a loophole that basically stated if the child was not going to get an inheritance, they were not necessarily required to serve the parents because they weren't going to be getting anything for it. And so this is the law that Jesus was upset about, because this new law basically nullifies the old law, which was the law that God gave through Moses. That's what he's really referring to. Most good study Bibles should have a note on this. Cameron, hey Justin, good to see you, buddy. Friday night, baby, and just in time. I'm a Persian, but I love my beloved state of Georgia. Always a Georgia boy, rock hard for Doug. I hope we don't have to play the mute button game tonight. Well, Cameron, I apologize. The very first guest, we had to play a little bit of the mute button. It was unfortunate, but what are you gonna do? When they come up and crash out, there's only so many ways you can keep them in line. And Real McCrush Holiday, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Angkor Wat is literally made of Doug. I don't even know what that is. Now I have to look up Angkor Wat. And do you know what that is, Gretch?
Yes, it's a stone structure in Indonesia or something, Cambodia. The one he
Oh
was
shit.
talking about. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
ancient,
I already forgot
or
the name of it.
Thailand, and I don't know. I forget where it is, but yeah.
That makes sense. That makes sense. Okay. Fantastic. Bacon and Bush,
One
good
of the
to see you. Thank you for the
megalithic,
super chat.
one of the megalithic structures he was talking about. So.
Right. Well, I mean, if it's a megalith, obviously the god must be real. Bacon Bush says, Justin in his imbibing basement on TikTok all day, every day, ignoring Egyptian calligraphy, pedantic semantic photosynthesis. Fantastic. Obviously, it was a photosynthesis.
That's great.
Clearly. All right, I got two
That was
more
a
super
win super
chats.
chat.
Hey, absolutely. From facing opposition, Jesus versus Ronald McDonald. Who was a bigger clown? Who was the better magician? Obviously, well, okay, let's talk about this. Ronald McDonald has fed billions of people. Jesus, only 5,000. So there's something to be said there. Ronald McDonald's still alive. You can go visit Ronald McDonald today. Jesus is completely dead. So nothing going on there. Your child has never met Jesus, but your child could meet Ronald McDonald if they wanted to. So Roger Mello, thank you for the super chat. Says, Justin, in your opinion, is there a link between cognitive dissonance and religion? Thanks. Your buddy from Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. Well, was it Rogerio? Was your original name? Thank you for the super chat, friend. And yes, there seems to be a link. And the reason why the link is there is because your religion is like the way you view the world. Like you filter everything you do, everything you see through your religious lens. And so there's a huge psychological incentive to not have to change that up, to not have to modify it, because it's a lot of work to do that. Like it takes a lot of rethinking, a lot of restructuring, and at the end of the day, like a lot of people don't have the mental capacity to even attempt it, right? And so I think a lot of people, rather than trying to be honest with the information that they have available to them, they would just rather live in cognitive dissonance land. and that just seems to be the situation. So it is what it is. Let's grab our next guest from our YouTube queue. It looks like it's going to be Jason. I'll give me just 1 second. We'll bring Jason in here. Oh, I forgot to share my screen though with the guests over on YouTube or in the YouTube guest box real quick. Give me 1 second to share my screen with them.
Can I take a show break real quick?
Yeah.
All right. First of all, the TikTok chat is saying that you are too loud.
Oh, I'm too loud. Oh,
I
can
guess.
turn it down. Oh, my mic is a little bit loud right now.
I had people in Discord saying that I was too loud, so I moved my mic a little farther away. And
okay.
Yeah, apparently now the TikTok's saying that you're too loud and that your audio is weird. And so do it that way you will. And also, there's over 300 people in here, and I have less than 300 followers. So some of you are not already following me. Please remedy the situation. Thank you. Appreciate it. Love you all.
All right, we should.
And my streaming partner, Arpy, is in your YouTube queue, just to let you know. If you see someone that says Async Arpy, that's not a troll. That's my streaming partner on Async, just so you know.
Oh, okay. Give me 1 second. Let's see.
Because we're going to hit YouTube for followers tonight, too. That's happening.
Oh, shit. Okay. Yeah, let me grab. I want to adjust the audio here just a little bit, and hopefully it'll even everything out. My microphone's a little bit lower. Hopefully that should make it a little more even. I'll double check the TikTok inputs, make sure the TikTok inputs are mostly level.
Yeah.
It's a little bit high.
And apparently,
let me turn.
And YouTube thinks I'm still too loud.
Yeah, you're really loud right now. It's actually kind of strange how loud you are. I don't know how you're doing it. I've already turned you down. I can't seem to get it lower.
Okay, well, let me see if I can screw with that.
Like, whatever phone you have has got a crazy microphone. It's all right though. We'll grab our next guest. I can look at the audio levels while we're doing the next conversation, and we can see if we can make sure they're roughly level. But let me grab Jason from our YouTube queue, and we'll get things rocking and rolling. Welcome in, Jason. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
I don't know, the audio's weird. I can't figure out if it's on mine or not. I was looking through it and I couldn't figure it out. But everything on my computer is Bluetoothing to my wireless buds, but you are coming through my physical speakers, and I can't.
Oh, that's
I don't know
interesting.
If it's me or if it's really weird, and you're really quiet too on my physical speakers, and I'm maxed out on my volume on everything that's coming through my earbuds.
Well, that's odd. Yeah, everything should be just coming through your earbuds. I wonder if you've got something weird going on.
What about me? Can you hear me, Jason?
No, I mean, through my speakers, yeah, and you're louder than Justin is, but nothing's coming through my.
How? I turned off my mic. I'm just on my earbuds now.
What did you say?
Jason, are you on a phone right now?
No, I'm on a PC.
Oh, interesting. Is your PC output set to your earbuds?
I don't know. It shouldn't. I don't really want to waste a bunch of time though. I just wanted to ask when the next Q&A is, because I'm chomping at the bit to ask a bunch of questions.
Well, I'm looking right now at the last Sunday of the month, because as far as I know, the 11th and the 18th I'm hosting on, or not, the 12th and the 19th I think I'm hosting on either AXP or the line. So I think the 26th there should be the Q&A.
Oh, that's good for me, man. I'll mark that down. I'll see you there then.
Sure thing. Thanks, buddy.
Yeah, you have a good one.
Take it easy. All right. Well, I think there's a.
Do I sound better?
A squeak.
Do I sound better now?
There's a squeaking noise coming from your microphone. Is that? Let me check something real quick.
Oh, it's crickets. Hang on.
Oh, that's crickets. We can
I'm
hear
outside.
Damn, you're.
Yeah, that's crickets. And I even unplugged my studio mic because everyone said I was so loud, so I unplugged my mic. I'm just on these cheapo ass $30 earbuds right now. I don't know how you can hear everything.
Okay. That's
Oh.
crazy. Let me check the audio output, see if it's feeding to someplace weird for you. It says it's feeding directly into my soundboard. It shouldn't be going anywhere funny. But it's odd that it's so loud, and when I turn it down, it doesn't really seem to want to respect my my audio sliders. Oh well. At least we can hear you. You know, we're not gonna have that
Okay.
problem. Um,
That's good.
yeah, we should be right.
So,
We've got one guest waiting to get in on TikTok, Jeff, and then we've got a Cena Ar. Oh, that's your friend, Arpy, right?
uh-huh.
Okay, okay. Let me get Jeff in here.
Acina. I'm totally calling him Acina from now on.
That's what's in the queue there. Welcome in, Jeff.
Did you
Are
spell it
you
wrong?
at least 18?
Yeah.
Awesome. And do you believe in God?
Yes.
Cool. Which one?
What flavor?
Which one? I believe in the one that made everything, and it doesn't really have a name. Like the story of Moses and the burning bush, right?
I am familiar.
Yeah, you know how he says if you look at the Hebrew in there, it's just basically it could be interpreted as not just I am that I am or I am. It also could be interpreted as like I will be who I will be or I will be what I will be. Like it's basically just he's saying it is saying I just am.
Oh.
I just exist. And that's ontologically speaking, something exists, right? And so whatever exists could be classified. Now it's, of course you're probably not going to accept this because it's kind of semantics, but it could be classified as that which exists.
Cool.
It's
So I'm God?
yeah.
Oh, fantastic. So you're just a pantheist.
I'm a panentheist. So pantheist is all is God. Panentheist is all in God. I think that yeah. But I think it's fascinating that Jesus also said that he is I am. Like he was actually not calling us to put him on a pedestal. He was actually saying like we are one, because that's actually like his prayer in John 17. And
Cool.
even John speaking.
So what would
Yeah.
be a good reason to believe in any of this nonsense?
Well, I don't think you have to believe it, but I think that, to say that God doesn't exist. First of all, God is just a word, an English word, that we use to point to that which made everything or had the potential to make everything. And so something clearly exists, right? So
Yeah, that's
whatever,
us. So why would we think that
right,
God is part
right.
of the existing
So,
category?
but God is defined as that which made everything, right? And something exists. So
Right, but
somehow,
if I
yes,
said that nothing was made, everything's always existed, why would we think that God created anything?
right, because God is that which has always existed.
Well, that's the thing you have to prove.
And
You can't just
no, it's
assert it.
not.
Yeah, that's the thing
No,
you have to prove.
it could be said that existence has always existed, because for anything to exist, it would have had to there would have had to have been potential for something to bring it to being.
That's what
So
I'm
we could say
suggesting.
that yeah.
That's what I'm
So
suggesting. Is there's no reason to
right.
believe
So
that there was once
what
nothing, and no reason to believe that the universe didn't already exist for all of eternity. Why would we
right. And
believe
so
that the universe
it's
once
like I
didn't
said.
exist and that there's a God, a mind that caused it
Yeah.
to exist?
And what I'm saying is it's semantics. Like you can choose to, classify existence as something separate from God using the word, or you can simply admit that God is a word that means that which exists.
That's
The
not what the
Alpha, the
word.
Omega,
That's
the
not what
beginning,
the
the
word God
end,
means.
was and is and is to come. So like, well, then people
I can
have the
just
freedom to define words,
I can give
right?
you the
Because
dictionary
who's
view
the authority?
if you want to use
Who's
the
are you the
Oh
authority on the
man,
definition
Bilbro
of God?
timer, Bilbro
dictionary.
timer. Elbow time.
All right, you guys have a good one. Take care
So,
now.
God is a supernatural spirit or being that is worshipped as the controller of some part of the universe or an aspect of life. That's just the definition of God.
That's a definition.
Okay, well, why
That's
would I
a
accept it?
that's a consensus.
Yeah, why would
That's
I
more like a
accept your
consensus.
definition?
Well, my definition is that which exists. So clearly something exists. So
Somebody in the
and you
YouTube
have
comments said,
consciousness, which is quite remarkable, right? And
uh,
did you know
well,
the word Jesus is
way too much talking. I think the comments on YouTube are shouting that my volume's lower than the guest, and that does seem to be the case. I'm working on that right now. I have no idea why I can't turn down the volume on the TikTok guest right now, but we'll get it covered here in a second. Those on the YouTube chat. I assume you can hear me. You just can't hear me when the YouTube guests are talking, right? That's what's happening, or the TikTok guests, because they're really fucking loud on my end too.
Yeah, I
Um,
think I'm louder than you two.
yeah, both y'all blowing me out of the water. I can turn mine up louder, um, but nevertheless, I think y'all are trying to tell me. I just want to make sure we're correct here. Justin can't hear you at all. How is that possible? The volume meter is literally moving every time I'm talking. That can't be the case. Some people are saying they can hear you.
We all sound equal on TikTok to me.
Yeah, we should. Well, the same volume. I mean, the same output is feeding both of the streams. So. TikTok fucks up. It does in a little bit. I can't hear Justin. I don't know what that means when you say can't hear Justin. Do you mean you can't hear me at all, or you can't hear me over the other guests? Which one is it? I need someone to tell me. Because I see a bunch of people saying that they can hear Justin, so I need to know what the actual problem is so I can fix it, y'all. Like half of people say you can hear me fine, the other half say you can't hear me. I just need to know which it is. You say I sound quiet? Well, I can turn it up. You can turn me up a little bit. I don't know if I can turn down the TikTok that much. I can try it. Gretchen, say something for me real quick.
The cricket stopped, so maybe that'll help.
Yeah, I got the TikTok
I see
audio
a
turned
lot of
like down
cricket
to
complaints.
nothing. Yeah. Yeah, I assume no one can hear me over your microphone or the other people's microphones, even with the audio like basically turned all the way down. So that means obviously my soundboard's fucking up. Not the end
Weird.
of the world. I can look into that while we're doing that. Maybe I just need to restart my soundboard real quick. Probably not that big of a deal. Let me check the mixer, make sure it's even looking at the right source. Yeah, it is looking at the right source, so that shouldn't be a problem. Okay, well, nevertheless, I'll get that worked out while we're in this conversation. I'll just make sure to if Jeff talks over me, I'll just kind of mute him there temporarily so we can keep the conversation rolling while we're getting the soundboard refreshed. But Jeff, I'm going to need to unmute yourself. There you go. Okay, so what we're trying to figure out here, Jeff, is why would somebody accept that God is everything as opposed to God not existing?
okay. So I mean that's a valid question. I think that um, human beings want to know that there is some logic to life. I mean, clearly we have consciousness, which is very remarkable, right? I mean, and we can communicate with each other using word. And so, just to kind of give you a little bit of my perspective here. So, in John, the book of John, right? God is referred to, or Jesus is referred as the word, which is logos, which is Greek for logic, right?
No,
Um, yep.
Uh, seriously.
So there
that's
is.
not what logos means.
Oh yeah, what does it mean?
It means something like the spiritual force of understanding and wisdom.
Okay, logic, right? Wisdom.
That,
Why don't you?
well,
Did you
logic is
did you look up the
logic's
definition
different.
like you did the God, like you did God?
I
Logic
can,
and wisdom are not the same thing. That's why they're
yeah,
two different words.
Okay, so did you look up the word for what the Greek word logos means?
yeah. I studied Greek in school.
Okay, and so it doesn't
And
mean
Hebrew
logic.
too. So you were wrong on the beginning when you came in too. So just
Yeah,
letting you know.
so if you just look up logos in the dictionary, it says the divine wisdom manifest in the creation, which is what I said.
Okay.
Cool.
Sure. It's
So
all it's so it's you're trying to
the,
weight your argument based on semantics.
I'm
So,
just
all
using
right.
the words properly.
Right. Okay, but who defines the words?
The
Humans, right?
the people who invented the words.
Okay, humans, right?
I said that.
Right? Did,
That's what I said.
did,
Hmm.
so people define the words, correct?
Yeah, and the people
Would
defined
you
this word as being the divine wisdom manifest in creation.
you want to know what else people
Okay.
defined? God. Where'd you get your definition for God?
You've never heard of the definition of like all being like a pantheistic definition of God?
I have, but I've heard very many
So,
different versions of it. What is your
uh-huh.
definition of God and where did you get it?
It's something that I mean it's taken from the sacred text, not just the Bible, but other sacred texts as well.
So what?
Sophisticated Hindus know that everyone is
So,
could be called an incarnation of God.
But what if we don't care about the sacred texts? Why do we care about the
yeah.
sacred texts?
You don't have to. You don't have to,
Well,
but you have to admit that everything exists in something called existence, right?
well, that's what it means to exist. Everything that
Yes.
exists
So
does exist.
so we're
We
all
agree there.
one
That's
in
just
that. We're
a
all one in that
tautology.
existence, right? We're all
No.
one. No?
No, we would all be
No?
categorized as existing. Everything that exists is categorized as existing. That doesn't mean we're all one, just means we're all included with that category.
Right.
Yeah, you
So
said earlier that the definition of God is everything that exists. I don't agree with that. I want to know where you got that.
you don't agree with that? Well, I mean,
No,
the
I
definition
don't.
of omnipotence, do you know what that means?
Yes,
What does it mean?
all powerful.
No, that's omnipotent. Omnipotent. Oh yeah, that's what
Om
I said. Omnipotence.
Omnipotent
Yeah, my
is
bad.
That's
Yeah, that's what
isn't
I
that
meant.
what you said?
Yeah, my bad. Sorry. I meant uh, what's the one that's all and present everywhere? Justin, help me.
Omnipresent.
omnipotent.
Omnipresent. Yeah, omnipresent. Yeah. So that is that's a one of the the characteristics of God, right? That he's everywhere, right? And
Well,
he's all potential,
certainly
all
depends on who
potential.
certainly depends on who you ask.
Now we're
Right.
giving him his
So what I'm saying is
definitions now.
you could always argue away God, right? But clearly something exists, and that is profound. The
Well, I
fact that
don't think it's
something exists rather
profound.
than nothing is profound.
I don't think it's
It's not.
profound. No. So the question
Nothing
isn't
is not
whether
even
Then you
possible.
diminish yourself to
it
nothing.
doesn't. That's not how that works. So
You diminish your
That's
the fact that
no
something
because
exists
it's
isn't
called
actually
dignity.
related to God. It sounds like it's
It's
not
called
called
dignity.
dignity. It's called existence,
Yeah.
right? So
Right.
I can
But
say that I exist and God doesn't exist and still keep my dignity. The question that we're trying to figure out is why would we think that God is included in the category of existence? We know that we exist. Why would we think that God exists? This is getting pretty rough here, Gretch.
Yeah, it is. I don't think he has the boots for this hike.
Mm-mm. If he does have boots, I assume they're bedazzled. He's talking with. He doesn't know he's muted. He doesn't realize that I have to mute him every time I talk because he won't quit talking. Hey. Oh, and he's gone. Okay, well, look at that.
Sayonara, Jeff.
All right. Well, I guess Jeff had to go commune with the existing one, and we'll move on to the next one. That's got a wild start here on the front end, don't we? All
Yeah.
right then. Shit. Well, friends, I'm going to read a couple super chats so we don't get too far behind here at the beginning of the stream, and we'll keep on rolling. Grimmy, good to see you, friend. Thank you for the super chat. Says filial piety is such a corrupt concept and is generally used to justify unethical practices against one's children. True. Actually, is the case. That's why we see so many kids, when they come out to their parents, they end up getting abused by their parents or getting kicked out because this idea that your family has to toe the religious line, and when your children are out of line, you have to correct them is pretty fucking toxic. B Trade, good to see you. Says Delt Construction Crew checking in. Well, fucking A, good to hear from you, B Trade. But maybe this fall when I start working out again, we'll get some real delts up in here. But we're going to do some deconstructing at least. And Dustin Hoskins, thank you for the super chat. Huge, huge super chat. Am I right to say that Jeremiah 31:29-30 is contradictory to the whole mission of Jesus dying for our sins? Thank you for all you do. Rock hard for Doug and Sylvia for sharing. Yes, Jeremiah 31 verses 29 all the way to like 32 are like super antithetical to the mission. There's a couple reasons why, but I think the most dramatic reason is because it says when the new covenant happens that everybody's going to know the Lord, every single one of them, from the youngest to the greatest. Nobody will say know the Lord because they will all already know the Lord. And also in Jeremiah 31, we get this like idea of a new covenant, but the new covenant doesn't seem to include like different laws or new laws. It seems to include like maybe a new heart so that they actually can follow the old laws. So in those days, no longer shall they say to the parents have eaten sour grapes and the children's teeth are on edge, but all shall die for their own sins. The teeth of the one on whom eats sour grapes shall be set on edge. So this coincides with Ezekiel and in another passage of Jeremiah. Both of them are trying to undo this idea, right? That the children should be guilty into like the third and fourth generation of the sins of the parents. And you see this in Ezekiel and in Jeremiah, where we get this idea of, nope, actually now God has changed his mind. The children will only die for their own sins. They'll only be punished for their own sins, which is why we get the very next line, the days are surely coming, says the Lord, when I will make a new covenant. If this concept is tied to the new covenant, then yeah, it would make sense that Jesus had nothing to do with it. Now, if I was a Christian, what I would say is yes, this did come true after Jesus died for your sins. After Jesus died for your sins, he did away with the generation curses. That's what a Christian would say. I would think it's a dumb answer as an atheist, but if you're talking to a Christian, just keep in mind that's going to be their response. And William says, when God came down to the Garden of Eden, was he wearing clothing? Does he wear clothing in heaven? Well, see, that's the thing. He does have a robe. The Bible talks about the train of his robe filling the temple. And there is a physical temple up there where God lives, and he has a physical body. If you're a believer, you kind of like, if you're a Christian, you kind of take these to be like metaphorical sayings, or you would take them to be anthropomorphic sayings. But in reality, in these Bronze Age religions, or even early Iron Age religions, they just thought they were legit. That God had a body, God had a temple, God was like a superhuman. And so, yeah, this would definitely be a problem for Christianity if they read it the way it should be read. Ontological shock, my friend. Good to see you. Did you hear about the crow population in Britain? I didn't. Apparently, they can no longer communicate with each other. Scientists are now earnestly trying to determine the cause. Unfucking believable. Unfucking believable. That's fantastic. Excellent work. A plus. Couldn't have done better myself. And Misha, thank you for the super chat. Everyone but Justin is very loud. We can't hear Justin at all when anyone else is talking. That's what I suspected, Misha. I appreciate the feedback. I think I have two soundboards on my new software. I think my second soundboard, which is a pop-up style, I can just pop it up whenever I want to. I think the mapping on that soundboard didn't get mapped to my original soundboard, so I'm mapping that right now. That way the pop-up soundboard actually works rather than my static soundboard. Don't worry about it. I'm going to get it fixed up here in a second. Thank you for letting me know definitively, though. I appreciate that. And Bacon and Bush says, maybe bring your mic closer again. I can hear you, Justin. Just quiet. Don't change anything else. Well, I did turn up a little bit. I did bring it closer. Should be a little bit louder. But honestly, my soundboard has to. I got to get the mapping set up real quick so I can actually turn some people down. Because if you can't turn some people down, you run out of room to turn yourself up eventually. You know what I mean? Base to Shara, good to see you. Texas Panhandler with Justin here telling about the visit. My face has been leaking on and off all day. I get it. I'm missing Texas Panhandler like crazy, and he's only been gone for 12 hours. Here's to looking forward to Rocket City Reason in October when I can see his face. And listen, I'll see both your faces at Rocket City Reason this October. Get your tickets, friends. Make sure you're there, and I'll see you there. That's super chat for now from Miss Megs. Good to see you, Miss Megs. Actually, we'll grab one more after this. Miss Meg says, "Damn, the beginning of this stream has been painful. True, it was a rough one. Almost like Doug fell on your foot. Deliver us from intoxicated individuals and Phil Bros. Sort of, kind of. I know it wasn't a real Phil Bro. It was like a woo bro, a woofle bro. I don't know. It's a tough one. And last super chat from Carnage. Thank you for the super chat.
Carnage!
Adding to the
I love
shirtless
her.
stream fund. That makes two of us. But let the record show that Justin was actually a Marine, not a Navy SEAL. Listen, I will not
Stolen
be included in Stolen Valor. I was neither a Marine or a Navy SEAL. So that's not the case. However, I have huge respect for those who did serve. I don't know if I could serve because I could never like harm another individual. I couldn't like shoot somebody or go to war. That's not in me. But I'm certainly glad there are people who exist that can muster up the courage to do that kind of thing. I'm not that person. I'm a lover, not a fighter. But yes, apparently the shirtless fund is created because they want to get me kicked off of TikTok. I'll see what I can do about making that happen without losing my credentials. But I don't know what the fund goal is going to have to be. We'll have to work on that to see what our Papo. I think I ended our Papo. I don't know how long we're going to be able to converse this particular time for reasons that'll be obvious here in a minute. If you're watching on TikTok, you can join the guest queue just by hitting the guest request button down at the bottom of the screen. If you're not watching on TikTok, you can use the link on the screen, tinyurl.com/DZ chats, and we'll get you into our guest queue and we'll get you into the conversation.
hmm And also, I have just noticed, by the way, hi, this is Gretchen from Async Network. Hello, TikTok. I noticed that there are only 20,000 your tapping fingers inside the bounds of the screen on TikTok. Start tapping so we can push out the live to more people so I can beg for more followers from more people. Thank you. Your cooperation is greatly appreciated in this matter. Commence tapping.
Fantastic. And I think the audio should be a little better now. Y'all probably heard Gretchen just now a little bit quieter. I can turn Gretchen down. I just redid the mapping on the soundboard real quick, so we should be a little bit better now.
Story of my life. Keep
At least she
Gretchen
was
quiet.
she
Been
was
hearing
quieter
it
in my
since I
ear.
was 4.
We got to keep Gretchen down. Is what's happening. Okay. Much better. I'm hearing on TikTok they're saying much better. Got some yups on YouTube. So we should be better. Sorry about that, y'all. We should be good to go now. Let's get Felix in here, Papo, aka Felix, and we'll get a conversation going here. Papo, welcome in. We already know you're at least 18, and if I remember correctly, you are a Christian. And if I also remember correctly, you like philosophical arguments for God. So what you got for us today?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
Are you familiar with the contingency and dependency concepts or realities?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you yourself a contingent or necessary being?
Well, I would be considered as far as we can tell, a contingent being, depending on what you believe of the universe. If you're a determinist, then you would probably say that I'm not contingent, but I don't know if I'm a determinist yet.
I'm sorry, what's your answer?
My answer is probably I don't know. It depends on whether or not you're a determinist, and I don't know if I'm a determinist yet.
Okay, but you have parents, correct?
I do have parents, yeah.
And you were born into existence,
I was born, yeah, that is the case.
and you change, and
But
you're
I
finite.
Well, I don't know what you mean by change, but like all the atoms in my body are going to exist after I'm dead. So
Yeah, but you yourself, you came to exist, and you are changing.
Well, what I'm
You are
saying is
finite. You're
the
not
stuff
infinite.
that makes up my body is like always existent. It's a so the like the
But what
form
about
that they're
yourself?
taking right the form that they're taking right now. Yeah, the that form is limited, is temporary, but the like the material itself isn't going to disappear. It's not going to cease to exist.
So you consider yourself always existing, infinite?
No, I'm saying that the material that
No.
makes up my body always existed. I'm just an arrangement of material.
Okay, so you are contingent and you are dependent.
If you think that an arrangement of material is contingent, then you're welcome to use that word.
But what do you think about yourself? You think you always existed, or you think you began to exist?
I already told you the material that makes up my body is part of a system that has always existed and will always exist. The particular arrangement of atoms in my body won't always exist in this arrangement, but they will most likely always exist. So it depends on what you mean by contingent. And if you're a determinist, you would say that this arrangement was inevitable. There was no way to prevent it from happening because it was already determined based on the laws of the universe and physics.
But what do you understand by contingency and dependency? What do you
So
understand by that?
So dependency means that something's existence is dependent on something else, and contingent means that it could be different. Meaning it is basically the opposite of necessary. And so what I'm saying is, if you're a determinist, then that means this arrangement of atoms would have been necessary because it was already determined.
But you acknowledge you are dependent on biology, on
Well,
molecules, on atoms,
We're all
well
dependent
again,
on our
and so
parents
on
having sex. That's it.
so
for your
Felix, what I'm
existence.
suggesting is you're not making a distinction between me as an arrangement and me as in the individual atoms in my body. That's the distinction that I'm making that you're not really picking up on. So I need you to when you talk about me, I need you to like clarify. Are you talking about the arrangement of atoms as you see on the screen, or are you talking about the specific material that makes up what I am that you see?
Okay, so that arrangement has not always existed. That particular arrangement, that pattern.
Yes, this particular arrangements have not existed, and in fact, it's literally different than it was 30 minutes ago. 30 minutes ago, the atoms in my body were slightly different. 30 minutes from now, they'll be different.
Okay, therefore you are contingent by that definition.
Whatever you want to call it.
Okay, because from contingency it follows that that dependency that you have is dependent on something that is non-contingent, and that's what we call God.
Do you want me to fast forward the contingency argument? Because the problem that you're going to have is you're going to try to back out to the set of all things and assume that everything in the universe, including the universe, is contingent and therefore it needs to be grounded in something non contingent. But I would disagree with that conclusion because I don't think that the universe itself is contingent. I think the universe is necessary. And if you say that the universe is contingent just because the elements of the universe are contingent, you're committing a composition fallacy.
No, no, I'm not. I'm not needing the universe to show God exists. I just need one contingent being, and that one contingent being is you.
So, how does me existing have anything to do with God existing?
Okay, because dependency by definition, contingency, dependency means that you are dependent for your existence and your being, your
On what?
sustenance, your current existence right now on something that is not contingent.
Why would I think that?
Because you cannot
So
depend on
everything
another
is
dependent being.
contingent except
The
God.
categories are
Or
exhaustive. It's
So
either dependent or independent or
right,
necessary.
but the problem that you have is I could be dependent on something else that's dependent.
No, that's impossible because
I'm
that
dependent
other
on my
dependent.
parents.
No, not for your existence.
Yeah, I wouldn't exist without my parents.
Yeah.
No, your parents just brought you, carry you, but they
That's
didn't give you existence.
that's what it, no, they absolutely did give me existence. Yeah.
No, your parents just brought you here, and they
They
were a vehicle, but they
they
didn't give you the existence you have right now. Are your
they
parents
they
sustaining you
did.
right now?
So my parents did a thing, and if they hadn't have done that thing, I wouldn't exist. That means I'm dependent on them doing that thing to exist.
Yes, but what they did is different from the existence you have
What they
that
did is the
sustains you.
cause of my existence. Nothing sustains me. The only thing that
Okay,
sustains
your
me is
parents
making
sustain
sure
you
that
right
there's
now?
energy coming into my mouth, like via the form of food.
Are your parents causing your existence right now for you to be you right now in existence?
They don't have to continually cause it. They only had to cause it once.
Exactly.
So
Therefore, you need
that means I'm caused by my
Exactly
parents.
what?
no your dependency right now is not on your parents.
I
Your
don't have a
existence.
dependency right now for my existence. My dependency is on me consuming enough energy from my environment that I can continue on producing, output and surviving. That's it.
And those are dependent processes and beings like the molecules, the biological process. Those are dependencies,
On what?
dependent things that you use, but you don't depend on them for your
Dependent
existence.
on what?
By everything that is dependent by definition is dependent on something that is
Yeah,
non-dependent. It
the
cannot
thing that
depend on
came
something
before
that
it.
is dependent.
No, I don't think so. I think
Yeah,
everything that
and
is dependent is
including your
dependent on something
God.
before it. Yeah.
Excuse me.
To include your God. So I don't know what
I'm
the
sorry, you
opposite of a
said
speed
something,
run is,
Justin.
but it feels like we're doing the slow run to special pleading.
Yeah.
Just get to the special pleading part, please.
Is she talking to me?
Yeah. Hmm.
Yes,
I didn't
I
hear.
am.
I couldn't hear.
Okay, well, I turned her up. Let me know if it's a little more clear now.
Okay. Can you hear me now, Felix?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay. What I said was, it feels like we're doing the opposite of a speed run all the way to special pleading. Can we just get to the special pleading part? Because it sounds like you think everything's contingent or dependent on something else, all the way up to your God. But your God has to fit that definition too. Only
No,
you're
no,
gonna
no.
say no,
Because
not God. So that's just
no,
special
because
pleading. So let's just get there so we can bust that.
okay. You know what dependency contingency means?
Yeah.
Yeah, don't
Okay,
We
start
by
that. Don't start the whole
definition,
thing. I've been here the whole time.
dependency.
Don't start the whole conversation over.
Okay, so
I heard
therefore,
everything.
it cannot depend on another dependent being. It must be non-dependent, necessary.
Yeah,
And
but
if it's
that
necessary,
that doesn't fix the
it
problem.
has always existed.
Right, but what Gretchen's trying to say is you're saying everything needs to depend on something that's necessary, and you're saying but God
No,
doesn't.
no, no. I'm saying that if any contingent being or dependent being exists, I only need one. I don't need to prove the universe.
But the problem that you have
I
is
just
you
need
didn't
you.
demonstrate that God does exist. If you could demonstrate that God did exist, then we could say, actually, well, maybe something does depend on God. But until you do that, you're basically just special pleading. You're saying, well, there needs to be something that is non-dependent, that's necessary, and then you just invent something. Oh, it's God.
No, because dependency by definition and by the reality of the contingency of the dependency that that being has for its existence on something else. That's what dependency means. It depends on something
Right,
else
but
for its existence.
yes,
You
but
know
what
what,
And
Felix?
that's
trying to
what.
Why
tell
don't you
you,
try to prove the universe?
What's that?
Because that you could actually do. Why don't you try to prove the universe? Because you could actually do that.
because I don't need to.
That's, I mean, it sounds like you know the universe exists, right?
Yeah.
Yes, the universe exists.
Okay. And do you know that God exists? Because I know that the universe exists, but I don't know that God exists. How could someone know that God exists?
Okay, because you are dependent, you are contingent, and by
That
definition
that
and
is the case.
structural logic, the
Yeah, but
structure of reality.
why would I think that I need a God to depend on? Because as far as I'm concerned, I'm dependent on my parents, and my parents are dependent on their parents, and this cycle goes all the way back to infinity. Every single thing is
No, you
dependent on the thing that came before it, and it's just an infinite regress of things. So I don't see where the God fits in. Where does the God fit in?
no, because your parents are dependent beings as well. You
I'm
cannot
aware.
depend on them. Okay, does a painter, when he paints a picture or a paint,
Felix, buddy, come on.
does he sustain the paint or the paint sustain
Well, see,
himself?
you're confusing terms. You're confusing dependency and like sustaining. Something can have its existence dependent on something that came before it. And it doesn't mean that it needs to be sustained. So I've got a cube of pyrite, right? This pyrite was formed into a cube because of, fucking chemistry and physics. But there's nothing sustaining this shape. There's not like a force saying, well, now that it's here, I need to sustain the cube. Things are just sustained because that's the matter of fact that they are. When they make like actual chemical bonds with each other, like those bonds are sustained because of physics.
No, because they are dependent beings by definition. They have
It's
not
not.
always existed.
Well, now you're confusing existing with sustaining. They're different things.
It's the same thing because sustaining existence means that it's dependent on something non-dependent for its existence, and
I
sustaining,
agree. Yes, the no, not sustaining.
Right.
The word sustaining is not helping
yes,
you at all.
yes, it's sustaining you
It's
because
not helping you.
existence, you don't have, you are a
We're
dependent
sustained
being.
by
You
the
cannot
earth
sustain your
and
existence
the
by your
universe.
own. It's impossible by your own bootstraps. You
That's actually
cannot do
not the
that.
case. You don't need a non-contingent entity for your sustenance. Your sustenance is just literally a matter of physics. My body is sustained because of chemistry, and eventually, the chemistry in my body is gonna run out. My telomeres are gonna get too short. My cell reproduction is gonna fuck up, and I'm not gonna be able to sustain myself. I don't know why I would need to
No,
be sustained by some non-contingent, like sky carcass out there.
no, that chemistry, that physics is dependent. Is a dependent being as well. There are dependent processes that has not always existed.
I'm
They're
aware. What
dependent
I'm
like
asking
you
is why does my dependence need to be tied to a necessary being? That's what you can't explain so
because the
far.
only thing that can sustain you in existence and give you existence is something that is not dependent like you.
Well,
It
I
must be
disagree.
non-dependent.
Well, I disagree. Give me the argument for why that's the case.
For what it is by definition, if you are
It's not by
dependent, it
definition.
means it means you are dependent on something that is non-dependent
No, that's
by
not the definition of
definition.
dependent.
What is the definition
Mm.
of dependent?
The definition of dependence is a person or something that relies on another. That's it. It doesn't say the nature of the other.
Exactly, and we're talking about existence, your own
I know.
existence.
Yeah.
If you
And
were
why would I
caused to
think that my
exist
existence requires a necessary being? That's what we're trying to figure
and
out.
remain existing something dependent by definition needs something that is dependent on.
Yeah, the thing that came
And,
before it. That's what I said.
and what is that?
Another dependent entity.
No, because that dependence cannot sustain your existence or give
Yes,
you
it can. If
existence.
you look at the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, it says dependent typically describes an entity whose existence, identity, or meaning relies entirely on the prior existence or presence of something else. Doesn't say anything about whether or not that something else is dependent or whether or not it's non-dependent. That's something that you're adding into it because you think that's what your argument is. This is not how the argument is supposed to be ran, by the way. You're running the argument wrong.
No, by
Mm-hmm.
definition, a
Nope.
dependent being
Show me the
has
definition.
to depend on something that is
Where can I find the
non-dependent.
definition? Where can I find this definition? Show me where this definition is located, and then maybe I'll agree with you.
What do you mean where it's located?
Show me where you got
It's
your
in his
definition
head.
of dependent, because the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy disagrees with you. So now you got to give me the definition and where you
Okay,
found it.
what does the encyclopedia says?
I just read it to you. It says an entity whose existence, identity, or meaning relies entirely on the prior existence or presence of something else. It doesn't say that the something else is necessary or non-contingent.
It cannot be contingent because if it's
Well,
contingent,
you have to show me that
it's
definition.
dependent.
Where can I find that?
And if it's dependent, it cannot
Where can I
sustain
find
your
it?
existence
Where can I
or give
find
you
that?
existence.
Those are
This is
adorable
an
claims,
obvious
Felix,
point.
but I need you to find me that definition. What's the argument for that definition?
I don't have any place to go right now to find that
Well,
definition.
it
You
sounds like
just
you're
look
just
it
making
up
up
on any
definitions then.
contingency argument.
I did. I looked it
Just
up
look
on the
for any
Stanford
contingency argument.
Encyclopedia, and the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy disagrees with you. So you got to find me a source then.
Where it disagrees with me.
I just read it to you. The Stanford Encyclopedia says that dependence just means you are reliant on something that preceded you. It doesn't say that the thing preceding you must be non-dependent.
No, it's not preceding you because it's sustaining you right
It doesn't
now in
say anything
existence.
about sustaining. That's not in the
Sustaining
What's
definition.
is a
that?
different thing.
I'm sorry, repeat that.
Sustain is different. They're different words.
But you are being sustained in existence right now and you are dependent.
Again, I disagree. I don't think that there's any entity outside of myself that is sustaining me.
And what is
Well, I
sustaining
mean,
you? Another
technically,
dependent being?
Justin and I both have children. Does that mean we're necessary beings now? Is that what you're getting at?
No, no, no. You are
Oh fuck,
dependent and your children
Gretchen,
is
you're
dependent.
necessary. I knew it. I fucking knew
Right?
Gretchen was necessary. Hell yeah. Let's go.
Fucking world needs me, man.
That's what I'm talking about.
How is necessary? How are you? Are you always existed?
Yeah,
You have always existed?
Gretchen has, yeah.
Sure, yeah. Uh-huh. Always.
Okay, you have always existed. So you were here when the dinosaurs were here?
Yeah.
Oh, I was here before that.
So you are God, you are saying.
No.
No,
You are saying you
that's
are a
not real.
necessary being.
I must be.
You can be necessary without being
Okay,
God.
then you have proved my point. A necessary
My
being
children
exists.
and my children are contingent upon me, so I am the necessary being. Clearly.
Okay, that's an equivocation fallacy. That's an equivocation fallacy. You are changing the
Okay,
word
well,
term, the terms of
I
the
was
meaning of the
I was here
term.
before the earth formed. I've been here for billions of years, and guess what? I never saw a god.
Fucking
Now
hey.
what?
Okay, so
W
you have
Gretchen.
always existed.
Yeah. We went over that, yeah.
Yeah, I've always existed, and I've never seen a god.
Okay, then I
I am not a
prove my
god, by the
point.
way.
A
I am not a
necessary
god,
being exists.
and nor have I ever seen one. And you
But
can't
then
prove
you
that I
prove
haven't
my
been here
point. A
for 50
necessary
billion
being
years.
exists because you are always existent. Therefore,
No,
God
I'm only a
exists.
necessary being by your definition, which doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, so again,
No, no, I'm going by
a
your
necessary
definition.
being is not always a god. You can be necessary without being God. Being necessary just means it couldn't be any
Impossible.
other
That's
way.
impossible.
That's not impossible. If you look up the definition, even in philosophy of necessary, Just means it can't be any other way. It doesn't mean that you're a god.
If you have always existed, you are personal.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
No, I'm
no.
not.
Therefore,
I am a
God is
universal wave
personal.
function. I am a
Exactly.
universal wave function. I am just. I've disguised myself as a human so I can come
Hmm.
on and fuck around on TikTok. It's just
Praise
a
the wave
thing.
A human that
function.
has always existed.
Consider it
Praise
a
the wave
vacation.
function.
Mm-hmm.
So you're a human that has
Watching the
always
wave
existed.
function. That's what I am. I'm a necessary universal wave function.
So
I
you're
just
not a
like the name
person.
Gretchen. No, I am a universal wave function. I am
So
eternal.
you're not a person.
She's a wave function. Are you not listening?
I'm a wave function.
Is that impersonal or personal?
That's what she just told you. Wave function.
Do you not know what a wave
It's
function is?
personal.
You didn't know what a wave function is.
He doesn't. You need some
So are
blitz
you
in your life,
personal
dude.
and always existent?
Not personal. Always existent.
You're not personal. You have knowledge.
The wave function has
Yes, I
all
do.
things,
In my
obviously.
current form,
You
yes,
have no knowledge.
I have knowledge. I do have knowledge.
So you
Of
have
course I
no
do.
knowledge.
So does my computer. So do wave functions.
You are not tracking, Felix.
No. Listen,
No.
Felix,
Do you
buddy.
have knowledge or do you don't have knowledge?
Felix, buddy, you're always kind when you come up here, but I got to be honest. This isn't. I don't know if you should be on the internet doing these debates, my friend. I don't think you understand these arguments very well, and um, I don't think you're going to find a whole lot of success debating people who do know the arguments. And I got to be honest, it feels kind of wrong continuing these conversations over and over again, knowing that you don't really know the arguments, you don't really know what you're doing. I appreciate you coming by, but I got to move on, my man. I got to move on. I don't know. I think you're nice, but I think there are better things you could probably do with your time, my friend. All right, I got to move on.
Mm-hmm.
We had a guest in the queue just a second ago, and they dropped Olympius or Olympinus or something like that. But you're welcome to come on
Did
back.
feel like beating up on a toddler after
A
a
little
bit
bit.
there.
I was trying to guide them a little bit to something a little more usable, but it didn't seem to be working. But hey, if you're watching on TikTok, you can get in the guest queue just by hitting the guest request button. If you're watching on YouTube or something else, you can use the link on the screen, tinyurl.com/DZ chats. I'm going to read a couple of super chats while we're waiting for some opposition to load up. And if you're watching on TikTok, grab a hold of Gretchen's profile, drop her a follow, or go to YouTube and follow the Async Network and follow her on the Async Network. Tracy, my good friend, formerly known as Yantu, Justin in a tank top equals hunk, a hunk of burning love, and my loins, burning rock hard for dog, simply went for Sharon and gave her Justin. Well, fucking A, Tracy. Good to hear from you. I hope you're doing well, friend. And another one from Misha. Thank you so much, Misha. Says, can't hear Felix at all, but that is probably Doug's blessing upon us all, honestly. I did have that guest room turned down a little bit when he first started. I turned them up as we kept going. That should have made it a little more clear. When we bring in the next guest from the same queue, let me know if it's still too quiet. And post-apocalyptica, thank you for the super chat, had a gross conversation about Absalom and David's wives earlier, where they pivoted to, well, did Bathsheba consent either? Pfft, not really. When the king says, come to me, what are you gonna do? You gonna fucking say no? That's how you lose your head. Irrelevant. Yahweh takes the woman and gives them away. Read people, rock hard for Doug. It's true. Well, that's why God says, you did this thing in secret, but I'll do it in broad daylight. The thing that he did wasn't just adultery, he sexually assaulted someone. It's pretty crazy. And Christians will try to soften it and be like, well, it wasn't sexual assault. You know, it was consensual. Okay, well, then God caused adultery to happen. Like, it's still, God's doing some shit. Tammy, thank you for the super chat, friend. Do a fundraiser where for every funding level, you put more layers of clothes on instead of off. Chest hair is great. Just thought you'd look silly wearing a bunch of coats. Actually, I did a fundraiser on AXP a while back doing that particular thing. I wasn't putting the clothes on, thank goodness. It was SR, but it was actually pretty fun. The temperature under those clothes got a little bit warm. Amisha with another super chat. Thank you. Felix, stop trying to make contingent happen. It's not going to happen. Mean Girls meme for Justin's continued pop culture education. I would have never guessed that was from Mean Girls. I didn't watch the movie, obviously. But so
I
the
never
quote
did
is,
either.
stop trying to make contingent happen. Is that the quote?
It's like it's
Continued.
stop trying to make fetch happen.
Oh, okay. Now I
I've
know.
never seen the movie, but I guess there's a character named Gretchen in there, so I get quoted that shit all the time.
Oh fuck. Okay. I have to
Yeah.
learn that one. Rocker for Doug, and let's cook some Theas. We're gonna try. We are trying to get a Theist up in here for sure. And Genji, great to see you, my friend. Thank you so much for the $50 super chat. Super chat to Yeet Felix. Well, Genji, you got your wish. I didn't see that until just now, but we got Felix yeeted. That was at 7:40, so I apologize. It's 17 minutes late. If I had known we were doing Yeet chats, I would have been reading all the super chats as they came in. Usually I don't do that, but actually last live stream I yeeted somebody for $100. I feel like it's fair. If someone sends me
Yeah, you did.
$100 to yeet a guest, I'm sorry, you're gone. It's gone. That when the audience is paying you $100 to get rid of a guest, it means it's time for the guest to go. You know. And Misha with another super chat. My patience is contingent on Felix not turning up in my favorite atheist debate streams. Doug and Sharon, please make this man go away. Amen. You know what? I think we're done taking him. So I talked to Felix 3 times this week, I think. I talked to him on my channel, then I talked to him Wednesday on the line, and then I talked to him today. I don't think we need any more Felix.
That's
I might
rough.
fuck. Did we talk to him on Unapologetic? I think we saw him on Unapologetic too, but don't worry, we're not. I think we're done with Felix's contingency argument, which is the same argument he ran every time. Last super chat for now from P implies Q. Interesting name, I love it. $20 from Canada says, "Praise Gretchen, praise be the necessary being." Indeed, praise be to Gretchen.
Right.
Now though, we are going
I
to
will
need.
take followers and subs.
I say we are going to need a Gretchen replica for the shelf of gods. So anyone that can knit a plushie or 3D print deities, we're gonna need to get one going for Gretchen and get her on the shelf back there, y'all. I do have got my finally my painting of Pi on the shelf. You guys know my previous cat who is no longer with us, and Jennifer did the painting. She's in our Discord, and she did a fucking amazing job with it. It just looks exactly like the picture I sent her. But yeah, we got everybody up in there. Spirit of Pi's watching over us. Let me grab Olympus
Even the
Mon.
BMF setup is top tier. I mean, I love the BMF
Yeah,
setup.
dude, Shirley went all out. Actually, so it looks like the order of operation is going to be Olympus Mons and then Zeno from the TikTok queue. So hold on just a little bit, Zeno. We're going to get you next. And I think I've talked to Zeno once before, I believe. We'll find out. But let's get Olympus going here. Olympus, welcome in. I can hear you. Are you at least 18?
Yeah, I'm 43.
43, fantastic. And do you believe in God?
I believe in Jesus Christ, God Almighty, by the power of the Holy Spirit.
Cool, so you're a Christian.
Yes, I'm Catholic.
Catholic, okay, so you're, gotcha, so you're a specific type of Christian then.
Yeah, I was born Catholic.
Fair enough. Okay, so then the question
Born an atheist, you became a Catholic.
Well, that is actually the case, but nevertheless, so the question I'm going to ask first then is, what would be a good reason, or a good argument, or a good piece of evidence that would lead me to believe that the God of Catholicism is real?
Well, all wise men throughout history, right? Let's say Nietzsche, Plato, Aristotle, all of them, they couldn't do what Jesus does. What happens is that we go through life and we're broken through demonic influence because Satan runs the earth, and Jesus can take a broken person and make them into a new person, and that's called being reborn, and that's one of the requirements to get into heaven. So none of those other wise people are able to do that through their teachings and whatnot. Most of them don't believe in that. They're godless without God guiding them. But a true person that's reborn in the light of the Lord by the Holy Spirit is a new person. They're transformed like a child. They're transformed into what they're supposed to be in life.
Okay, so Christians then are somehow different than non-Christians.
Christians that, well, no, you're given a chance to be reborn in the light. Most of us can go through life and not care and be godless, but a majority of people are broken in their spirit. The blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. And the poor in
Uh-huh.
spirit that believe, sometimes the way we practice Christianity right now is not really the right way. The right way is hidden. It's a cult. It's not
So
not known
the
to
right way
everybody.
to be a Christian is hidden. You don't know what it is.
No, everything is there in the gospel of Jesus Christ, but
Uh-huh.
people pick and choose, and a lot of people go to the teachings of Paul to get guidance on how to live. But when you understand the what a sin is the saints, they were in a constant trying to perfect their life, and perfecting your life is turning away from sin, and sin is an error. So when you repent and you turn away from the error that is causing you to be in darkness, that is causing you pain,
Uh,
and
Olympus,
you
do you know what question I asked? Do you think this answers my question?
what was your question? It was the
My
original
question,
question, or
like a minute and a half ago, was are Christians and non-Christians somehow different? Like, if you become a new creature in Christ, does that mean that Christians are somehow different than non-Christians, and in which way?
well, one, you wouldn't have to be on medication. We have a lot of people that are on medication and have to go speak to therapists. I believe,
Okay.
didn't you say you speak to a therapist?
No, I have in the past, and you guess what? When I was in seminary, I did. So I'm not sure. In fact, we were trained in seminary to rely on
But
therapists because they're actual professionals. So
so
the idea
in your
that
You
life,
know,
you
there
felt like
are
you were
actual
reborn.
Christian therapists, right?
yeah, a lot of them actually.
Hold on, I have a question for him.
Mm-hmm.
So you're saying you were reborn, and then you gave up. You weren't reborn.
No, what I'm saying is that therapy is not like a non-Christian thing. Therapy is one of those things that is like beneficial because, as it turns out, the human brain is pretty complex, and somebody who kind of understands how it works is really helpful for sometimes working through traumatic past events or for trying to understand how to properly organize and deal with negative emotions. That's why like the field exists and why it's so helpful. That's all. It doesn't mean that
That's not for
if
everybody. It's a lot of times
I
people
I didn't say
remain in
everybody needed
therapy.
it.
I would say a majority of people remain in therapy needing that person. What I'm saying is, when you're reborn, when you give yourself to Christ, and he everything, when you're reborn, it's unique to that person.
Oh
It's
yeah,
not like,
sure.
oh, it's the same thing.
Uh
It's
huh.
unique to that person, and they you're you're changed because of it.
I'm
If
sure.
you've never
How do you,
experienced that feeling, then you weren't reborn. You were
Well, the
probably like yourself.
Well, the
You got
problem
the
that
calling
you're
to become
having
a
here is
priest.
you're actually contradicting your prior position, right? You're saying you're a changed person, so then you don't need therapy. But the reality is Christians do as much therapy as non-Christians, so it's not really that obviously isn't the measuring
I
stick.
wouldn't, dude. That's not totally accurate, dude. Like you. I could say that's a falsehood. You're making that up. You know what I'm saying? You're just using
No?
that as an argument. We cannot prove that. And I don't want to get into, oh, I Googled something, and I know this, and Google, the almighty Google is what it is. You had a
Okay, so
calling to become
stats
a
aren't
priest.
relevant.
Why did you? No, it's not. No, it's not. Why did you want to become a priest?
So so stats, when people say yes, I see a therapist, no, I don't see a
Why did you
therapist,
want to become a priest?
those are actually
Because you were
fake.
born into the faith.
So
You were born into the faith. You
I
had a
wasn't
calling, right?
I wasn't born into the faith. I was born an atheist like everybody else.
No, 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 no. What
Yeah,
were you born into?
that
What were
is
your parents?
that is
They were
the
yes, yes,
case.
Catholics,
yes,
right?
yes.
You were
They
you're
were
born
Catholics, right? Tell
into
the truth. They were
atheism.
Catholics. and you saw
Well,
Catholicism throughout your whole life, and you
you're
had a
wrong.
calling to.
Well, you're wrong, and you're
So
assuming way too many
you were an
things that
atheist, and you're
because you're
like, I'm
not
just gonna
smart
become a
enough
priest.
to. So you're not smart enough to even comprehend my background. You haven't been long enough, and you should have just asked how I ended up at seminary. So the reality is, my mother was a non-practicing Catholic. I went to 12 years of Catholic school. My father was a Baptist. Neither one of them were hyper-religious. I was able to choose my own path. It was never forced upon me. I chose the path that was specifically non-Catholic because I didn't want to be part of a church that was fundamental in like raping children for the better part of history. And so that was the form of Christianity that I practiced. I went to seminary because I took it very seriously, and I wanted to teach people to rely on the Lord because I thought that He was real and I thought that the Bible was true. I went to seminary and Bible college. I discovered actually the Bible is not real, God doesn't exist, and Jesus didn't die for your sins. The New Testament is a complete contradiction of the Old Testament. And the Messiah that was predicted in the Old Testament didn't actually come, and it sure as fuck wasn't Jesus. Jesus fulfilled 0 prophecies from the Old Testament, and he failed some of his own predictions. So that's why I'm no longer a Christian. It has nothing to do with how I was raised, and everything to do with the fact that the religion is not actually capable of standing up to scrutiny.
Scripted script. You're gonna read your script right
I
now.
just told you
Okay.
my history.
Dude, you asked
you
him.
have the. And he answered it by saying he went to 12 years of Catholic school. Come on, man. You have to go to pray. You have to go to
Yeah,
dude.
I did all
You
the
were
things.
part of it.
Yeah, I did all the things.
Yeah, yeah, and that's what
I did.
called you to become
I
priest. And
did. I
you
did
turned away
everything
from it,
that
which is fine.
I
You didn't
did
want to be a
everything that you
priest.
did because it wasn't
You
real in
weren't
the end. That's
reborn,
why I
dude.
left. So I did
You weren't
everything that you
reborn.
did as a Christian, and then when I
Okay,
realized that
as
it
a
wasn't
person in the
true, I
seminary,
left.
what did
And
Jesus say to
so
Nicodemus?
I don't really care. He
As a
says you
person
can't
that
be
went to
born unless you're born of the water and the Spirit. Everyone's read it, but that's irrelevant because
you,
Jesus was a liar and
and
a
what did
fraud.
Nicodemus says? What did
Doesn't
Nicodemus
it's
say?
a man can't be born again, yada yada. You're still missing the point.
And
Jesus
mother,
was a
yeah.
liar and a fraud,
Uh-huh.
which means it doesn't matter what Jesus said.
that was the ending of your argument, dude. That's not an argument, bro.
That
That's
wasn't
your
an
feeling.
argument. That's a claim.
That's your feeling.
A claim that I can prove.
Here, go ahead and read your script. I will
Well,
answer your script.
it's not a
Your
script.
Matthew,
It's a claim.
whatever.
I can disprove it.
Go ahead. Go ahead, and so I can refute your script. Go ahead.
It's
I'm ready.
not a
Why don't you
script.
read your script, dude? What from your hidden
So
cult in the
Listen,
gospel that's hidden like it's not the best-selling book of all fucking time. It's so hidden.
he's
what
not read it. He's
what
Catholic.
I'm saying is that there's a parable of the wheat field, right? Where he talks about 3
He's
types
got
of people.
nothing.
There are people that
Yeah, we
there
all
are
know the
people that are
parables.
godless.
No
They
one
don't
cares.
believe. Then there's the second people
He's just
who
stuck in a
believe
preaching
but
loop.
don't understand.
We all
And
know the
then
parables.
there's a third one that believes and
But
understands.
Olympus,
That
buddy, we all know the parables. Nobody gives a fuck. You don't have to repeat the parables to us. We all know them. We've all heard them. Most of us are ex-Christians, just like me. You don't need to do any of that. We just need you to engage in honest questions and answers, right? So, reciting parables and your interpretation of the parable is not helpful. The reason why is because it doesn't, as I said, it doesn't matter what Jesus said. Jesus could have given 1,000 parables. The meaning of the parable is irrelevant until you can demonstrate that Jesus is somehow special. Like I should care what Jesus says. So you don't care what Buddha says because you don't think Buddha's special. I don't care what Jesus says because I don't think Jesus is special. If I wanted you to care about what Buddha said, I would need to give you an argument for why Buddha should be listened to. And if you want me to care what Jesus says, you have to give me an argument for why Jesus should be listened to. So why should I care what Jesus said? Oh, is he still here? Olympus.
I don't know, I see him. Well,
If,
I see his ceiling.
yeah, I think his connection dropped. Olympus, if you can hear me, I think you need to refresh your browser. It looks like your video stayed connected, but looks like your actual connection to the stream cut. I think we're actually just seeing like the last image that was on his phone before his phone cut out. Olympus, buddy. Just for good measure, I can refresh my browser too, just in case, but I don't think that's going to be the issue. 1 second. Because I'm looking at my main screen, and it doesn't seem to show Olympus in the room. Reconnect to the video room real quick just to see. Yeah, I think Olympus dropped. We've had a couple people already decide that they're not gonna hang out with us. Okay.
Scared.
Well, do what we can. All right.
Verbal. Just to see if you recognized it.
I reloaded the video room just to make sure there wasn't like something happening on my end. It looks like he's not with us. He's no longer with us. So not a big deal. We'll keep on moving. I think Zeno is in the guest queue. We'll grab a couple super chats, and then we'll get our next conversation roll. We got a super chat, a couple of them from our friend Maximus. I'll grab them the order that they came in. Says Felix is really straining that remaining half of a brain cell. You know what? We've talked to Felix a couple times. Felix is a nice guy, but I think, and I don't know how he got into the apologetics business, but I think somebody probably convinced him he should be doing apologetics, and I think that person should be whipped. That was a horrible suggestion, putting someone like Felix out here in the debate space. He's not prepared for these types of discussions, and as nice as he is. Chodika says Felix is the necessary precondition for insanity. That actually might be the case. Oh, poor Felix. Felix is taking a beating here, poor guy. And Chodika says, who knew I'd come to this channel just to witness the failing of mental health system in real time. Keep educating Felix. Well, to be sure, I think the problem with our healthcare system and our lack of mental health in this country is that honestly the people who need it the most typically aren't able to get it. I am lucky that even my son, many of you know my son's condition, we were able to get some kind of funding through the state of Ohio for his education, but a lot of states don't have that kind of stuff. They're just kind of left behind. Bacon and Bushes, I feel like you're perilously close to giving Felix a new god. We were on the edge, actually. That actually is the case. And Robin Webster, there we go. You are universally full of crap, Gretchen. That's not fucking true, Robin. Gretchen's the necessary being. A necessary being can't be full of crap. Oh, well. P implies Q says that's universal necessary being to you.
Full of everything
true.
else.
It's not Gretchen. It's universal necessary being Gretchen. Let's make sure we get the tag right, over here. And Author Jack says, I want to get in the cube to debate Justin, but I don't know how to get in the cube. Oh, Author Jack, the link's on the screen. tinyurl.com/DZ-chat. You can just put that in your browser. You'll be right up in the queue. There's a clickable version of that link if you go to not the comments, I apologize. If you go to the description of the YouTube video, you'll see a clickable version of the link, and you'll be able to get in the queue. I'll pull you in when we get the opportunity. Our friend Kurt is here as well. Thank you for the super chat. It says God is so powerful that the devil runs the earth. Yeah, 2 Corinthians 4:4. However, it is a fact that all cats go to heaven. That's the fucking case. To be sure, cats are running this world. You've been told that it's the devil, but in fact, it's not. It's cats. And Miss Meg says, God damn, Felix, so many thoughts, so many random ideas, none of them coherent, dude. You're almost amusing. To be fair, I want to be as nice as possible to Felix because he seems to be a kind individual, but we have to be honest, he's probably not prepared for these discussions. And Charlotte says, chat's sanity is dependent on Felix going away. It is, and I apologize, I won't be taking Felix again, but I am going to grab 2 more super chats before we get our next guest. And I said we're going to bring Zeno in. I forget if Zeno is a Christian or not, but P implies Q says this guy is a few fries short of a Happy Meal. Unfortunately, that might be accurate, but we got to be nice to Felix. He got the genetics that were given to him. And Game Guy says Felix is the king of Phil Bros. You guys need to show him some respect. That's what I forgot. I keep meaning to put some respect on that sound clip. Hold on. I'm going to add that to the soundboard. We got to get that added to the soundboard. Thank you for the reminder, by the way. That's one of my favorite sound clips, and I just never remembered to get it going. So put some respect on that. Was that Tyson? I think Tyson said that. Let's see. Birdman? No. I'll look up. Oh, put some respect on my name. Oh, was that Birdman or Tyson that said that? Put respect on my name. It might have been Birdman. Okay. I don't know why I thought it was Mike Tyson who said that. My memory for anything pop culture is pretty rough. Nevertheless, let's get in Zeno, and then after Zeno, it looks like it's going to be Nitfix Bot Factory, and then Matthew. That looks to be the order that we're going to get them. Welcome
Hey,
back,
what's up?
Zeno.
No golden arm yet, huh?
No golden arm
What's
yet.
up?
No, Gretchen was just talking about somebody else. Zeno, I already know you're at least 18 because we've chatted before. I think we chatted on Unapologetic not too long
Yeah,
ago.
it was a Sunday, yeah.
Yeah, what's in your mind?
Yeah. So I want to preface, I'm not a classical theist. I'm probably still theist, but like I'm not super like confident in it. Like, there's good arguments for atheism. So this will kind of be just like a for fun thing if you want to do it. Up to
Yeah, it
you.
sounds like
It's your show.
you're still in the middle trying to figure it out, right?
Yeah, like agnostic theist, if that's even a thing.
Yeah, it is. It is. All right, so let's do this then.
Mm-hmm.
It sounds like you've
Cool.
probably got an argument that you want to test out, an argument that might be convincing to you. Let's have the argument and we'll
Sure.
work through it.
It sounds like you guys had I don't know, I just joined. It sounds like you guys had somebody do the contingency argument.
Yes,
So I
and
mean,
they didn't do it correctly though. They tried, but they didn't really understand the
okay,
argument.
sure. So I mean, I can kind of give like a little version if that's okay with you.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Yeah. So every contingent fact has some explanation of why it obtains rather than not.
Let me grab my notepad and we'll just write down the premises so we can put them on the screen real
Yep.
quick. So we'll say P1
Sure.
is every
Justin,
contingent
can
fact.
I make a real quick request here?
Sure, yeah.
I'm gonna drop and get out of here. You want to pull up RP on the other side, and he can do the Philbro shit with you, cause you know me.
Yeah.
I'm not.
Let's
down.
have it. Let me pop RP in and we'll get RP into the conversation.
And then I'll be back in a bit.
Sure thing. Thanks, Gretchen. All right, we got RP with us. Give me 1 second to move RP's box though, so everyone can see RP. There we go.
Yeah, hey, how's my level?
You know what, RP, you're a little bit quiet. If you can turn it up, that would be helpful.
Okay.
If not, I can turn you up.
Let me check. How's that?
I can hear you. It should be a little bit better.
Okay, great.
Yeah. Okay, so
Thanks.
we've got Zeno with us. Zeno is an agnostic theist and wants to run the argument from contingency. And it sounds like he's got, or like the actual premises, unlike our previous guest that was running the contingency argument. So let's go ahead and run through the premises. It's going to be every contingent fact, and then what was the rest of that?
Has some explanation of why it
Sure.
obtains rather than not.
When you say obtain, what do you mean?
Just that there's some good enough explanation for, I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to entail, right? So like, me drinking coffee just has some explanation. It doesn't have to be that I'm thirsty. It doesn't have to be entailed by me being thirsty. It's just explained by something.
Like a reason or a cause?
Yeah, exactly. Not necessarily
Yeah.
entailed, just explained.
Sure.
Not really how they use obtain in philosophy. Obtain is referring to a state of affairs in which like it exists in that specific state of affairs. So this feels like
Yeah.
a idiosyncratic use.
Well, yeah, we're gonna go to the weak PSR for this argument. We're not necessarily because I mean I see why you would want to say that, but we're being very loose on purpose here.
I think we are actually
doesn't
familiar.
necessarily entail.
Well, I think we're familiar enough with the contingency argument that I don't actually mind using maybe some loose definitions because I think we kind of know the concepts. Like we understand that when we're talking about something being contingent, we're just saying it's something that's not going to be necessary and it's going to be something that has some kind of a cause or an explanation for its existence, and it
Yep.
could have been another way. So as because I don't know if the semantics of
Ooh,
the wording. What's
I
that?
don't know if I would say couldn't have been another way. I don't know if I would say that, but I mean,
No, I'm
sure. I
saying
mean, you can.
something that's necessary couldn't have been another way. Something that's
Oh,
contingent
right, right,
could
right.
be.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
Hmm.
So
Yep.
I,
Yep.
I
Yep.
think we've heard it enough that I'd be willing to accept some kind of like generic wording.
Yeah. Sure. 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 Okay. Cool. P2, the existence of of the totality of contingent reality is itself a contingent fact. So this is known as the big conjunctive fact, or sorry, big conjunctive contingent fact. Sorry.
Okay.
Yep, yep, yep. And P3, therefore, all of contingent reality itself has an explanation.
Okay.
And P4, that explanation can't be contingent. Then we have P5, so the explanation must be something necessary.
Okay. And then the conclusion would be something like
Yeah, this is
maybe.
where like you move on to stage 2, and you could say, this being I don't want to like argue for like goodness, because of course that presents its own issues, but let's just say some kind of all-knowing personal being.
So we would say then, what we would stop at conclusion one before we build out the next phase, which is the explanation would be necessary, right?
Yep,
Okay.
exactly.
So I think the way I would typically address this is something akin to every contingent fact has some explanation. I don't know if there's a problem with that. I tend to accept that particular thing. I think everything that occurs seems to be preceded by a cause. There are some people who are like really deep into physics that might challenge that. I'm not deep enough into physics to do that. Premise two is the existence of the totality of reality is contingent or is a contingent fact. Now, this is the part where I'm going to start not really maybe fully agreeing. So, if we were saying the existence of all things is the same thing as, say, the set of all things, would we be using the right terminology?
No. So that would I'm a physics and math student. So if you said the set, that would go into a problem known as like that Greg Cantor comes across. So you'd have to say we keep it as a conjunction for this specific reason.
Right, but when we're talking about the totality of reality, we would assume that
Yep.
includes everything, right?
Yes.
Okay,
But it would not be a
so,
set. It would just be a conjunction.
well, maybe set's not the best word. We would say the collection of all things, maybe.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I like the name BCCF, big contingent conjunctive fact. I think just to keep things kosher.
Well, I think the reason why I wouldn't use that is because it assumes the premise is true. So what I don't really follow is why we would think that the collection of all things itself is contingent.
Yeah. Okay. So sure. So there's really two other options. Some people have claimed to have a fourth, but in the literature, it seems to be three options. It's either contingent, which it can't be because then it itself would be in that set, um, and then you can't have. Or sorry, whoa, wait. I think I got mixed up on terminology. Can you repeat your question one more time? I
Yeah,
think I
so
misheard you on something.
imagine that everything in the universe is contingent. I don't know if
Sure.
that would necessitate that the universe itself is contingent.
Oh, see. Okay. Sure, sure, sure. I see. Yeah. So we're not saying that. We're not saying that. How do I want to phrase this? Um, we wouldn't say. Well, I don't know. There's some people that think, okay, well, maybe it reduces to a wave function. The universe being contingent, that's just going to be. I mean, gosh, yeah, yeah, yeah. No, you bring up a good point.
Yeah, it's
Let
a
me think for a second.
presupposition.
Yeah,
Yes, it
so
is. Let
my
me.
understanding is because I've heard the contingent argument a few times. My understanding is that the composition fallacy addresses this particular problem, which is just because all the items in a set or in a collection would be contingent, it doesn't actually make that the collection itself would be contingent. And I think that's the hurdle that we'll have to overcome for premise two.
Right, right. Okay, so if we said, I'm not a classical theist, so I'll be like more loose here again. If we said that the universe, um, what's it called, was just a necessary fact, sure, I could grant that. I'm just saying that, um, I'm just saying that there exist some. I mean, maybe you could argue that the universe is like somehow, some way, kind of an ultimate reality for, and I'd be fine granting that. I mean, you'd have to be a little more specific, but maybe, you could sort of go into some kind of pantheism with this and say that, okay, yeah, maybe the universe is fundamentally necessary. But then I would ask, okay, um, I guess, how do you explain things? Like, I don't know. There just seems to me like, I don't know. We could bring in like fine tuning and say, okay, well, the fact that in order to have this kind of universe, there has to be, some kind of fine tuning, that points to something more personal than just the universe itself. So that's kind of where I would take it. It just seems to me like saying, oh, yeah, like, okay, we have this finely tuned universe that's just necessary. It seems a little strong for me. I feel like there's
Well,
something more there.
well, I think the reason why I would go to this path is because, as far as we can tell, there's no reason or scientific fact that would lead me personally to believe that the universe once didn't exist, right? So if the universe has always existed for all of eternity in the past and in the future, what that tells me is that the universe itself must be necessary, right?
Well, okay, so there's debate amongst physicists about like, which model to use. Some prefer a infinite model, some prefer a model with a beginning. So I mean, I don't want to like, say that one could be absolutely certain about one model of how the universe came to be or versus another. But I will say that, if you do go this like infinite regress route, I think ultimately it like begs the question of why all these parts had to co-instantiate to make like a whole. Like, I don't know, that could be just like jargon, but like, I don't know. What I'm trying to get at is it seems that there's more there considering things like fine tuning and all this type of stuff. Mm.
Well, so I personally think that fine tuning would be a separate argument, and I don't
Yes.
believe that fine tuning does exist. And the reason why I don't think fine tuning exists is because I think fine tuning itself has like a fatal flaw, which is for something to be finely tuned, it must be true that there's like a goal in mind, right? So if I have the goal of sending a rocket to Mars, it might be true that the rocket needs to be finely tuned to achieve the task. But if something ends up on Mars from Earth, but it was completely by accident, we wouldn't say that the thing happened because it was finely tuned. We would just say, well, it was a consequence of an event that was completely, accidental. And I think the fact that life exists in our universe is a consequence of a completely accidental situation. I don't think that there was anything that intended to create life or had the goal of creating life.
Okay, yeah, sure. So there's a few things to unpack. So I mean, first about the fine tuning. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you could. This is sort of similar to like the infinite lottery thing that I've heard of, and I guess what I would say there is like, of course, there's definitely a chance that it could be all an accident, sure, but it seems to me that under theism, this chance is just going to be more likely because of things like, well, intelligent design, and I mean, one has to admit, even under naturalism, that the parameters are extremely small, and if it is an accident, then it's like something 10 to the 120 like uh, chance of happening. I don't have all the numbers off the top of my head, but it is a very small chance. So it's like, okay,
Well,
maybe we're not.
here's a
Go
way
ahead.
that might help the framing. If the odds of life are arising is anything but zero, right? Meaning it's just possible. Whatever that number is, if the universe is infinite in time, I guess you would say, well, that means it's inevitable that life is going to arise. There's no way around it. It has to arise eventually.
Yeah, my only issue with that is that we're hedging our bets on the infinite time thing, which hasn't really been like solidly proven. So I mean, of course you could say that,
Well, I
but
think there's
Well,
some
have
pretty
you
good,
proven that time is finite?
right?
Well, I mean, no, again, no physics model has, I mean, there hasn't been like a unanimously decided model. I mean, both physics, we
Right,
could make
because the
philosophical
consensus
arguments.
says that the Big Bang is agnostic as to whether time began or not. And
Yeah,
there are
so
plenty of solid arguments to
Yes.
argue for, the infinite existence of time. Do you believe time can be created?
Yeah, I wouldn't use any anthropomorphic language to sort of like start with any kind of beginning of time.
Did
Like
time
I
always
would just,
exist? Did time always
uh,
exist?
it's a
Does it have
pointless
a
question,
beginning?
right? Because pointless question.
Is God
It
the
wouldn't get us
sustainer of
anywhere.
time? Is God the
It wouldn't
sustainer
get
of
us
time?
anywhere. Look,
In order
I've
to
I've
argue that
been
your God is necessary, there can't be any other parts that don't depend on him. Time would be a part that
that's a
wouldn't be depending on
presupposition.
him
That's a
if he's not
presupposition.
sustaining it. No, it's
This is all.
definitional. Do you
It's a
understand what
presupposition.
what a
I told you I'm not
necessary
a
being
classical
is?
theist. I told you I'm
It
not a
doesn't
classical
matter.
theist. Yeah.
You're using specific terms here that have specific meanings. So is God the sustainer of time?
I have no idea.
Well, then it sounds like your God is contingent.
That's fine.
He's
Why is that
he's
wrong?
contingent on time. Oh, okay. Well, if you have a contingent God, then there's something more ultimate than God.
Why can't he just like be? Why can't there just be like multiple necessary facts? Why say like?
Okay,
Well, sorry.
then
Okay,
why is just a
we're
universal
getting
model without a God out of the question? It sounds like you're just
we're
wanting to
getting
special plead now.
we're getting
If
stuck
God
up
isn't
on definitions
necessary
here.
to get to these
We're getting
multiple
stuck up on
necessary
definitions
facts,
here.
then we can
Look,
just use
look.
Occam's razor to, completely cut God out of the equation.
Why would you do that with things like fine tuning, psychophysical harmony?
Well,
That's the
you
crux of my
just admitted
argument.
that God isn't necessary. And Occam's
Sorry,
razor
no,
says
that's
that,
why I
we
said
remove
if you were to let me finish.
pick the explanation that multiplies the least amount of entities. God is
So
a
if you were,
unnecessary
yes, I'm
entity
familiar.
due to your own admission, so we can just Occam razor God right out of the equation.
Yeah, so I mean this is the same thing as like, if you had a firing squad shoot at you and, they missed all of it. Occam's razor would say, "Oh, they missed because, they missed because the bullets didn't hit me." That's Occam's razor. You wouldn't say, "Oh, how did I get so lucky?" That's not Occam's razor. So I'm saying in this case, it's probably best to not apply Occam's razor if the goal is
No,
to obtain some kind
that's
of,
not it at
proof,
all.
is some kind of evidence for a metaphysical necessary being. And like I said
If
earlier, we're
God's not
getting like
necessary
there's a
and we can
reason.
get
Look,
to
look, look. If you're
a
being, can you let
state
me
of
finish? Can you let
multiple
me finish? I
necessary
let you talk.
facts,
I let you talk. Could you let me
you're
finish?
gish galloping. Go
No,
ahead,
could you
finish
let
your
me
well,
thought.
finish?
I've
You
talked to Zeno before. Zeno's usually a pretty good face interlocutor, so let's try to respect each other and not. There's lots of people that are going to get up here that maybe don't deserve our respect, but let's try to, if we can, to keep this one respectful.
Got it.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, so back to my original point. That I got sidetracked. Could you like maybe put us back on track where we were?
I think we were talking about the issue of necessity because there
Oh yeah,
was
sure.
when we were talking about contingencies again, Async or RP mentioned that if God is not necessary, then God becomes a problem because Occam's razor could just cut God out of the equation.
Sure, yeah. I slipped on my words there because the language of time was brought in, so I slipped up on wording there. Of course, I would still hold that it is some necessary thing, but in the same way, so, again, I'm being loose with terminology here. In the same way that things like mathematical objects are necessary, I think there can be multiple necessary explanational things. I just think that this is there's just more to the story of necessary beings. I think, of course, I wouldn't call God, fully contingent. Maybe time is necessary, maybe God is necessary as well, and they're just two necessary. It could be the case. I'm just saying that there is some kind of, you know, I think you know what I mean.
Okay,
Um,
so what is God explaining?
Sure, it could explain things like consciousness. It could explain things like psychophysical harmony. It could explain why, animal or why we specifically are like, I don't know, truth seekers as opposed to just, you know, simple animals that only live to, well, I don't know. I don't want to get too deep into the biology, but yeah.
All right, and a physicalist could assert that, those are grounded in, reality. Minds only exist in space time. Therefore, they're physical. There's no need for some sort of idealistic framework in order to explain consciousness. So it sounds like we do need
Uh,
God still.
yeah, sure. A physicalist, could say that, but they would have to concede that there would just have to be some ultimate necessary physical thing that explains all of it. Or, you know,
Yeah,
my
they could just
argument
be a
is
wave
that
function monist.
sure, if you're a wave function monist, it seems to bring up the issue of okay, we have this, I don't know, wave functions could maybe describe consciousness. I have no clue idea, but that's my point, right? Is like that we have no idea. We have the wave function monist. If you say the wave function is necessary, then it's kind of going to follow that all things might have to also be necessary if it can just be reduced
Right.
down to this wave
I'm a
function.
necessitarian, so I grant that.
Okay, sure. So how do you explain contingent things? I mean,
There
like
aren't
you would
contingent
just be
things
rejecting
under
a
a
PSR here.
no, there aren't contingent things in a necessitarian framework. Everything is necessary.
So
If everything's
what
necessary,
would
then
be
contingent things do not exist.
Yeah, sure. So what would be the reason for doing any kind of science?
What do you mean the reason?
So yeah, science is kind of, based on the fact that we think there's explanations for things. Under a necessitarian view, everything's just necessary and doesn't need a further explanation.
Yeah,
So I
in
guess
science,
like
we're not necessarily finding like explanations. We're simply building models in order to have like predictive power of the universe around us.
uh okay, why would I? Do you have an example?
Quantum field theory, atomic theory, germ theory, theory of
Uh
general relativity. These are all models. These aren't making like definitive statements that this is definitely how the universe works. We're just saying
sure,
that these are mathematical tools that are helpful in making predictions about how the universe works.
sure, but because of some explanation, right? Like maybe the mathematics is more
There doesn't
complex
need
than
to
we
be an
thought. Maybe the
explanation for everything.
uh, if you're
These
trying
are
to
just
get the
descriptions of how the universe operates.
but under this framework you would just be saying that there's no reason like there's no reason for getting some sort of underlying mathematics here. There's just us trying to do models for whatever reason. I mean,
Is
what would we be doing this modeling for?
is there a reason for God's nature?
This is a pivot. Can you answer my question?
No, no, it's directly analogous. I'm asking you the
Can
exact
you
same
answer my
thing.
question
Is there a
first?
reason? I don't believe that there needs to be a reason for everything. So is there a reason for God's nature? You're asserting that there needs to be a reason. If you can't give a reason for God's nature, then it
I'm
seems
saying
like
that reason
everything
is
does
whoa, whoa,
not need
whoa.
a reason. If everything does
I'm
not need a
saying
reason, but you're saying that I need a reason, you're now special pleading. Can you give a reason for God's nature?
if you recall, my reason was just that it's necessary. It's not that just that God itself, that the ultimate foundation for reality is necessary. I attributed nothing else after that. So for you to
Okay,
try
then
to
the
put me in this camp,
characteristics of the universe are simply necessary. Therefore, a
yeah,
reason
and
is
I'm
not
telling
needed.
you that that's not consistent. And I'm telling you that that's just not consistent
It's
with any type of
absolutely
science that we
consistent.
do.
Right now, you're trying to special plead.
How? Like
You're saying
according to
that
you,
you can
according to
say
you,
that
everything
this one thing. Go on.
according to you, everything that I do in the next 10 minutes it could not have been otherwise. I could not have drank the coffee. Or sorry, if I choose to drink tea over coffee, I had to choose tea over coffee. It could not have been otherwise. I'm telling you that this just isn't consistent with empirical reality. We cannot find any proof of this lining up with any sort of model, like any sort of thing that we have, like, right, like this just doesn't have any empirical evidence or data.
This is just an argument from incredulity. Right now, you're just saying it can't be this way.
And I could
Can you
say
go
your
ahead and
claim
give
to
an argument for why
incredulity
it can't be
is
that way? Why can't it be that
uh,
way?
Yeah, we take things, mathematicians, physicists, we take things to be true because of how it comports with reality. I'm telling you,
Hmm.
necessitarianism does not comport with reality.
Yeah, that's a claim. What's your evidence for that?
Sure, we don't look at science and discover something like quantum fields and say, oh, sure, quantum fields are just explained because they're necessary. Let's pack up, let's go home, let's celebrate, let's pop champagne. No, we look for explanations as to why spin up or spin down is a probabilistic effect. We look at explanations for why, you know, Goldbach's conjecture might be true. We look for explanations for these things, whether it be through proofs,
Goldbach's
whether it be
conjecture has
through
nothing to do with quantum mechanics. That's a weird thing to
I
throw in
gave you,
there.
yeah, it's a separate example. It's a separate example that I
Right, we're talking about quantum mechanics right now. That was your
sure. I mean, we
specific
don't have to
example.
stick. I mean, I can give multiple examples. Sure, we can stick to quantum, I guess. But my point is that we don't just discover quantum fields or discover that, like, for example, the Copenhagen interpretation. It perfectly gives us the ability to be able to ascribe some chance here. And I'm not at that level in my physics undergrad, but I mean, it gives us some ability to predict what's going on, but we don't just say, oh, yeah, we predicted it. It's necessary. Let's just go home, guys. Let's wrap it up. No, we look for further explanations, just as Einstein did. We look at for whatever's going on back there. I mean, we don't have models for something deeper that's going on with quantum physics. No, we look for explanations because
Well,
there
we have
seems
the
to
many
be
worlds, which is in direct contrast to the Copenhagen interpretation.
Yeah, and that further is a blow to the head to necessitarians because under necessitarianism, all these worlds, all those other worlds, you may as well just throw them away. They're not even relevant. The only thing that matters is this world. Everything's necessary from here, and it perfectly gives an explanation as to why these worlds rather than another because they're necessary. And that's what I'm saying is the issue with necessitarianism.
No, those possible worlds can still exist if the starting conditions were slightly different. We understand this from chaos theory.
Um, no, because you're saying that
So just
it's this world. It could not have been otherwise. So for you to say that other possible worlds could have existed just
no, the reason why this state of
seems
affairs has it obtained is because of the initial conditions.
uh yeah, but under your view there are no other worlds, right? It's just this necessary world.
No,
That's what necessary means. It could not have been otherwise.
no, that necessitarians can absolutely still believe in all possible worlds. This is just the one
Um,
that is
you
currently
haven't
obtained.
provided you haven't provided a good argument for that. I'm just waiting for it.
We need to go to modality of necessitarianism right now because you can't prove that determinism isn't
Hey,
true.
friends, I think right now we're probably at the point in the conversation where most of my particular audience no longer knows what's going on because we don't typically
Yeah,
do
this might be a
philosophy.
Phil Brotiner moment.
Yeah, if we could
Sorry, yeah,
either
sorry.
either try to put the conversation back in normal people words, or perhaps pick a different argument that would be helpful for at least our audience. There are some audiences like Ian's audience
Sure.
that would love this, but I when I get lost, I assume that the audience is starting to get lost as well.
Sure, sure, sure. Yeah, no, I mean, I told you at the beginning, I have huge respect for you. I think, I love the work you do. Yeah, but I love the work everybody here does. So, I mean, yeah, and this is kind of a for fun thing, like when it comes to these level of conversations, the most likely outcome is that nobody's going to have their mind, really changed in a dramatic way. So, I mean, this is just a for fun thing. So if you have other people, I'm happy you let me on this long, I enjoyed the conversation. So. Up
Well,
to you.
Zeno, I think you're a good faith debater, and I know you're trying out some arguments, and you're still on the believing side. And don't know what that. I used to believe in like a generic God, afterlife Christianity. But I think the holdup for me, and maybe you can kind of direct me a little bit, is I can't find a good reason to think that the universe once didn't exist, and that seems to be one of the greatest prerequisites to like needing a god, is to like something that needs to create the universe. So that's hurdle number one. Hurdle number two is if we just need something that's necessary and has the power of creation, I feel like we could probably just appeal to a naturalistic force that only has the powers of creation and call it a day. There's a necessary force that creates universes, and it seems much more simpler than saying, well, there's a necessary deity, because now we have to explain the deity's mind, will, emotions, if it has them, and why it
Right.
would create it all.
Right. Yeah. No, I mean, there's a lot I agree with there. I will say, I fully grant that that creation could have been eternal. Aquinas, I believe, maybe you know Aquinas better than me, but I believe he thought it could also go either way. So, I'm fine granting that the universe, I mean, in physics, this is what I'm going to have to do eventually when I start making models of the universe. I have to play with both infinite, infinite universes and, finite past universes as well. So, I mean, yeah, I'm agnostic to that as well. Sure. The second point, the problem, and I guess the reason I'm still staying on theism is, yeah, I mean, I grant that, maybe reality does fully boil down to a wave function. Sure. It just, to me, chances that that necessary thing is somehow personal, maybe not all good, maybe not, all perfect, maybe not all loving, but somehow like powerful enough just to make, things like life happen, us appreciating music, us doing mathematics, us having curiosity, just maybe. That's a little stronger under theism, just maybe. And I'm not saying, I'm going to know every single attribute and he's also going to be all loving and, he's also going to be his son who died for your son. Like, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that it seems to me for all these, special things that humans do, love cats, I don't know, music, all these cool things that we do, maybe, just maybe, the explanation is a little stronger under theism. And,
Well,
naturalist, go ahead.
how could we qualify if an explanation is more plausible? So when I talk to people in the philosophy realm, a lot of times they'll say, well, this explanation has more explanatory power. It certainly could have some explanatory power, but I'm not sure that explanatory power is a benchmark for me personally. I can invent an explanation for literally anything and say, well, it's got all the explanatory power, therefore it must be more likely, but I don't know if that actually increases the likelihood. Now, it might be true that if you invent something as your explanation and it doesn't actually explain it, well, then you have a problem because your invention doesn't actually
Right.
explain the problem. But just because you have something that can explain the problem, I don't think that increases the likelihood over another explanation. I think the explanations themselves need some sort of plausibility other than do they explain things.
Oh my gosh. If you asked me this, like, I don't know, 2 days ago, I would have had like a really good answer. But I got to be honest that this ain't like, I'm brain farting right now. I know this objection. I just cannot remember what the responses said. But it's a good one because I remember the guy who brought it up to me. He was one of the mathematician buddies I have. So yes, I need to read up on the fine tuning, especially because I was ready, for the contingency argument today. But
Right.
I'll write that down here. Here, if you could just for my own sake, why does why does a hypothetical explanation favor? Is that correct? Why does
Yeah,
a
I think that's kind of the question is why would one explanation be favored over another explanation, assuming both of them do actually explain the state of affairs.
both explain the yeah, fine tuning's the one I need to brush up on. The one I've been doing a lot of recently is the contingency, so I'll take a look at that later. I did want to say though, points for atheism. I was bringing up these classical theism questions in like another Discord for Christianity, and dude, let me tell you, like, whenever people say, "Oh, there's no hate like Christian love," oh my gosh, that's so true. Because I brought up these simple questions, and I had like pastors, people with PhDs, trying to like shit on me and say I'm logic is going to send me to hell, and hopefully I'm safe in hell with my logic. I'm like, oh my
Right.
gosh, yeah, you guys. this is points for atheism, whether you guys like it or not. Like,
Well,
that annoyed me.
that's been my experience when I was in Christianity. A lot of the Christians I knew were pretty hostile towards non-Christians because they're afraid, right? They're afraid that they're going to bring something up that kind of nullifies their worldview, and that's a scary thing to be confronted with. So, but it sounds like you're doing the actual work. Like you're willing to confront some of these ideas and figure out what the truth is and follow the truth wherever that truth might lead. So, like, huge W for actually having the intellectual curiosity to figure out the answers, even if the answers are unpleasant.
Yeah. No, I mean, it sucks, man. But I mean, I see why. Like, don't get me wrong. When I say I'm agnostic, it's for a very specific reason. I think theists have a lot of work to do as well. I think there's some really strong evidence for atheism. I will say that. But I mean, yeah. Also, last question, because I'm sure you have other people. This is all posted on YouTube, right? Because I would love to revisit this
Yeah, it'll be
if I
on
could.
my both my YouTube accounts, DZ Debates, and it'll also be on Deconstruction Zone.
Sure. Cool, man. Cool, man. Well, I appreciate the conversation. I know we got a little into the weeds, but
It's
it
okay.
was fun, man.
It is
And
fun.
thanks
Thanks for stopping
to
by.
yeah, thanks to Async as well. Even though we had butted heads a little bit, but
It
Yeah.
happens.
I appreciate that you're epistemically humble. Like you're open to different ideas. It was a good discussion.
yep. Yeah, likewise, man. Y'all take
All
care.
right. Cheers, Zeno. Take care.
Later.
Yeah, I talked to Zeno, I think, on Sunday with Unapologetic, and I wrote down that he was a nice guy. It seems to be kind of deconstructing his belief system. So certainly what's the word I'm going for? Certainly is inspiring to see people that are actually trying to figure out what the truth is, even though they might already have a belief, because what you believe could certainly be incorrect, which is how I became an atheist. Let me grab a couple of super chats,
Yeah.
friends. We'll get our next guest Matthew in here, and we'll keep rolling. Misha, thank you for the additional super chat. Jokes aside, the fact that Felix cannot seem to understand why his arguments are very bad suggests Justin is definitely punching down here, which makes it a bit sad. So hope he finds something better to do with his time. Agreed. And I know when talking to someone like Felix, it definitely is. The optics are obviously bad. You hope that you can engage with someone like Felix in a way that's helpful rather than derogatory, but it does become, at certain points, it does become difficult to do that. Harry, thank you for the super chat, friend. Says thank you for your hard work, Justin. You are doing a great service to mankind by showing the evil of Abrahamic religions. You are a deconstruction rock star and have helped me a lot. Thank you, good sir. Well, fuck, Harry, I really appreciate that. Thanks for letting me know. Thanks for supporting the stream. And when I started this channel, my goal was actually to help people. It wasn't just because like I was mad at God. I actually think that these religions are somewhat harmful and probably we need to do away with them. Gogi, thank you for the super chat. Ancient biblical song sung like Mary had a lamb. Happy appy, appy app, happy app, happy app, happy appy appy app. He helps kids all day. That's quite a song. Are you familiar with this one, Arpy?
Not at all.
This is brand new to me. I appreciate the song though. And Cogman11 says Romulus and Remus were only begotten of Father Mars. Remus died for our sins. True. One of them resurrected up in the heavens. I think one of them died for our sins. So Bertram, thank you for the hot air balloons. And P implies Q says thanks Zeno. Indeed, thank you Zeno. It looks like there's some formatting issues. Our TH got cut off there. I'll have to look at that. But yeah, huge W for somebody being intellectually curious for sure. I said Matthew was going to be coming in next, so let me get Matthew in here.
Any chance you can share the screen backstage?
Oh, you're not seeing it yet. Okay, 1 second. Yeah.
Nope.
Oh, the screen share turned off when I recycled my browser. I apologize. Let me send it back over there again. I'm working on another system for screen sharing other than this one, but this is what I've got for now. You should see it here in a second.
Okay, cool.
All right, should be good.
Yep,
All right.
it's up.
Let me grab Matthew real quick. I do need to do one thing before I do that. I got to copy something real quick because I'm going to put the next guest into a different scene number since you're in scene number 1. And I just want to make sure that we got everything set and ready to go. We put scene number 2 on the screen. And then we're going to send Matthew over to scene number 2. Oh, number two's gigantic. Hold on.
He's a big boy.
Oops. Should have sized it. All right, welcome in, Matthew. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Hey, I am 18, and I am a friendly. I listen all the time. I'm more than happy to come back soon another time if you want to get some opposition.
We are just talking to believers, but the last
Okay, cool.
Sunday of the month, I believe the 25th or 26th, I'll be doing a Q&A. Stop by and we'll chat.
I'm sorry, you said the last Sunday of the month?
Yeah.
Awesome. I will definitely do that. You're the man, dude. Have a good one.
Hey, thanks a lot. Cheers. Did Matthew echo a little bit for y'all or just me?
He didn't echo backstage.
Interesting. In the TikTok and YouTube audience, did you hear a little echo there? I think I know why, but I need to double check first, make sure
Yeah,
I'm not the
I
only one
wanted to
hearing it.
mention, your mic does sound like it's lower quality than it is in usual past weeks. Are you
Really?
sure you're using your Shure SM7B right now?
I should be, but I should double check as well. Give me 1 second to check on that. Mic is, yep, we're doing there. And then let me make sure my mic is set to the Elgato mic. Yeah, it is set. Is there background noise happening or is it just kind of quiet and crunchy or something?
It's just a lower bit rate. I actually
Oh,
did a spectral analysis earlier. You're coming in about 128 kilobits per second, whereas like usually you're
mm,
320.
that is what I've got it set to right now. I actually should increase the bitrate, shouldn't I?
Okay, cool.
Okay. So I made my own soundboard that runs. It's a long story. I did a website that is basically now my streaming companion. It does everything. It brings in guests. It tracks all my chats. It logs everything into a database. It tracks all my metrics. And I'm still working out some of the kinks in the soundboard, but I do have my mic default to a lower quality in my mixer. So I have to look at that and bring that up. I appreciate you letting me know. But yeah, you're right. When I use the typical mixer like the Elgato sound mixer, that does sound really good. That's a really good piece of software. But I'm trying to eliminate that so I can reduce the number of windows I have open because I'm using 4 freaking screens to do these streams because I got so much software running.
Oh
I'm trying
wow.
to get down to 3 and maybe one day get down to 2. We'll see. A man can dream. But what are you gonna do? I think next in line was going to be Knitfic Bot Factory and then AD in that particular order. And we're going to bring Gretchen back in here as well.
Yay.
Hey,
Welcome back, Gretch.
Hey, Gretchen.
I'm back. It's still necessary.
Absolutely. And Knitfic is trying to connect, but I'm getting the loading dots of doom over here. So we'll see. They were in the queue for a little while. Sometimes when they're in the queue and then they like leave, they drop. TikTok doesn't always remove them from the queue. So they just kind of hang out there as like ghost queue members. Our next in line, AD, dropped. I don't know where they went to. So AD is obviously not going to be next if AD is still hanging around. But we do have, we'll read some super chats if we don't get a guest here. I think Knitfic is going to not connect by the looks of it. Oh, well, AD did come back. So let me drop Knitfic. Their connection's not good enough to work this out apparently. We'll grab AD and then after that, if we don't have a guest, we'll read some super chats and wait for the chat to load up. Welcome in AD. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
I do believe in God. I'm a 37, yeah.
Awesome. And which God do you believe in?
Lord Jesus, the God of the Bible, basically.
Oh, cool, cool. Okay. Hey, what do you think is the best evidence or argument for the Bible God?
The Bible.
Okay, sure. What about the Bible would lead me to believe that the God contained within it is true?
Big. Hold on, sorry. I've just eaten some food. Sorry, I didn't know you
Take your time.
accepted me this quickly. So yeah, so the Bible basically is a big book that is a case of that it tells you where what God did at the start, in the middle, in the end, and so on, and it gives all these stories, what you possibly will call stories, but I call them actual real life things. and also prophecies as well. Um, so yeah, due to the Bible and what I've witnessed in my real life, I believe that that is the most truthful, and he is the person who I praise, basically.
Sure. So, you mentioned some items in the Bible that would be evidence of the biblical God. You're welcome to
Yeah.
pick whatever you want that you think is the most compelling. We can kind of talk about it and see where it leads. I'm pretty familiar with most of the biblical claims. So, which one do you think is the most powerful? What about the Bible would presumably demonstrate that the
Hey,
Bible is saying true things?
you're asking what part of the strawberry tastes sweeter, you know?
Hmm.
That's what I'm.
No, he's
So
not.
no, no, no. But there's so many things in the Bible that lead to so many things that basically even prophecies in the Bible
Sure.
actually
Can you
tell you
can you be
who
specific though?
God
So
is.
many. Can you pick one?
Um, uh, yeah, I can give one.
Sure.
So in Psalms, I'll have to try and find it. I'll get my Bible out and I'll try and find it. But in Psalms, it was prophesied in Psalms that there will be a man that came to us to forgive us of our sins, and the last words that will come out of this person's mouth is, God, why have you forsaken me? And then when Jesus died on the cross, I see you take that breath there, mate. It's all right.
I
I'll get my
I
evidence as well. Don't worry, don't
it's
worry.
Psalm it's Psalm
I'm just giving
22.
the claim right now. I'm not going into anything. I'm just giving the claim. Okay.
Yep.
So when Jesus said, "God, why have you forsaken me?" A lot of people thought, "Oh, it's Jesus saying, oh, why have you just not saved me?" You know, but it's
Uh-huh.
actually in Psalms. Um, and yeah, that's one that you couldn't predict that. You couldn't foresee that. You couldn't even try to make that be a case, you know. And it was, and that's just one out of I think it. What is it? Is it? I could be wrong here. About
Well,
400
I think my
different.
count for Jesus prophecies is at 0, but you're welcome to make the case for any that you want. The one you're specifically referring to now is Psalm 22, and we'll read
Yeah.
it, but I think that you're going to find that it doesn't maybe say what you think it says. But
Hold
I'm
on.
more than
Bear with
happy
me.
to
Bear
put
with
it
me.
onto the board.
Yeah. No, I'd like to get my Bible out as well because, like, I think that's the right thing to do.
Yeah, I agree. I think that probably the best place to start is what it says, right?
Yeah, 100%,
Yeah,
100%.
yeah.
But go for it, my friend. Go for it. Yeah, I
Sure.
found it. Psalms. Go for it.
Yeah, so we're all familiar with the opening of the psalm. My God, why have you forsaken me? Right? We're pretty familiar with this.
Hmm.
The part that you want to go to is typically verse 15, 16, and 17. And there's a couple of problems. I would start out, first of all, with number one, this is not a prophecy. This is a song of lamentation written presumably by King David. And laments aren't prophecies unless they're actually making some sort of prediction for the future. And the grammar of this particular psalm doesn't imply that it's anything for the future. In fact, it's all the present tense. Dogs are all around me. A company of evildoers encircles me. They bound my hands and my feet. I can count all my bones. These are all present tense statements that David's making about himself. Why would I think that this is a prophecy?
You're muted, AD.
I don't know if he muted himself on purpose or not, but
I do like I say when I go quiet, I'm just reading my Bible. I'm trying to go.
well, it's
I
okay.
don't want to
We
take things out of context. I like to go right into context. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah.
Yes.
I'm pretty
Yeah.
familiar with the
Sorry.
context, which is why I brought it up. The context is David's lamentation.
Yeah. No. No. I'm just reading through it now, like the whole thing, like because
Hmm.
there are certain points that I've probably not read, and I need to get them context of everything. That's all.
Hmm.
So that's why I go quiet because I'm trying to get all them things together and then try to then look back at when
Sure.
Jesus was sacrificed on the cross and because that's what we need at the end of the day. You know, if you're asking a genuine question, you know, if it's a case of you're just asking to kind of prove your point, then you can prove me wrong all day, any day. But if you're asking for a genuine question to ask about, well, I used to be a Christian, um, and I might want to know God again, but don't know.
Huh?
Was
I
that
have
a
an
question
analogy
or
I'd
a
like to.
statement?
Yeah, but why are you asking these questions? Are you asking these questions just to prove people wrong? Is that what it is?
I don't know what question you're referring to.
No, well, the thing is, like, I used so okay, I'll give my testimony. So I was brought up in a big
Oh, we
No,
church.
don't.
I was a
no
worship leader.
testimony. Read the
Okay,
prompt. It's your God is imaginary. Prove me wrong. You're supposed to be proving us wrong. Remember?
okay, that's fair enough. That's fair
How
enough.
about some of that? Show us where
Nope.
your Bible says that we're wrong.
Yeah, boots. That's fair enough. You know, you put me in my place, and I will. I'll. That's why I'm trying to look through my
Sorry.
Bible.
I do that a lot. My bad.
No, it's fine. No, it's a good thing because I go off on tangents so many times, and people just need to drag me back to the point.
It happens. So
Yeah.
I think the question that's at hand here is right. You think that Psalm 22 is a prophecy about Jesus. I've read Psalm 22. I'm pretty familiar with it. I don't think it is about Jesus. So I guess what we would need then is some sort of reason, from the text why we would think that it's a prophecy, and if it is a prophecy, why would we think that it's about Jesus?
But that's what I was reading because it talks about his bones not being broken, and they
Yeah.
weren't broken on the cross.
So
Well, when
my
the
bones haven't
way
been
how
broken.
say again, sorry.
My bones haven't been broken.
No, but in the psalm text, it talks about the lamb of this lamb of God, this sacrifice.
No, no, that you're confusing John 19 and Exodus 12. Here it doesn't say anything about broken bones. It
No, no,
says
no, and this is in
it says that
Psalms.
I can
Oh,
I can
why
count
have
all
I
my
lost
bones.
it? Jeez, hold on. I'm trying to go back to it because it's my Bible tells me where it links to, and then I go to where it links to,
Hmm.
and then get the other side of it. Because again, a lot of other people say, "Oh, well, what does that mean in that situation?" And so I have to then give that answer. But oh, I'm just trying to find it. Bear with me. Sorry. But it did say that his bones would not. Oh, it's not his bones would not be broken, but in my brain it was his bones would not be broken. And on when you were sacrificed on a cross, your legs will be broken to make sure that you would
But
die.
but that's not part of Psalm 22. That's a reference to Exodus 12, which is the Passover instructions. So we can talk about that prophecy next, but we
Hmm.
do right now we're on Psalm 22.
Yeah, that's fair enough. It's fair enough.
Hmm.
That's why I went on. That's why I went on mute because I was reading to
Oh,
myself.
sure.
I'm dyslexic, by the way, so it takes me a bit of time to kind of
Take your
read through
time.
things. Yeah,
Yeah, go ahead, take your time.
but I just didn't want to be like that kind of awkward silence in the middle.
It happens. We're not in a rush. If you need to read through it a little bit, go ahead and read through it, and we'll talk about it when you're ready.
Yeah, is that okay? Give me like 2 minutes. I've found it again.
Sure. Yeah.
I'm just gonna have a quick read from top to
Hmm.
bottom.
Hmm.
I need to turn my light on because I'm blooming blind.
Fair enough.
Yeah, won't be a minute, mate. Won't be a minute.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, while you're reading that, I'll read a couple super chats.
Typically in crucifixion, the cause of death was asphyxiation because the arms over the head, and it doesn't really matter if your legs are broken or not. Just saying.
And there are tendons that can be disabled that would, render the same result as having broken legs.
So, yeah, typically if they needed to kill you faster, they would just find a way to quicken the asphyxiation, which means you would, typically break the legs, cut a tendon, something like that. Same reason why you would hamstring a horse in war, although the poor fucking horses getting hamstrung in the Bible's
Mm-hmm.
horrific. God's violence against
No
horses
reason.
is rough. Fishbait, thank you for being here, friend, and thank you so much for the $50 super chat. Huge W. I agree with you that explanatory power isn't a good benchmark. Predictive power is where it's at. Actually, I agree with you. Predictive power is good. Theism thinks they have an explanation, but no predictive power to tell us anything useful. Science is like x1 equals x0 plus v0t, bitches. Yeah, that's the cool thing about science. Science will say because of this particular fact, or hypothesis, we should be able to expect this result. And then we can go test for that result. And the funny thing is, hey, we get that result quite a bit. So that's the fantastic part about math and science. Danger Will says, "Did you get our mug? Respect my personal space." Well, not yet. Well, I went to the mailbox on Tuesday. So if it came after Tuesday, I didn't get it yet. Usually I get a notification from UPS though. If I get new stuff in my box, I'll double check to see if it's there. Thank you for sending the promo mug though. And Meek Lot, thank you so much for the $100 super thanks. I don't see a message that came with it. It might have been an unknown sticker, but thank you
Damn.
for the 100 Aussie dollars. Huge W. Let's get 100 W's here
Big
for
W.
Mick Lot. And I believe if you say that fast enough, you might get a hidden message. Thank you so much for supporting the stream, Fred. Oh my goodness. Bacon and Bush also in the house again. Says theist calls into atheist live streaming saying the Bible is the evidence that proves the Bible. Next up, trees. Look at them. You know what? I do have to be careful. Last time I went to the woods, it got a little bit shaky. I nearly converted to believing in God again. I am holding out strong though right now. Trying to. AD, did you find what you needed?
Once we get
You
through the
stuck?
biblical historicity of this, I have an analogy I'd like to bring up, but
Sure.
I don't want to derail.
I think AD is still reading.
I mean, it's only 31 verses.
Okay, what's your analogy? Because that's better than dead air. Just don't listen, AD. Keep reading.
All right,
Yeah.
so AD is trying to say that because Jesus knows a famous quote from text that he absolutely would have had access to, that this somehow counts as a prophecy. That'd be like me. I have a small child, and when he grows up, it'd be like if he and I are having a fight, and he says, "You killed my father," and I go, "No, I am your father." That doesn't mean that like Star Wars was a prophecy for that interaction that we just had. It just means that I'm aware of the media that contained the specific quote, and I simply referenced it.
Sorry about that, guys.
Oh, welcome back,
Thanks for
buddy.
giving me some time. Yeah, cheers, mate. Yeah, so again, when I was talking about the broken bones of Jesus, yeah, you 100% right. It's in John, that is. But the issue is there are so many more things in Psalms that talk about his clothes being ripped from him and taken away and so on. Like the issue is, if it was a case of that this person just read Psalms and said, "This is what I'm going to do to kind of prove this point," even though these people hated him, the Romans hated him. The Romans thought he was blasphemous. There was
Okay,
only
so
one son of God in in Rome, which was Julius Caesar. You know.
okay, so what's the problem here? So like when in the ancient world, when you were like captured by your enemies, typically they would bind you or they would harm you in certain ways, and they would typically take all your clothing and your possessions. We see this in the writings of Josephus. We see it written in the ancient um, what's the word I'm looking for? Vassal treaties between the various countries. So, like Esarhaddon of the Neo-Assyrian Empire had a vassal treaty with Tyre, and in that vassal treaty, it included a curse. One of those curses is that your enemies would divide your clothing, which is what you would expect if their enemies attacked them and were able to overcome them. And we see it also even in the Bar Kokhba rebellion. We read in about 134 to 136 during the Bar Kokhba rebellion, after the enemies were defeated, Rome would take their clothing and basically gamble for it. So it seems like this is kind of like stock imagery in the ancient world for what happens when you get captured by your enemies, which is what David's talking about. David's talking about being captured by his enemies.
Yeah, but the thing is, what was Jesus? What was Jesus's conviction? Why
Well,
was he convicted?
Well, he was
But
convicted on
forget
two
Jesus. We're
accounts.
talking about Psalms 22, right?
Hmm.
That's David. There weren't even Romans then.
Yeah, but this is what I'm trying to get at is that even when these crucifixion wasn't even a thing when Psalms was written, and it was written in Psalms that this would
Well,
be the thing.
it doesn't mention crucifixion in the psalm.
It does.
Where's
Where's
that?
It doesn't.
no that his no it mentions his hands and feet will be nailed upon. Oh, where's it gone?
Not going to be in
Like
Psalm
lions?
22.
But would you agree that it does state that his hands and feet will be nailed?
No, it doesn't say that.
That's about Justin.
Well, it is in Psalm. I need to start
Sorry.
using. I need to start using these bookmarks more prominently.
So,
um,
unfortunately, what you're envisioning is not actually in the Psalms. It might be that somebody told you it was there, but it's not there.
hold on. Uh,
He might be referring to verse 16. They bound my
on his
hands
hands
and
and
feet, but that's
feet.
a stretch.
That's what he wants to refer to. But unfortunately, the original text doesn't say anything like that. So the original text has basically two variants. One is ka'ari in Hebrew, which means like a lion. The other is ka'aru, which is not actually a word, unfortunately, in Hebrew. It's something that's either misspelled. And there's two options for what the original word could have been. It could have been ka'ari, which is a very likely scribal error because the yod at the end of the word is very common to find it accidentally elongated. A yod has a short tail, a vav has a long tail. And in scribal history, it's very common for the tail to grow accidentally, and people confuse a yod for a vav. If it's kara, which means to dig, well, it's just weird because why? First of all, karu, the ending of it is just a conjugation for third masculine singular or third masculine plural past tense. But the second letter, the aleph, would have no reason to be there. There's no aleph in the word kara. So that means the author of the
No,
text would have had to spuriously just add a letter after the kaf, and that's not likely. So the original word was probably like a lion, which is why most of the Masoretic tradition just says like a lion at my hands and my feet. And there's no good reason that the word pierce would be in this text.
deconstruction. Can I ask what Bible you use in there to
I'm using
to show
the
us?
NRSV, and this Bible is translating it this way because it's got early Aramaic and early Greek support that says they bound my hands and my feet.
Well, it's in other it's in other Bibles that says is pierced by my hands and
So
my feet.
yeah, but it's not in the Hebrew, is what I'm saying at all ever. If your Bible translation says pierced, it's doing apologetics. It's not doing translation.
Yeah, but what happened to Jesus though?
What happened to Jesus is irrelevant. The question is, what does this word mean? The word for pierced in Hebrew is dakar. It doesn't show up here. The
It's kind of
unfortunate
hard
truth
because
is
it's kind of
the
like you're saying, oh well, because it says bound, it didn't happen, even though it's in not
what
biblical
didn't happen.
historical documents.
I
Like
don't know what you're referring
actual
to.
scientists who are not Christians know a man called Jesus was crucified on a
So
cross.
what? I know Jesus. I think he was crucified too. It's meaningless to whether or not Psalm 22 is a prophecy about crucifixion.
Well, the unfortunate thing is I don't know. I don't know Hebrew. I don't know what
Mm,
Hebrew language is and so on. I can't go into the depths of it.
mm.
You know.
Right.
So you don't think it's possible that Christians later on actually knew of what happened to Jesus and it might have colored their translation of the
Not at
original
all. Not
Hebrew
at all. No,
scriptures?
no, no, not at all.
Really?
Yeah, because what happened when he rose from the dead? Who did he go to first?
That depends on
And
which
I
gospel
know
you
we've
read, doesn't it?
completely gone from a different point there. I do apologize. I'm not. But who did he go to first? He went to women. Who were the less trusted people? The women. Sorry.
You mean
You muted. I
he?
think.
Yeah,
So
Justin,
the
you're mute.
Oh, sorry. The women typically would have been who you expected to be at the tomb because women were typically in charge of
Hmm.
spicing and dressing the body. So what we're seeing with the women in the gospel story is what you would expect. If it just had Jesus rising from the dead and men going to the tomb to spice the body, then the story would be silly.
No, but it would give more because women weren't trusted. You
So,
know, if you went to women and women said this, they'll be like, no, we don't believe you.
well, that's what happened in the
That's so
story.
true.
The women
Exactly.
saw Jesus and they didn't trust the women, but the story wouldn't make sense if men went to the tomb. That's why the story plays out
Yeah,
exactly the way you would
but who
expect if you're
but
writing a
then but then
story,
who
which is
went
that
to
the
him? But
women
who
went to the
went to him?
tomb, they didn't believe the women, and then the women went directly to, or the men went directly to where Jesus was.
What about like when his disciples came to him and doubting James,
Thomas.
doubting Thomas?
Hmm.
Is it doubting Thomas?
Thomas, yeah. It's in Gospel of
Sorry,
John.
yeah. Yeah, doubting Thomas then, and he was
Hmm.
like, I need to touch it, the holes in his hands to
Yeah.
believe, and so on.
Hmm. What about it?
To me, it just seemed you can't have all these historical textures that's not even a part of the Bible that agree to all these things.
I don't know what you
Even in
mean.
the Romans, what's a Roman? There's a Roman. Uh, which one is it now? Bear with me. Basically, it was a Roman kind of texture that had nothing to do with believing in Jesus, but it actually confirmed that he had died on this cross.
What do you mean by texture? I don't know what you refer to. What's a texture?
I'll have to find it.
Are you
It's something like
Is he trying to talk about the
is he
writing?
combining text and scripture? I think
No,
he's
no,
combining text and
it was
scripture.
basically an historical texture that
So
basically said this.
I agree that Jesus was crucified. I don't know how any of this has to do with his resurrection. A lot of people were crucified.
Yeah, but okay, put it this way then. So why would they bound his feet if he was crucified? They would have
Be,
nailed his feet.
but
They would have
but
nailed his
again,
hands.
Psalm 22 is not about Jesus. It's about David.
No,
That's
it's
why.
not.
Yeah, it is.
No,
David
it's
wrote it.
not.
It literally says so at the beginning of it.
Oh my God. I had
It
everything in
literally
front of me.
says, "To the leader, according to the deer of the dawn, a psalm of David." Right? So it's pretty clearly and contextually just a psalm that David wrote about his own struggles. Why would I think that it's something more than that?
But how did David die then?
Well, this isn't about David's death
But why are you saying it's about David if David didn't die on the
because
crucifix?
David wrote it and it doesn't say anything about dying in crucifixion.
But why would he say my hands are tied and my feet are
For,
bound?
for the same reason why he said he's surrounded by lions, because he's
But he
talking
was
about
surrounded by lions.
he wasn't surrounded by lions and he wasn't surrounded by cows of Bashan either, or bulls of Bashan, right? His bones weren't literally out of joint and his heart wasn't literally wax, right? These are like poetic statements about his present state of affairs. This is
So
not a
you're
literal
saying that
statement
David
about
wrote
his
this,
death.
but
He didn't say that
okay,
he died here.
so yeah, but so this is about David, about his hands being bound and his hands being tied.
It is
Where does
clearly
that
about
come to
David.
play anywhere in the Bible?
It doesn't right here in Psalm 22.
Yeah, but no.
But does the Bible have to say everything twice for it to not be true, or for it to be true, or can it just say it once?
No, but it's a prophecy on
But
who
why?
God as the
It's
incarnation as a
Why
human
would
is
we
going to
think that it's a
be.
prophecy?
not.
Because
It's in
it
the past tense.
Yeah, it's not
okay,
even
so
in the
when
future
did
tense.
David say, Father, why have you forsaken me?
Psalm 22,
Have you forsaken? That is past tense.
Yeah, and what's he talking about?
being
That's
captured in
David talking to
battle.
God.
A sacrifice of a person that is
No,
in, well, not in your Bible, who
No.
is pierced by the feet and the hands
it
as
doesn't
a
say pierced.
sacrifice.
It doesn't say
Was
sacrifice
David
either.
sacrificed?
It
Was
doesn't say
David
sacrifice.
sacrificed?
It doesn't say sacrifice in Psalm 22.
But was David pierced, or was David hung up and
It doesn't.
strung up by
It doesn't.
his feet
It
and
doesn't
hands?
say. It doesn't say pierced, and it doesn't say
Doesn't
hung up
say hung
either.
up.
But you're saying he was bound by his feet and his hands. Was David
I'm.
bound by his feet and his
I'm not.
hands?
First of all, I didn't say he was bound by his hands. I'm saying that the NRSV says he was bound by his hands. I personally don't like the translation bound. I prefer like a lion, but the NRSV has a good reason for using bound. Nevertheless, what it's not is piercing. It's absolutely not piercing. And yes, he was actually chased away, and if from what we can tell, captured in war at some point, or at least nearly captured in war. Fuck, he was almost nearly killed by his father-in-law at one point. So when David tells you that, listen, I've got this situation where I'm in fucking dire consequences, well, that means David's in a dire consequence. Just because he didn't say it twice in another book doesn't mean it didn't happen.
But the Psalms is talking about a prophecy of God coming.
No, it
But
isn't.
why would we
Here it
think that,
is.
though? Why would we think that?
Let me. Jeez, let me get my Bible out again. Sorry. By the way, when I say jeez, I'm not like kind of
You're
being like
killing the
frustrated.
linguist in me, AD. You're killing me.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, it's not a case. Like, the thing is, you take it on all respect. I'm not trying to disrespect you because I never want to drag people towards
No.
God. I want them to find them themselves. And what you said before, deconstructive, is that you were a Christian prior to
Mm.
this,
Yep.
and so on. And so was I. I was a Christian
Mm-hmm.
prior, and then I left God, went into science, had big arguments with my mum and dad, and then somehow God just came back into my life again. I can give my testimony, but I don't want to, kill
Nope.
the mood at all.
Yeah. It's
So
unfortunately testimony doesn't do much for any of us, right?
testimonies can do lots with people, but
Not for us.
I think on TikTok Live, I don't think it's. I think it'd probably get like 10% of people and people understand it, but I'm not trying to do that. I'm not trying to. I don't want to force the horse to. I don't
We
want to
get
force the
it.
horse to
You
water,
grow up
basically.
in the church, you feel a certain type of way, you start thinking for yourself, and then eventually you get nostalgic for the days when you were a kid and life was good and everything was
Oh
taken
no,
care of.
it's
You felt like you
no
had
no
an
base
imaginary sky
no
daddy.
base.
We get
So
it. We've all been there. It's not real.
no, mate. I was the person that taught everybody
Go back.
everything.
Let's go
I
back to the
was
book.
in my church. In my church, I was the worship leader. I taught people guitar,
You're
drums,
testifying.
bass.
Let's go. Book.
Cheers. Yeah, it's all right. It's
Thank
all
you.
good. It's all good. Yeah.
You told me to keep you on track.
Yeah, no,
Did
it's
you
fair
think I
enough.
wouldn't?
I respect it. I don't hate you for it. I do not hate you for it at all. Um,
You can't. I'm necessary. Just saying.
just going back.
W
So on.
necessary Gretchen.
But Psalms is a prophecy of who Jesus will be, of who
But
God's son will be.
But that's what you have to demonstrate still yet, right? You haven't been able to demonstrate that. You can make the claim, but I could easily just say, well, no, the Psalms are about Joseph Smith, right? There needs to be some work ahead of time to demonstrate that that claim should be believed.
But who is it about then? Who is the person that's bound
It's
with the hands and
it's
feet?
about David. That's why
David.
David said it about
But
himself.
where is it? Where is it in the Bible? It says David was
It's
bound by his
it's in
hands and feet.
Psalm 22.
No.
It's David talking about him getting his ass kicked in a battle
Yeah,
because his God abandoned him.
right.
So why is that in the Bible?
Because it's what happened. That's why.
So if you guys are saying that it's about it, this is solely about David getting his ass kicked and God abandoned him, and
Yeah,
then the Bible is brought out and it's basically saying, oh yeah, no, well I abandoned all my people. So
that's
yeah, this is who he
it's
is.
not about all of God's people. It's about David specifically.
It's just about David.
But it's not. It's a prophecy. It is a
Why?
prophecy.
But why would we
It's
think it's a
not.
prophecy when there's no language in here that would let you believe it's a prophecy? It's
No,
just
because it does
this
say.
is what
It
happened to
does say
me.
because it talks. Oh, hold on. I'm trying to find it again. I got a really small Bible, by the way. So come on. If you guys want to talk, by all means, go for it.
Yeah, I mean, we're pretty familiar with the prophetic psalms, and you already know the issue that we're going to have. The issue that we have is that
And
there's nothing in the context or the language or the grammar that would lead one to believe that it's prophetic. It seems like you the way that you're justifying it to be a prophecy just because you want it to be a prophecy, but we're going to need something more than that.
Yeah, right now if you squint, it's vaguely Jesus shaped. We need
Yeah.
more than the vagary. Also,
I mean, if it's a
Justin, people in the
prophecy,
YouTube
it
chat are
has to
saying that they
be
can't hear me.
written.
Right? There's like a format for prophecies,
This,
right? Like X, Y, and Z is going to happen, or thus saith the word of the Lord, and then the word of the Lord talks about something happening in the future, but we don't have any of that here.
I mean, let's be honest. Nostradamus wrote better prophecies than anything in the Bible.
Might be the case. Anyone else remember in the 90s when like every grocery store checkout aisle had like a magazine, a tabloid about Nostradamus' predictions? That was a wild time to be alive.
Yeah, my mom had like a 1 month crisis over the fact that he named Hister instead of Hitler, and she was all in on the fact that, oh my God, this man was a
It's
genius.
pretty wild.
Okay.
Was this when the National Enquirer was a lot more popular, kind of pushing those kind of stories?
Oh yeah, it was in every grocery store on your way out and every check stand. You couldn't get
Yeah.
away from it back then.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's going to be hard to kind of come to a conclusion to talk about it, because I'm not saying it in a bad way, I'm not saying it as though you're being horrible to me or anything like that, or horrible to my faith or religion. But everything that's written in Psalm 22 is a prophecy. It's
But
nothing to do with David. It's
but
nothing to do with.
why would we think that? What in the text itself
Yeah.
would lead one to believe that? Because when I read the text, it says exactly what I said it said. Where can I find where it says
No,
what you said?
yeah, but so first of all, okay, again, I'm not coming out this in, because a lot of people then start going really, really kind of like, oh, well, you said this, I said that. I'm just giving what I'm saying right now. So when you said his hands were tied, or his hands, there's nothing to do with anything like that with David's kind of
It
situation at
does.
that moment in time.
Yeah,
No,
it's in Psalm
no, it
22. He says
doesn't.
it. He just says it in
It's
Psalm
No,
literally
22.
David writing it.
no. Well, when did David's garments get
I
released to other
just told
people?
you in Psalm 22.
No, when did David's garments get
Just
released to other
told
people?
you in Psalm 22.
So who stole David's garments? Who took David's
His
garments away from him?
The
obviously
people
his
that captured
captors.
him in battle.
No, they did.
Well, he said that they did.
They did.
Did you not read when he was in enemy territory, when he had to escape Saul and he was holed up in Ziklag and he became a mercenary for what, like 3 or 4 years?
So what you're saying is David is prophesying his own downfall, basically.
It's not a prophecy at all. There's
But
nothing in here that's
yeah, but
prophetic. He's saying
spoken.
this is what has happened to me. That's it.
No, it's not.
That's what it says. It
So
literally says,
when was it?
it
Yeah, but
literally
when was he
says,
tied?
my
Well,
God, why
okay,
have
I'm
you forsaken
okay.
me? You is God,
Yeah,
me is
hold
David.
on, hold on,
It's
hold on. So
about
when
David.
so in my Bible, the feet were pierced and the hands were pierced. Okay, you're saying they were tied. Okay,
I'm
so
not saying they're
when were
tied. What I'm
David's
saying is they were not pierced.
okay? So when were David's hands tied?
Again, when he was captured in battle.
In which battle? You tell me which battle
Well,
it was.
Psalm 22 doesn't specify which battle. In fact, not a single one of David's war psalms tells you which battle he's referring to.
Yeah, because it's not a war song.
It is.
It's
He literally
definitely not a
says
war
I'm sorry, do
that
you
song.
he's
have some sort
surrounded
of
by his
information where
enemies.
you're
But the issue,
aware
yeah,
of
yeah,
all
but
the
the issue
battles
is,
David ever
hold on,
fought?
but hold on. The issue is here is that what you're saying is that he's talking about something that's not written down,
No, it is
and the
written down.
things that
It's in
are
Psalm
written down.
22.
Hold on, yeah, but the things that are written down, you're saying it's not to do with that, and so it's a case then of right.
About
Well,
what? I'm saying it's not to do with Jesus because he tells you what it's to do with. It's to do with
So
himself.
why did Jesus say, God, why have you forsaken me?
Because he was in a similar situation. He was getting his ass kicked by the Romans, and the Lamentations of David were very popular in the first century because the Jewish people went through centuries and centuries of getting their asses kicked. So they were actually pretty familiar with David's Lamentations. This is among one of the more powerful ones. Jesus was literally on
Okay.
a cross just saying, my God, why have you forsaken me?" Allowing people to understand that he feels abandoned the same way David felt abandoned when he penned the psalm. Jesus himself doesn't even say that this is a prophecy. You're putting that on Jesus, not me.
No. It's a prophecy because it's in the Bible.
That
But the
doesn't make
thing
it a
is,
prophecy.
okay.
Just because it's in the
But
Bible
Everything in
doesn't
the
mean
Bible is a
yeah, but
prophecy?
the thing is that
was
we
Lot sleeping with
cannot
his
then
daughters a prophecy?
the thing is you then cannot deny the fact that when Jesus said, God, why have you forsaken me? And then you go, oh well, it's because David said, why have you forsaken me? Well, what else happened with David in that time period? Because
We just
Jesus
told you.
was no. The prophecy is okay. So this happened in a period of a day, okay, with Jesus, when he was his garments were taken from him. He was crucified upon a cross, and he said, "God, why have you forsaken me?" Yeah,
Uh-huh.
that happened in a day, and that is in the Bible. You're
I
basically
I
saying,
agree,
no,
it is
no,
in the
hold on,
Bible,
hold on,
but
hold on.
what you can't do is demonstrate how it has anything to do with Psalm 22.
Because it's a prophet.
Again, it's not a
It's
prophecy just
not.
because you want it to be. You have to give me a reason from the context, the genre, the grammar to think that it's a prophecy. It can't just be a prophecy
But
because
again,
you want it to be.
I've asked you. So you said, oh no, it's about David. This, yeah, and in my Bible is that his hands and his legs are pierced. Then you said no, it's tied or there's been
But
like some sort
again,
of
it
rope
doesn't matter
tied.
if it's tied or bound or
So
like
where
a
does it say that in
lion.
anywhere else?
The
Where does
the
David say
reality
that
is that
anywhere?
it doesn't say pierced, and David doesn't have to say it twice for it to be true. And I've said it 5 times,
No,
which
but
is why it's weird to me that
from
you're
what
not
but from
addressing
what
it.
but
Which is specifically, David doesn't have to tell the same story twice for it to be about David. That's not how literature works.
But no, but the thing is, you're using something to kind of prove your point, and then when I'm trying to prove it against you, you're going, "Oh no, well that's not the case."
Well, I gave you the reason why it's not the case. The reason why it's not the case is because grammar and genre exist. If a prophecy is a prophecy, first of all, you have to know it's a prophecy. Number two, it has to be clear. Actually, it has to be predicting something, which this is
It's
not.
very clear. It's very
It's
clear.
not clear at all. It's not clear at all that it's prophetic because it's all events that have already occurred.
So again, when did David get tied up by the
I
hands and
just
feet, and
told
where
you
was
when
it
he was
written?
captured by his enemies, which is what he wrote about in Psalm 22.
Uh, but he wasn't
Do
bound
you
by his
think the
hands and his
Bible is a
feet.
history
He's
book?
not talking about himself. He's talking about
He
the
is
true God
talking
that's going
about
to come.
himself. He's certainly not talking about Jesus, that's for sure.
That's fair
Did
enough.
people
That's
know
fair
this
enough.
was a
You know,
prophecy
I think
before Jesus
it's fair to
existed?
say. You know, I'm not. You know, the thing is, I'm not here to kind of shout God's word at you or anything like that. But it's a case of that if you just don't agree with it, that's fair enough. I can't force you to agree with it. I wouldn't want to
The
Well,
force you to
problem
agree
the
with it.
problem here, AD, is that you're reading this book with your feelings and we're just
No,
reading the words on
I'm
the
reading it
page.
by word.
but you can't
No,
find
you're
me the
not.
word that would lead one to believe it's prophetic. You're just
Yeah, but
asserting
the
that
issue,
it is.
If if it's a
deconstructed.
prophecy, it'll say things like I shall or they will or God will. This will happen. That's a prophecy. Saying those dudes fucked me up. That's a that's complaining to God. He's crying to God because God let him down. That's what's happening here. You can see that, right?
No, I can't see
That's
that
how
at
language
all.
works.
It's like it literally just says it. Like it's just right there in the text.
It doesn't say it though, because it
It
doesn't say anywhere in the
it actually
Bible or
it does say
in
it.
historical documents that David was bound by his hands and his feet.
So what? It says it in Psalm
Okay,
22.
historical documents don't even prove that David ever existed.
No, but
Well, that's
historical
actually not the
documents prove
case.
that Jesus Christ
Um,
died by being crucified on the
that's
cross.
adorable, and we agree that he died. The question is whether or not Psalm 22 predicted it.
But that's what I'm saying, though. So you're saying, yes, we accept this, but then when you can't give me proof on the other, it's a case of
Because
that. Oh, well, we're just gonna move
because
the
we're not
move the
because
goalpost.
because again, your proof that you're looking for is unreasonable and silly. A person doesn't have to write about a situation twice for the thing to be a true statement. Do you think that everything David ever wrote about in the Psalms is recorded in the book of Samuel?
I don't know because I
Well,
wasn't there at the
because
time.
because by your same logic, if it wasn't written in the book of Samuel or in the book of Chronicles and David said it in the Psalms, it means it just didn't happen.
Not necessarily, no. No, it's
But that's
what God wanted to be in His book.
well,
It's
that would
God's
be
book. It's the
that's the
Bible.
implication of your expectation. Your expectation is if David says something in the Psalms and then it doesn't show up in the historical books, it just didn't happen.
I can respect where you're coming from, but from a person of religion, I'd say you're wrong. But
What?
like,
But
I'm
you
not
can't.
saying you're wrong as in your. By the way, I'm not saying you're wrong as in you're worse than me, you're below me. No, not at all. Me and you are the same people.
But you can't give me a coherent reason why your view is
But I
correct, other
did, though.
than.
I did. I
But you
did.
didn't.
Because
And I
I then
explained to
said
you.
I gave the
I explained
prophecy.
to you
So the
why it's not coherent,
yeah,
and
but
you
the
you have it.
prophecy.
You have yet to
Hold
address it.
on.
In fact,
It's
I'll
not a
put.
prophecy.
I'm gonna put a notepad on the board because I think the reason why this is gonna get tedious is because you're not actually addressing what I'm saying. So we're gonna say
But
point number one. What I'm gonna say is point number one is actually going to be question. So question number one is going to be, does a story or event need to show? Oop, here we go. Show up two times in the Bible for it to be true. This is
mhm.
just yes or no.
Well, no, it doesn't need to show up two or more times because it's the
Okay,
word
so
of
then
God.
the answer is no. Okay, so then the conclusion
Yeah.
is the Bible can say something happened once and it's still
Yeah.
true. Okay,
Yeah.
now in Psalm 22, does the events of Psalm 22 show up in the Bible once or twice?
Can you repeat that again? Sorry.
Does David's recitation of his struggles in war show up in the
Yeah.
Bible twice or once?
Well, if we're going from Psalms 22, then once.
Oh, but you said previously that something can show up in the Bible just once and then it would still be true.
Yeah.
So why would we expect that Psalm 22 is not about David, since it shows up and David clearly says it's about him?
Because the things that David talked about didn't happen to him.
Why would you think that? He said it did.
He didn't. Tell me
He
where it
just
said it happened to him.
he just did. Did you not read the psalm with me?
No. But
We'll read it
when
again.
was his
So
garment?
David
Hold on.
says,
When was his garments taken from
"I
him?
am poured out like water." Who's the I?
I will be God.
Why? It's David speaking.
No,
It
it's a
literally says at the
psalm.
beginning, "A
It's a
psalm
psalm.
of David." Yeah, by David. David wrote the
Yeah.
psalm. To the leader
Yeah.
according to the deer of the dawn. So this is what happens. David wrote a ton of psalms, and then he would give them to the choir leaders, and then he would tell them which songs, which musical accompaniments to play the psalm to, because they would have default musical accompaniments, and then you would take the lyrics and you would
Yeah.
just apply
Yeah.
them to whatever the music was. That's why it says to the leader of the choir, according to the deer of the dawn, that's the musical accompaniment, a psalm of David. So David wrote a psalm to be sung by the musical accompaniment of the deer of the dawn. And
Mhm.
it starts out, my God, why have you forsaken me? Why would I think that this is about anyone other than David?
But carry on reading. Carry on reading from there.
yeah, I can read the whole thing. My God, I cry by day, but you do not answer, and by night I find no rest. Yet you are holy, enthroned on the praises of Israel. In your ancestors trusted, they trusted, and you delivered them. Is that past tense or future tense?
No, it's future tense. Yeah.
No, in your
Wait,
ancestors,
what?
in you, our ancestors trusted. That's past tense. They trusted, and you delivered them. That's past
Hmm?
tense, my friend.
Okay.
Okay, so this is David speaking. I am but a worm, not a human, scorned by others, despised by people. All who see me mock me. They sneer at me. They shake their heads. Commit your cause to the Lord. Let him deliver. Let him rescue the one on whom he delights. Who is the person that the Bible says God delighted in? It's David.
It wasn't, because David was not a great man.
It was
He
David.
wasn't.
I
Did you
mean, I
So
not
you're
agree
sa-
with David
read?
not being a great man, but
so you're saying that David was this perfect man that God rested everything upon him.
no, he was not
No,
perfect.
he was not
But
perfect,
God
but the
kept saving
Bible
him again and again and again after punishing him again and again and again.
Whoa,
the
hold on,
Bible
hold on.
clearly says that David was one after God's own heart. Psalm 2 Samuel 22 says, "He brought me out into a broad place. He delivered me because he delighted in me."
Yeah, that's what God does to us.
Okay, so the one that God delights in is David, who the one who wrote the psalm.
No, it's not.
It's
Oh,
literally,
ah.
did God delight in David? Yes or no? The answer is yeah. He says it again in Psalm 18. In fact, says, "He brought me out into a broad place. He delivered me because he delighted in me."
Yes, because
So
God
God,
will give. No, God will give His grace to
so
somebody who submits.
did God delight in David?
Yes, because
Okay,
David submitted himself to Him.
you got
It
it. Okay,
wasn't a
so
case of. It wasn't a case of that David was a perfect person.
I didn't say that. So again, the one who took delight, the one who was taken delight in, was David. Commit your cause to the Lord, let him deliver, let him rescue the
Okay,
one in whom he delights. The Bible says that God delights in David. David is the one who wrote this psalm. Everything about the context of this psalm points directly to David.
okay.
So why would I think that this is about somebody other than David when he says he wrote it and the context of the psalm matches David's life and the language in the psalm, the titles match David's life?
Have you noticed that God makes people write things thinking it's about their own life when it's
Nope.
actually about something bigger?
Nope, not at all.
Nope. But that's the thing. You can't prove that David was bound by somebody.
I
David wasn't
don't
crucified.
I don't
David didn't
need
have
to.
nails put in his
Well, this
feet and
doesn't
his
say anything
hands.
about crucifixion or nails.
Okay, so okay, bound then. When was David bound?
Obviously, when he was captured in battle, which is what happens when you capture military leaders in battle, which is
So
what he's talking
it should
about
be in the Bible then.
in
It should be in the
why?
Bible then.
It is. It's
That's the
in Psalm
case.
22. Psalm 22 is in the Bible.
No, no, no.
So
It's
Psalm 22 is not in the Bible.
no. Psalm 22 is definitely in the Bible.
Okay, did the events of Psalm 22 happen?
It definitely did.
Okay, so that means what David described in Psalm 22 happened.
But the thing is, he's saying what your version is that his hands and his feet were bound. Okay.
Okay. Hmm.
But in the actual meaning of it is his hands and his feet were pierced.
Nope, that's not the meaning. Bound and pierced are entirely different events, and the word pierced doesn't show up in the text. I can show you in Hebrew if you want.
No, well, it definitely does. You go.
No, I'll show you. Don't worry. So I'll pull up an interlinear translation so you can see what's actually happening here with the word, and it's going to say basically what I told you it says. So let me zoom in
Hey,
so you can
Jay,
actually see the text.
you think the Bible's a history book, don't you?
No, Definitely not a history book.
Oh boy.
Okay, well then how does it follow that if it's not in the Bible, it never happened? Because you just said that.
No, okay, so my Bible
You said
is
it
my
didn't talk about this battle he was captured in, so it never happened.
no, but
Because it doesn't
there
say
was
it
no
in the Bible.
documentation. Hold on, there was no documentation to say his hands were bound, his feet
It's
were bound.
Psalm 22 is the documentation.
Ex except for him writing the story about what had just
But
happened to
he
him.
said no, but it's in post tense that his hands would be bound.
It That would be future,
That his
would
hands
be.
had been bound.
Yeah.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. It's not about him, it's about
Why not?
Jesus.
Why would we think it's in the completed tense?
So are you guys thinking that Jesus just found these historical documents about David and said, "You know what? I think I can pull this off."
Well, he didn't do anything. He didn't even say it's a prophecy. You said that, not Jesus.
Yeah.
No, but
Jesus just
but why did Jesus get
regurgitated some old scripture.
hold on. No. But why did
That's all.
Jesus get sacrificed? Why was he put towards a
He
cross?
he wasn't sacrificed. He was murdered for being a false prophet. Well, technically, he was
Okay.
not murdered. It was a justified killing according to the Jews. He was killed because he was a false prophet. And Deuteronomy 18 and Deuteronomy 13 say that you got to kill the false prophets. But also, just to be clear on the translation, what it actually says is not pierced. What you're going to find in the text is ka'ari, which literally just means like a lion. And that's the best you're going to get in terms of like looking at the lexicon for this, because that's the only word that is in any of our Hebrew texts. Dakar won't show up here.
So I'm really confused now. Was David not bound by his hands and feet?
Again, I told you it doesn't matter if it's like a lion or bound. It's definitely not pierced. My personal opinion is that the original wording was kari, which means like a lion at my hands and my feet. And the reason why I think that is because the whole section of the psalm, he's describing his enemies like animals, and later, like a verse or two later, he's going to describe them as being like lions. So it makes sense that he's saying his animal or his enemies are like a lion at his hands and his feet, which we would expect. That's very expected in the actual context of what he's talking about. What's not expected is anything related to a prophecy of Jesus for, about 1,000 years later.
Yeah, but how did it happen the same way?
It didn't happen the same way. There was no lions at Jesus' hands and feet.
No, he was crucified.
That didn't say anything about crucifixion here. You keep putting that in the text. It's not there.
His garments were taken,
So what? So was everyone else's that got captured.
and he said at the end when he before he passed technically, um, God, why have you forsaken me?
So everybody who was captured by the Romans had their garments taken. Simon Bar Kokhba did.
No, but why did he say, God, why have you forsaken me?
I already told you. I told you twice because he was using David's lamentation, one of the more popular ones, to relate to his suffering.
But that's what I'm trying to get at is that you're trying to say that what Jesus did is a bit of like a Darren Brown kind of thing where
I
it's
don't know who
like,
Darren
oh well, I
Brown
know
is.
this, and yeah, fair enough, you're from America. Sorry, it's kind of like this whole illusion, this stage thing, but he dies at the end of it. Not only does he die, but he's been ripped to shreds.
Well,
His
actually, you're proving my case because in Psalm 22, the
okay.
person in the psalm doesn't die.
No, because he doesn't die.
You
He
got it. And
dies of
and
his.
Jesus
No,
does
no,
die.
but yeah, but he dies of it.
Well, does Jesus die or
He's
not?
God incarnate and
Does Jesus die or
human.
not?
Okay.
Does Jesus die?
Yes, because it's a
Oh,
sacrifice.
well, the person in Psalm 22 doesn't.
Also, Color just said that Jesus is human, and in Psalm 22:6, it says, "But I am a worm and not human."
It's true.
Just think that's kind of interesting.
Yeah, well, what does that? But what does that mean, though? What does that mean?
It just means he's being scorned, which is what it says. He's lower
No,
than human. He's somebody who is beaten down and downtrodden.
no, not at all.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
we've
Jesus was a
told you what
worm.
it means
Cool.
like 300 times now. You can't seem to get past what it feels like to you.
No, but I've given multiple different things. Like the first thing was that kind of was a bit frustrating is that you said he was bound by his hands. And then when I kind of gave the
No, the
proof that
Bible
it was
said that.
no, that's what deconstruction said. He was bound by his hands and feet. And
That's
then
what
when
the Bible
when I
says.
came back but when I came back and then he said, "Oh, I'm not really happy with this translation," and I was like, "Okay, right," but it actually is meant that he was actually pierced by his hands and his feet. And then
What
I
I'm saying
said,
is, it doesn't matter if it says bound or like a lion. What it absolutely doesn't say is pierced. The word pierced is nowhere in this text. Not a single manuscript ever has said pierced.
"Okay, so how did Jesus die then?"
It's not about Jesus. It's irrelevant. This is about David. Also, Mark, thank you so much for the $250 support on Venmo. Huge fucking W for our
Whoa,
friend Mark Bauman. Good to see you,
Wow.
friend. Let's get 250 W's for
big
Mark
Mark.
Bauman
W.
in here. Also, I'm concerned, AD, why you've got 478 followers and half of them are underage girls. What's going
What?
on? What's going on here, buddy?
Ooh,
What's the
spicy.
Well, definitely
situation?
not.
I'm looking at it right
Well,
now.
first of all,
I mean, you're at least following. You're following Divine Order. He's a friend of mine. I like Divine Order, but everyone else in your list is like a teenage girl, man. What's going on here?
So I also work. Oh, I can't say it. No, I can't say it because I'm gonna get kicked out of the group.
I hope you're not like a youth minister.
Nope.
Who's that? This is bad look, buddy.
What do you mean
Listen,
bad luck?
it sounds to me, buddy, that you want Psalm 22 to be about Jesus because it supports your viewpoint, but you don't have a good reason for Psalm 22 to be about Jesus other than it fits your belief system. Nothing in the psalm
Okay, so
would lead
why?
us to
So
believe
so,
it's a
so why?
prophecy
Okay, so why did you leave God? Why did you leave Jesus? What was the
because
reason?
the Bible's not true and Jesus wasn't the Messiah.
Well, no, it's not a case of that. It's a case of that you've
It-
probably found
no,
something different. So
it's a
what was the
I didn't find anything
difference?
different. I'm an atheist. So again, Christianity is
Mhm.
demonstrably false, and I can prove it. In fact, I'm in the middle of doing it right now because every single prophecy about Jesus is complete nonsense. Psalm 22, not even a prophecy, much less one about Jesus.
I know, mate. I know she wasn't underage, but yeah, um,
But
mate. The thing is, if you're asking if you're completely convinced that Jesus ain't God, why are you asking the question
what question?
of asking us why God is imaginary or not?
Well, I'm making the statement. It's not a question. I'm pretty convinced that God is imaginary, and I think that our beliefs affect
Yeah, but
society.
that must mean you want to hear some sort of debate, some sort of, or
Of
is it
course,
just a money grab?
I don't know what to have to do about money. You know, I had a career before I did this, right?
Yeah, but if it's a case of that you just genuinely believe and you don't need anybody to tell you who
Why would
God
I
is or who God
believe?
isn't.
Why would I believe in God and then spend all my time trying to disprove God? That seems silly. That's like a ticket right to hell, right there.
But that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Why are you asking the question then? You
I'm not
know.
asking a question. I'm making a statement that is demonstrably true, and I'm proving my statements because I think it's good for society. I think society is best when they believe things that are
Mhm.
true. I'm a person who believes that truth is paramount over our feelings, and it just
Okay,
happens to
okay,
be that
so
Christianity is not
okay,
true.
that's fair enough. That's fair enough. That's fair enough. So, what would your truth be if everybody could believe your truth? What would it be?
I don't know which one you're referring to. I don't think there's a good reason ever at all to believe in the Abrahamic gods. I think they're easily and
No, no, no.
demonstrably
But you have a
false.
truth. Yeah, but the thing is, no, you have a truth. Yeah,
I just told you what it
that's what
was.
you believe.
I just
Yeah.
told you what I think
So
is
you
true.
believe, or you go towards that truth, that what you think. Okay.
I just told you what I
So,
think.
what is that then?
I just told you it's the falsity of these religions and the fact that there's no good compelling reason to believe in a God. Most people who believe in God don't really have a good reason for it. They make up reasons after the fact why their belief is true, but most people don't get into the God belief because they have like sound logic and
Mhm.
reasons.
No, but I could say the same thing to you. You've not actually gone to an actual church that's taught you in depth about the
We're
Bible.
doing this for you, AD. We're trying to save your unrighteous ass because
Now,
Why is
the
my ass
religion
also,
you
unrighteous?
believe
Hold on, hold on, hold on,
because
also
the
hold on,
just
hold on,
be,
religion you
hold on.
believe
No,
in
no,
is
no, no,
full
no.
of
Hold on.
rape, murder, slavery, and
also,
genocide. And now
Yeah,
you're
but
taking away the rights of all the rest of
I
us.
don't disagree
So
with all
that's
but
of
why
that
we're
should be
doing it,
abolished.
AD. We're
I
but
trying
don't
to
AD,
help.
disagree with.
AD, you made a huge assumption about me that you just assumed I went to a church that didn't teach me the Bible. I guarantee I know the Bible than 99% of people you're going to run into, which is why I know this isn't a prophecy.
Yeah,
It
no,
had
I
nothing to do with
respect that. I respect
it
that.
had nothing to do with the church that I went to.
Hmm. But my question is, what is it that you're trying to get across? Like, what is it that you're trying to ask people?
I'm not
I know
asking
you're
people.
saying,
I'm demonstrating the validity of my claim, which is that the God you believe in is imaginary.
okay, so what's your belief?
I just told you, I think all gods are imaginary. I think they're fiction.
So you don't believe nothing created the world; it just happened in a Big Bang, basically.
I don't think the Big Bang
No, that
created
was me.
anything.
I did it.
Yeah, actually,
That
Gretchen
was
did it.
me. I'm the necessary Gretchen.
I don't think there was ever
All
nothing.
praise Gretchen
I have
necessary.
no reason to believe there was once a state where no universe existed.
But you've got to kind of come to a point where it kind of goes out of your imagination to kind of say, well, this could have happened, or
What could happen?
you, yeah, but how do we get to this point? We're living right now and we're
To what point?
talking.
I agree. Yeah, we are. What about it?
So how do we get from that singular point of view, yeah, of when
What do you
things
mean?
started?
I mean the
What
beginning of the Big
singular
Bang?
point of view?
Well, yeah, well that's why I said, do you believe in this Big Bang that's happened and
Yeah,
we
but I
just
don't think the
all
Big Bang's the beginning of all things. Big Bang is just the start of the current expansion.
Hmm.
but where
Yeah,
did it
something had to
start then?
pre-exist the
Because
expansion
so
in
so for
order to be
instance, I'm not
expanded.
I'm not I'm not trying to like question it. I know the what the question is here. So what I'm saying is the reason why I know where I came from is because of God and
We,
Jesus. Yeah,
we don't know it. You believe it.
No.
well, I do know it.
No, you don't.
Yeah, because it's the word confidence.
Well, confidence doesn't mean you know it. Just means you believe it strongly.
Have you looked into other meanings of confidence before?
Yeah. Hmm.
I know lots of words in lots
And
of
the word
languages.
confidence, but the thing is, the word confidence basically means is that I know.
No.
Mm.
Hmm.
The word confidence
It
is a
is.
feeling of trust and a belief in your own abilities, or the certainty that something will happen or is strongly expected. It's not about knowing.
That's fair enough. You know what? The thing is, the one thing that we're all going to have to deal with is that we're all going to be in the same place. Can we agree with that?
We will. We'll be in the ground and we'll be worm food.
That's up to you.
Well, no, it's just up to biology. Biology dictates that.
But that's where
Except
we're
for
gonna.
except for Brian
We're all gonna
Johnson.
be there.
Brian Johnson's
We're
gonna
all
live
gonna be in
forever.
our death. At one point, we're all gonna be in our deathbed. Yeah, and then
Sure.
we're all gonna think everything. And will you have confidence at that point and say, "Yeah, no, I still believe in everything," or is there something more to this life? Because my Christianity, you know what? Even if my Christianity was absolutely rubbish and had nothing, I would go, you know what? At least I lived a good life with good morals and so on.
So did I. Like,
Fair enough.
why would you think that I'm not living a good life with good morals?
So where do your morals come from then?
My morals basically
Oh
come
God.
from a combination of evolution, society, and my own critical thinking processes. It certainly doesn't come from a book from the Bronze Age that says it's okay to rape women, stone people that are gay, and you can commit genocide and make war brides of children.
Don't worry, Gretchen, I'll stay out.
Thank you.
Why would we want to use the Bible as a moral guide? The moral guide of the Bible has been buried by history. No one thinks that the laws of Moses are good. Jesus thought that they were good in Mark 7 and Matthew 15. He advocated for following the law of Moses. Same thing with Matthew chapter 5, verse 17 through 19. Jesus loves the law of Moses. The law of Moses is horrific. I bet you don't like it.
But what did Jesus do? What did Jesus do that absolutely shunned everybody and absolutely he raped all these people? Is that what he did?
I don't know what you mean by rewrit, but he certainly didn't get rid of the law. In fact, he said the opposite.
Exactly. Yeah. Because
Okay, so Jesus said to
uh
follow the law of Moses.
yeah, but follow the actual law. The issue is that we are human beings and born of sin. So
No, he
we
said follow
will
Moses'
always
law.
No,
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 no, no,
no.
no, 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 no. We will always be more focused on our flesh than our spirit, okay? So that's what it basically means. And people who are not Christian, I can understand why you won't understand that meaning.
No,
But it's a basically
I understand that what you're saying is not in the Bible. Listen, Jesus was pretty clear on this, right? He says about the law and the prophets, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven, but whoever does them and teaches them will be called great in the kingdom of heaven. So Jesus thinks that obeying the law, the one given to Moses, is good.
and what was the law of Moses?
The law of Moses is the 613 laws that were handed down on Mount Sinai that you can find in Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, and a couple in Exodus.
Can we go through them? Because you've kind of just stated all of them in one, and people are going to think that, oh, because people raped people, oh, that's fine.
Yeah, which one do you want to go to? Like Leviticus 25 is a law that clearly
Yeah, but
comes from
yeah,
Yahweh.
but in any of them laws was rape one of them to say, yeah, it's fine to rape people.
Yeah,
Tell
I'm
me
gonna
it. Go on.
I'm gonna show you.
Give me
Yeah,
that. Give me
it's
that
in
one, bro.
Deuteronomy 21. God says in verse 10 through 14, when you go out to war against your enemies, and the Lord your God hands them over to you, and you take them captive, suppose you see among the captives a beautiful woman, and you desire and want to marry, so you bring her to your home, to your house. She shall shave her head and pare her nails, discard her captive's
Yep.
garb, and remain in your house a full month, mourning her mother and father. After that, you may go into her and be her husband, and she shall be your wife. So it sounds to me like this is rape because women who are literally captive in war don't have consent. You're a prisoner.
Yeah, but it's hilarious because even in captivity, he gives them the all respect. Gives them
No,
that time period of mourning.
that's not respect to force somebody to be your wife, even if you give them a
Okay, so
time, a period of mourning after you literally murdered
okay,
their
okay,
family.
okay. Hold on. So they've conquered a place.
Yeah.
They now have no. These women have no place to stay. Yeah.
Oh, that's not true.
Where would they go?
Wherever they want to. And the text actually indicates that in the last verse, because it says, if you are not satisfied with her, you shall let her go free. So they can go wherever the heck they want to.
Oh, such rape that is. Oh, let them go free.
Okay, so you think that they need to be taken in marriage because it somehow protects them, and that letting them go free would be evil. But then I just showed you where actually God says, hey, in fact, if you don't like her, you actually can just let her go free. So which is it? Is the marriage merciful or not?
It's merciful to a point where it's a case of that these times where it's a case of okay, yeah, we've conquered these people, yeah. Can you
Okay,
agree with that?
and why do you need
And
to
so there's
kidnap
no
the women?
hold on, there's no man left to look after these women,
It doesn't say
and they
that.
go okay,
Actually, it says the opposite of that.
go on, you read it to me then,
In
bro.
Deuteronomy 21, these are about nations that are far away from you. In the prior chapter, it tells you that if it's one of the towns that are in the land of Canaan, you have to murder every living human being there, every single one of them, even the women and children. Here, the women and children that they're allowed to take specifically are not Canaanites. These are people that live far away from them. So they don't
Yep,
actually have to genocide these people.
yep. And can you tell me a place where a woman was raped in that Bible in that part?
Yeah, I just showed you. Like, if you have
No,
sexual
no, no, you didn't.
content, if you
No, you
have
didn't.
sexual contact with a woman who didn't consent, it's considered rape.
No, no. What you
Yeah, it
just
is.
said to me, Ben.
Mm.
Hold on. No, no, no. What you just said to me is that these people will be given the utmost right respect. These
I didn't.
women will be
That's not in the
given.
text.
Well, it was
If you
because
don't
it.
know what rape is, I find it really unnerving that you have a follower list full of underage girls.
Yeah, it's concerning
Thanks.
actually.
Oh, it's so good, so
Yeah,
good.
Christians often
Just
have issues
saying.
with consent.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, obviously you would understand that any type of unconsensual, non-consensual sexual contact is considered rape. Do we not agree with that?
Yeah, but who touched? Did anybody touch somebody in
Yeah.
non-consent?
Yeah, it says that you can go into
Tell
her.
me, come on, tell
Yeah,
me.
that's that's what it says. You can go into her. That's non-consensual sexual contact.
Yeah, it's the same flipping verse you read.
Yep. Okay. So premise number one, prisoners of war cannot consent. Do we agree?
But what's the end point? If they are not happy, they can leave.
So what? They also get raped in the meantime.
No, they don't. Oh my
Also,
goodness.
they not
Where does
only
it
do
say
they
rape? Where does it say? Where's it?
not only
Hold
do
on.
they
Where
Where
does it
get
does it
say
say
raped,
that
they
you
can
can?
leave?
it also doesn't say they can leave. It says you can get rid of them if you don't want them.
Oh my goodness, no! It says you can. They can leave. Oh my
No, it
goodness.
doesn't. Show me the
Oh,
verse. Show me the verse where it says that, because verse 14
you just
says
read it. You read
if
it.
well, apparently you weren't
If
listening.
they're
It
not
says
happy, they can leave.
no, it didn't say that. If you are not satisfied with her, you shall let her go free. It doesn't say she gets to decide. She's a prisoner. That's part of being a prisoner.
She's not actually a
Hold on,
wife.
hold
She's a
on,
concubine.
Yep,
You get that,
hold on.
right?
Why'd you get rid of that? Oh my goodness.
because I already read it twice. You want to read it a third
But
time?
if you are not satisfied, you will not sell her for money.
Yep.
That's a different. You
So
understand we're
this,
talking about
But
yeah.
where's
sexual
it say?
slavery,
Hold
right?
on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Where's it say in any of this text that these women have been raped or
I,
been
I'm
forcefully had
Yeah,
I'm
this
sex
is the
with?
showing it to
exact
you
word
right
that I
now. We'll
see.
walk through the logical syllogism here. Premise number one: agree or disagree. Prisoners of war have no ability of consent, right? We'll say ability to
Well,
consent. Yes or no?
they they do. They definitely do. But it's
So you think if
They have
someone
the
captures you
ability.
in war and they say, "Hey, she's sexy. I want to take her to be mine," you think that woman truly has consent? Because if so, I'm concerned about what you think the word consent means.
no. But the thing is that they then have to go by the rules of what it said. Then
What rules?
the rules that you just read, and none of them say that
Well,
you can
well,
force yourself upon them.
well, it is
There's
forced
no
because
rule. Hold on, hold on, hold
they're
on.
prisoners. They've
In
been
that Bible
kidnapped.
verse, in that
They
Bible
literally
verse,
got kidnapped from their hometown. So they kidnapped the women, they stole them from their home, and they brought them in as prisoners. Then a warrior says, "Hey, that fucking hottie over there, I want." Do you think that woman truly has the ability to consent? Because if you look at just a basic
go
search
on.
on like the meaning of consent, it's
Just find me any verse.
it's
Hold on, find me
it's
any verse.
freely
Hold on, find me
given.
any
It's
verse that
freely
says that
given, agreed to
these
without
women were
pressure,
raped.
manipulate. I'm showing it to you right now. Freely
Yep,
given.
go on.
So in consent, it's freely given, agreed to without pressure, manipulation, or being forced. Also, it's reversible. You or your partner can change your mind to stop at any point, and then it's also informed. Everyone involved understands what they're agreeing to. It's also enthusiastic. Consent is an active, positive yes rather than an absence of no or simply going along with it. It's also specific. Consenting to one thing does not automatically mean consenting to another activity. So consent is not just,
Hmm.
hey, the person said yes or no. Also, it's true that women in this time period didn't get a yes or no typically. Their parents or their brother, the eldest brother, would marry them off for a sum of money. Their consent was irrelevant. There's no reason to think that the warriors here were going, I like that hottie over there. Let me ask her if she wants to marry me. That's preposterous.
So what it said in the text is that if they're not happy with it, it's a no.
If they're not happy with the woman, they can kick them out of their house.
But if the woman doesn't want to give sex,
Doesn't say
it's a no.
anything.
Doesn't say anything about
Doesn't
that.
say anything about
It
that.
does. You just read
Show me
it.
where.
Oh my goodness.
Read me the verse. Open
You
your
just
Bible
read
and
it
read
in
me
the
the verse
Hebrew language.
that says, I read it in English. Show me the verse where it says, if the
No, go
woman
back
wants
to
to
Hebrew.
go,
Go
she
back
can
to Hebrew,
go.
bro. Go
We
back to
didn't read it
Hebrew.
in
Go back
Hebrew
to
once.
Hebrew.
We weren't in Hebrew once.
Because in that text there, it says nothing about forcing yourself upon that woman.
It does. It's implied because they're captives. Captives are taken by force.
So, so if
Do you
I
think
had a
do you think
captive here,
captives are being taken by force or no? Do you think
oh
that
my
they're coming
goodness.
along because
See,
they
this
want to
is
be
the issue.
there?
Yeah, but bro, this is the issue. You're going from the point. Tell me where it says people were raped or
I,
people were forced upon, or where it was okay to force yourself upon a woman when they said no.
we,
Tell
well,
me
that's
in the
well
Bible.
that well that's going to be in Deuteronomy 22, but also in Deuteronomy 21,
Let's show it. Show it. Just show it. Show it.
it literally describes it, right? So first of all, the word
But it
rape
doesn't say
doesn't.
anywhere. It says it
So
nowhere in that
so
text that
it
a
does.
man can
The
force
word
themselves on top of a woman.
That's what is happening here when you take your prisoner and
No,
you
it's not. It's a
decide
prisoner. It's a
when
prisoner.
do prisoners have consent?
Yes, they do. But where
No, they
has it
don't.
said that they have been
They
raped?
Prisoners
do.
Oh my
prisoners
goodness.
do
This is
not
what
have
I'm getting
consent.
at.
We can go over the definition of consent again. Consent is freely given without pressure. Are captives pressured? Consent is agreed to without pressure, manipulation, or being forced. Are women kidnapped in war pressured, manipulated, or forced?
It's crazy you're waiting this long to answer that. This is a slam dunk.
No,
Right.
we've gone through this before.
Which is weird that we have to keep doing it. Are prisoners captured in war able to agree without pressure, manipulation, or force?
In in what way? And by
In
the way, what?
in exactly the way do captives, people that are kidnapped from their town by soldiers, do they have the ability to make agreements without any pressure or manipulation?
Have you ever read this book, AD?
Have you
We have
read this
not.
book, by the way? I
Yep,
don't think you've even read this book.
Gretchen's read the book.
Oh, I have.
That's why we know this
This
is
is
here
why
and you don't.
this is why I say Christians have issues with consent, like just the entire concept.
Now, you could just turn to the very next chapter where God says you can rape somebody who's not betrothed. You just have
Go
to
on.
marry her after
Let
that.
me show me that. Show me that. Because I go
Yeah,
to the Bible.
well, we've been reading the Bible the whole time. It says, if a man is discovered, oh, sorry, we want 28. There we go. If a man meets a virgin who is not engaged and he seizes her and lies with her, and they are discovered, the man who lay with her shall give 50 shekels of silver to the young woman's father, and he shall become his wife. I'm sorry, she shall become his wife, because he violated her. He shall not be permitted to divorce her as long as he lives. So if you rape somebody else's wife, you got a big problem. Now you've committed adultery. But if she's unbetrothed, if she's not married, the way to fix the situation is to buy her out.
There is no rape in that at all. There's
It
no
is.
sort of forcing yourself upon
Yeah, it
a
says
person.
seize. If he seizes her and violates her, that's what we call
Yeah, but
rape.
what's the word seize means?
It means to take by force. In fact, the same word is used in the previous chapter to refer to capturing towns.
Yeah, capturing.
It,
Capturing.
that's
Because
by force.
capturing could mean many
Capturing's
different
by
things.
force.
Okay. No, it's not. No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
It could be captured. No, it's definitely not.
It certainly is. Capture? Do you need the definition of capture? I listen. I have a good relationship with the dictionary. If you want me to get the dictionary out.
That's fine. It's fine.
Okay. So what do you think the word capture means?
It can mean many different things.
Like?
So the word seizes. Okay, I'll go to capture then. I'll go to capture because I won't shy away from it. Yeah, capture could mean many things, as in like to hold somebody, to grab somebody, to take somebody away from something. It could also mean in a photo situation. It could mean so many different things.
Sure. Okay. So are any of those consensual?
Yeah, but if I said if you were walking and I seized you in your stop, okay, does that mean I captured you in your stop?
Yeah. Yeah. If you seize on somebody, yeah, you've captured them.
No, it doesn't. No.
It does. Yeah.
No, but it
Yep.
doesn't mean the same way as in like you're grabbing them. You seize
Yeah,
them in a
it
point.
does. That's what capture
No,
means.
it doesn't.
Yeah, that's what the word means. It means
No,
to
it
capture.
doesn't.
Yep,
It
it sure
means to
does.
stop somebody, to stop.
No, it doesn't mean that at all.
Seize, stop.
No,
Seize
no.
is stop in somebody.
Nope. Stop is stop. Which
And
is why
again,
it
even with
says that
that, there was no.
it's why it says that she was violated. Seize means to take hold of something suddenly, forcefully, or by legal authority.
Note to MI5. Maybe you should check this guy's hard drive. Just saying.
You more than mate, I'll give you my address if you want me to.
Okay.
I got nothing
Some
to
northern
hide,
accent
by
I
the way.
hear?
Yeah, it's a northern accent. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
It's
Get
literally
him,
the same
MI5.
word
Get him.
that's used in discussing the capturing and seizing of towns. So in Joshua 8, what we find is when you have taken the city or captured the city, you shall set the city on fire, uh, doing as the Lord has ordered you. That's the same
Okay, so
word.
when you see, yeah, but when you seize the town, is it a case of that you're just going to hurt everybody that surrendered to you?
It doesn't have to do with everybody that's there. It's talking about taking something by force.
Yeah, because oh my goodness.
Do you think that they're volunteering to be captured or no?
Yeah, but we're talking about this like it's 2025.
So you think war was like somehow prettier back then?
No, it's a lot more disgusting back then.
So capturing somebody in war was worse then, wasn't it?
Potentially, yeah.
Okay. So capturing a woman and violating her would be a forceful sexual contact.
No, but the issue is that you're saying that all these things happened, and it says nothing in the Bible. You keep going to the
But
dictionary, you keep going to
actually,
Hebrew terms.
actually said exactly what I said. It says if a man meets a
Go
virgin who
on.
is not engaged and seizes her, which is forcefully taking hold of her, and lies with her, and they are discovered, the man who lay with her shall give 50 shekels
Hold
of
on,
silver
stop,
to the
stop,
young
stop, stop,
woman's
stop, stop,
father,
stop,
and
stop,
she shall
stop,
become
stop,
his
stop, stop,
wife
stop, 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 stop.
because he violated, which is what I said. He violated her, which is why he's punished.
Seizes her and then lies with her.
hmm
Okay.
That's
Where is it saying in between there? Hold on. Where's it saying in between there? He's forcefully laid with her.
that's the word seize.
You can see somebody. I could seize you.
By force, that's called rape.
Yeah, if I see, but the thing is, I could seize you, and let's say, okay, I'm gay, and I want to have a gay relationship with you, and it's a case of, okay, yeah, well, and
Well,
you
I
go,
mean,
I like this
I'm
guy.
not currently single, but when I become so, I mean, you know how to find me.
No, but the thing
Seize.
is,
Verb. One,
seizing
to take
somebody
physical
is,
and forceful action. To
but there's
grab, to
no,
take hold
okay,
of
so what the,
something
okay,
quickly
hold
and
on. Yeah, but,
forcefully. To
yeah, but,
capture, confiscate, to
boots,
take
boots,
possession
boots,
of property
boots.
by force or
What
legal
happens?
authority.
What happens when police detain somebody? They're seizing them.
Yeah,
Technically, it means
they don't get to volunteer for that. It
Yeah,
happens whether they
that's
like it
what
or not.
seize means.
But the thing is, there's no difference. So seizes her, stops her, detains her. Okay,
Yeah.
Yeah,
And if a
against their
and
police
then
will.
officer
lies with
seizes a
her.
woman
But it
and then
doesn't
goes into
say
her when
she.
she's in the cell,
Oh my
she doesn't
goodness!
get to consent to that.
But it would say it if that was the case.
It does. It
No,
says
it
cease.
wouldn't.
It would.
No,
No.
it says cease. That means he's taken her by force.
But by taking somebody by force doesn't mean that then you rape with that person.
Yeah,
A
it
police
does.
officer,
If
a
you
police,
take
hold on, a
somebody by
police officer.
force and then you sleep with her, that's rape, which is why she's been
No,
considered
it's not. You've
violate.
missed a
That's why she's
massive.
been
No,
considered
what?
violated.
There's a bridge
Do
you're
you think
missing out
wait,
on
do you
here
think
right
women
now.
who
There's a
have
massive
consensual
bridge.
sex are violated?
There's a massive bridge. Hold on.
Do you think that women who
There's a
have
massive.
consensual sex are violated?
No, because
Oh, well, this
they
woman is
wouldn't.
violated. Why would she be violated? Why would you
Where
use
does it
that
say it
word?
then? Where does it say it?
I just told you because he violated her.
Um,
So why would it say violate
Are
if it
you
didn't mean
sure
violate?
you're English? Because you suck at English.
In fact, my study Bible says the conditions responding to the Middle Assyrian Law Code 55, because this is where it's copied from, which is a criminal assault. Oops, sorry, wrong line. Which is implying force. In contrast to Exodus 22, specifies intercourse, so on and so forth. So it's just, it is what it is. It's about forceful intercourse with a woman, and if
okay,
she's
yeah,
not
I'll have to
already
look.
betrothed,
Yeah.
then it just
Okay,
means
yeah,
that
no,
you
I
get a different punishment. You don't have to get murdered
that
because it's not
okay,
adultery.
yeah, no. Hey, deconstruction. I'll look into that. I'll look into that. That's a point that I didn't pick up. So again, I can concede easily. I can concede, okay? So
You
I
should
will
have
look
done that
into
an
that.
hour ago.
Well, why?
Because you were demonstrably false, like wrong.
You were
No, but if
literally
I
doing
just
rape
if I
apologia.
just absolutely
It's really
demolished
gross.
your belief of whatever and just did it on one sentence,
Uh-huh.
you'd be like, yeah, that's not fair. I'd look, but the thing is, the people that usually
What are you
do
talking
that
about?
usually go, oh, shut up, I don't want to talk about it, and then run away. I said
I
I'll concede at that point. I'll look into it. Okay?
I didn't say that this passage
You
destroys your
literally
entire
just let
view. three
No, I'm not
Americans
talking
school
about
you on
you,
the English language, and
deconstruction.
you're a Brit. You should be ashamed
Wait, is he
for a
British?
lot of things.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm a Brit. Yeah,
Oh, I you know what? For some reason, I didn't pick up on that. I'm sorry.
it's all right, mate.
Yeah.
It's all right. I'll
Well,
look
So,
Jason,
into
can you
that.
correct me if I'm wrong about Deuteronomy 22, 20 and 29? Does this imply that if the woman is not a virgin, that there's not even any punishment for raping her?
well, there's a small punishment, and the punishment is he's got to pay the fine, and he can't divorce her.
But if she's not a virgin,
Oh, well, if she's not a virgin and she's married or betrothed, then he gets murdered.
but what if she's not married or betrothed? She's just single and
Oh,
not a
you mean if
virgin.
she's just a single woman? There's really not
Yeah.
anything in the Bible that really addresses that, unfortunately.
It, yeah, the way it's worded seems that there would be no punishment because they were putting extra value on her virginity.
Oh, of course. Yeah. It's always about virginity. In fact, the same chapter, Deuteronomy 22, is where you get the test for virginity, where women will get murdered if they don't bleed on their wedding night, which is pretty horrific.
Once again, women are the acceptable casualties of the Bible.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
the thing is, okay, we can definitely have discussions about what's said in the Bible. For me, my belief is following Jesus Christ, okay? Following his ways and how he was, okay? And believing that he sacrificed his life to forgive my sins. The
Why
Bible
does
isn't
he need
there.
to die for your sins?
Yes, because we're sinners.
But why
Are
does he
you
need to
not a
die
sinner?
for that?
Are you not a
Well,
sinner?
well, I'm not because I don't believe in God, but why would Jesus have to die for that?
No,
I'm not
but
a sinner.
well, do you all hit the mark of being a perfect human being?
Well, we don't have a perfect human being marked because we don't
No.
believe in God.
No, but
I
the word
definitely
sin is.
don't have a. I
Hold on,
don't
hold on.
follow
The
a
word.
slate
Yeah,
of
but
underage people. That's for sure.
Say again. Say that again.
I said I don't follow a whole slate of underage girls, so I
Okay,
mean,
do you know do you know the reason why I follow these people, okay? Because I've talked to all of them.
Oh, this
Hold
should be
on,
good.
hold on. Listen,
You
listen.
talk to
I'll
them.
bet you
You
I'm
talk
gonna
to
have.
get kicked
underage
from this group
girls.
for saying this, okay? Listen. So
Oh
I
no,
have a
this is gonna be
group
bad.
in England. Well, fair enough. Well, what
You
are you
kind of
guys
have
doing?
to
So
say it now
hold on.
because
What are you? Hold on. No, 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 no. Don't you dare come
no
at me
no
at
no
this,
no no no
okay?
no no
Because
no
I've
no.
worked my ass off. I've worked my ass off helping younger people out to say, not do this, don't do this, don't do that, and I look after them. I kind of, we all have to look after them,
Right.
and then because I'm part. Hold on, because I'm part of a group that targets these people who are asking these questions to younger people. We can then find these people out. So
So
what are you guys doing? What are you guys
Saying
doing for younger
target is
people? What are
is
you guys doing for
diabolical.
all the younger kids that
is
are being?
Ivanka from the UK, or it sounds like a either a Ukrainian or a Russian name.
Yeah,
Oh, really? What's her last name?
I don't know her last name.
Ivanka Karchenkova? That doesn't sound English to me at all.
No, because do you think we just stick to English people?
Uh, a
Do
lot of
their
these people
parents
don't look
monitor
like they're
these?
from England.
Yeah. Do their parents monitor these communications?
I don't think so.
Are you running an international human trafficking ring?
This girl's
Underage girls? Is
profile
that
is
what
What?
you're doing?
completely in
Hold on. No,
this
no,
girl's
no, 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 no,
profile is
no.
completely
How
in
dare you?
Spanish.
How dare you? Hold on. How dare you, Boots? How dare you,
Hey,
Boots?
What
Boots,
I
what
what's
have you
dare.
done?
I
You
always
know
what
dare.
language is
TikTok is
that?
one of the worst places. Yeah, it's
That's
fine.
Spanish. Do you speak Spanish? You don't s-
Basically,
you
we
don't
go
speak
after
Spanish.
people. So you're just what is going on
Yo
right now?
hablo español.
Un poquito.
So you're saying I'm a PDF file because I follow these people,
We're not
even though
saying
I'm
it.
in a group.
No,
It's just
I
sketchy.
didn't say that at all.
It's sketchy.
For all we know, you could be part of the human trafficking ring that
So
seizes
okay,
the people. Not
put it
that
this
you're
way. Put it this way.
actually going into them.
Hold on. Put it this way. So in your
But it's
mind,
weird that you don't
why
know
would
what
I come on?
consent is
If
if
I
you're
was
trying to
hold on,
help
no,
people.
boots, shush, boots. So if
No.
in your mind, if I was this person, why would I come onto my own this profile and then come and join other things like this? If I was
I don't
that
know.
person,
Because you were
I would be
careless?
using a different profile.
Definitely
I
careless.
don't know
Yeah.
why human traffickers do the things they do. It's a mystery.
This girl clearly is living in what appears to be probably North Africa. This is really sus, man.
What's sus about it? Oh my god.
Grown men don't need to have communication with underage women or girls.
What kind of conversations do you have with these girls?
I
Th-
don't have conversations
And
with
how
them.
are you so shocked? You know we didn't like beat a path to your door and like surprise you with this. You called here. Remember, you requested us twice because you were eating the first time.
You
There's
guys are
some.
really stupid. Honestly, you guys are so stupid.
Wait, this is the girl that you want to help?
Really?
I just want to fuck. That's the girl you're helping right now.
We're so stupid that you spent the last hour and however many minutes letting three dumbass Americans teach you, a Brit, how to speak English and read.
Oh wow, that's pretty disrespectful. That is.
Happy 4th of July. That's a Brit.
You
One of the rare
celebrate the 4th of
self-hating
July over
Brits.
there?
Carry on, please.
Wild.
Buddy, this is not a good look. It's really
What?
rough.
It's not a good look. They're all the people he's showing are girls of age
Under
people.
Well, I don't actually
Underage.
think
You're
that's the
saying
case.
they're underage.
Some of them appear to be, and some of them don't.
What does it take to turn a girl out like that? Over TikTok. Weird.
I have concerns. Well,
Can we look at yours then? Can we look at yours?
yeah, go ahead. Look at my follower
Deconstruction.
list. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, no,
Look
but I
at mine
found you
too.
with the yeah, but deconstruction. I just found you with the page on
Yeah,
my
go
other
for it.
phone. So
Look at the ones I follow.
Yeah.
I follow
You
almost
look at my
3,000,
follower list too.
nearly 3,000
Everybody follow
accounts.
me real quick.
A bunch
Everyone
of
on
them are
TikTok
online right
follow me
now.
really fast.
I follow a lot of
Yeah,
live
so you
streamers.
can look at hundreds of atheists. It'll be
Mhm.
great. You'll love it.
Mhm.
Everyone follow me, quick. Hurry up.
You can check all of them out if you want.
Hmm?
Well, listen, AD, it's been interesting. We've gone about an hour and a half now, which is a little bit longer than I usually go with the guests, but I think we're having a good time. Listen, come back, find a prophecy of Jesus for me, because I think that would be spectacular if you could. Come back when you get a rock solid prophecy about Jesus. We'll discuss it and we'll see whether or not it's convincing.
found.
All right, take it easy.
They let you have internet. They let you have access to TikTok in prison in the UK, right?
Unfortunately, some people shouldn't have access to the internet.
Mm.
I could be wrong, but I don't think he's mentoring young women.
I just don't think he knows what words mean. So even if a young girl did tell him no, I don't think it would do anything to stop him because he would think that it's like a prophecy or something. You
That
know.
exactly. Words definitely don't have meanings. Zachary Novak, thank you for the super chat. Hey, Justin, do you have any suggestions for history books on the early church, specifically on the canonization of the Bible? I'm interested in discussions regarding which books should have been included or not. Okay, there's like a couple books on this. One, like in terms of the New Testament, like F.F. Bruce wrote a book a long time ago that was super popular on the topic. It's the formation of the New Testament canon, I believe. Let me check. And it's been pretty well received in the academic community for a long time. But let me make sure I got the right author. I really thought that it was F.F. Bruce. It's either Bruce Metzger, but I think it was F.F. Bruce. Yeah, F.F. Bruce is called The Canon of the New Testament. It's pretty thorough. It's very a normal book to read if you're in Bible college or seminary. In terms of the canonization of the Old Testament, you're probably going to want something different. You could go to something like starting out by Joel Baden on the canon. Well, not really the canon, but at least the formation of the Torah and some of the deuterocanonical books. Something similar by Richard Elliott Freeman. As for the canonization of the Old Testament, that's a little bit more difficult. I'm trying to think if there's a good book on that. I'm not sure I've read a really good book on a canonization of the Hebrew Bible. There's one by Eugene Ulrich. I'm trying to think of the name of it, but it's not exhaustive. Do I got it right here? There's one by Eugene Ulrich. Is more about the development of the Dead Sea Scrolls and how they relate to the canon of the Old Testament. There's got to be a good book on this though. The problem is the Old Testament is such a large collection of books. A lot of the books about the canonization of the Hebrew Bible really are like source critical, and they're less about source criticism or more about source criticism and less about canonization. Let me see if there are any good recent books out on this. It's wild. There's even on the book market, there's not a ton of stuff. John Barton might have something. Old Testament canon, or Old Testament, the Old Testament canon, liturgy, and theology. That's a possible one. If it was me, I would probably do something akin to like Old Testament survey. That should get you a good discussion on canonization and on textual criticism all in one. And I'm not sure where I put mine, but the one that I like the most is by Hubbard and Lasore. I'll show it to you real quick. It's available on like almost all of the shopping sites, including Facebook, not Facebook, I mean Amazon. There we go, and it's pretty well received. I wouldn't say it's out of date. It's definitely been out for a while now, but it's still a really well read volume. And I think it's pretty academic. It does a good job about not getting lost in the weeds of apologetics. It's the Old Testament Survey, Message, Form, and Background of the Old Testament by David Allen Hubbard, Frederick William Bush, and William Sanford Lasore. It's a great volume. When I was in Bible college, this was the Old Testament Survey that I had to read. I read a couple since then. This is still my favorite. I'm sure there are others that are really good. John Walton has one now. I'm sure it's good, but this is still my favorite. John Walton's is good though. If you like John Walton's other stuff, you'll love his Old Testament survey for sure. Hunter Girl, good to see you, friend. Thank you for the super chat. Caller up here searching for Bible verses like Russell Brand on Pierce Morgan. Rock hard for duck and simply went for shared. That was a great clip. The minute that happened, I was like, oh, this is like every caller we've ever talked to. None of them know what's in the book. But he did know it was in Isaiah. P implies Q says to the caller, if you're dyslexic, it has nothing to do with intelligence. It's just image processing. Use a dyslexic font on your computer and use a digital Bible. Oh, I didn't know you could do that. I just thought, oh, interesting. I don't know much about it, to be honest. But if that's such a thing, if that's helpful, yeah, definitely I would say go for that. Having dyslexia probably is difficult living in the modern world because everything's in print. Zencat says if people, animals, and climate are suffering, and these self-absorbed theists want to split hairs over a word, do some real good in the world instead of pleasuring yourself off with false beliefs. Indeed, that's why we want to do these live streams. We want to get people looking at things that actually do exist, problems that actually do exist, and potentially finding solutions that exist for real problems. And Sean Bradley, thank you for the super chat, says, unbelievable, AD is so indoctrinated. By the way, victims of the Holocaust had their clothes taken away, worked to near death, and extinguished. How many of those people do you suppose recited Psalm 23 or Psalm 22? That's exactly the case. Listen, this type of thing happened to so many people. Even if it was a prophecy, it's way too generic to have anything to do specifically with Jesus. And Astronova, my friend, great to see you tonight. Thank you for the super chat. The number of pedos on this planet is vastly underestimated. Today's Christians still seek to lower the age of consent while claiming they have the moral high ground. Thanks for all you do, Justin. Thank you, Astronova. And yes, if you look at the city, not the cities, states that are trying to keep the age low for working and for consent, it's usually the Christian states. This is what it is. And if you look at the number one place where your under 18-year-old child is likely to get SA'd, it's going to be the church. And it's 3 times more likely to happen there than the next most likely place, which is the school. Misha says, in response to AD, what am I hearing right now? He started off pleasant, but a yapper, and ended up really icky, in really icky consent territory. That's what religion does to your brain, folks. That's what I've been saying all along. There's some people that come up here we know in real life, they might be relatively normal, decent human beings. But the minute you start reading the Bible with them, it turns really ugly. It gets really, really bad. And it makes you wonder, like, whether or not people are safe around them. And HP Lovecat's good to see you, buddy. Thank you for the super chat. AD is English. How does he not understand basic English? Or do they speak a different language on Colonizer Island? Well, it's been my understanding, working with a lot of people from England, that the language they speak is sometimes hard to understand. I've struggled mightily sometimes to speak to my English colleagues because their form of English has just evolved differently than ours. But I think he was being purposely obtuse. Bear Peace, thank you for the super chat. I've never heard Christians who are twisting the War Bride passage bring up why these triumphant, benevolent soldiers never take in the poor orphaned boys of these deceased families. True. Or the poor orphaned non-virgins or the ugly girls. Remember, it doesn't say you need to marry the ugly girls for their benefit. It says if you see a beautiful woman among the people that you've kidnapped, you can take her to your home. Oh, yeah, because they're fucking war brides. Design, good to see. It says it's wild how Mr. Biblical Morals climbed over those captive little girls can consent. It's fine to die on when it doesn't say they had when it doesn't say they had though or had to though. Oh, it doesn't say they had to though. Words don't mean words. Well, design. You know as well as that you've been around for a while. Words absolutely have no meaning to Christians. They don't exist. And as Chandari says, I love the defense of it doesn't say that. The Bible also doesn't say Jesus didn't use a rather long and thick piece of wood to happily satisfy himself, so I guess it happened. True. That's the case. When you get to the semantic fallacy, which is, or the what's the word? The exact word fallacy. You've gone like really into difficult territory. It doesn't have to use the exact word you're looking for to literally paint a picture of the event that you're describing. And 49 Perfect says, loving this sudden Chris Hansen moment. It really was. I was shocked actually that he was attempting to, other than the fact that he got caught following a bunch of really inappropriate accounts, like he tried to defend it as though he was a hero. That's a super Chris Hansen move. And Feral Star Stuff says,
See it over there.
exactly. Do we know whether these girls would have always spoken the same language as their assaulters? That's a very good point, actually. And the answer is no. The language would be similar, but like if they went to war against a town in Anatolia, no, it'd be different. Same thing with the language of Mari. Same thing with the language of Ebla. It's not going to be identical. Certainly, it's going to have some differences. If they went to town against a city in the Neo-Assyrian Empire, yeah, they're not going to know the language identically. They're just prisoners. They're going to get forced into a religion and a marriage that they didn't consent to, and they can't even verbally speak the same language of. Paranico says, I've never seen someone so caught. He said he was in a group that talks to young girls and asked, why would I talk to them? Busted AF. This is bordering blood sports. Absolute slaughter. Rock hard for Doug. It was disturbing. I got to be honest. It
And
was
it's
bad.
gonna live forever on the internet.
It will.
Have fun with that, AD.
All right. Well, we've got time for at least one more guest. Golden Arm did pop up into the chat, so we're gonna grab Golden Arm here, and we'll get
Can
our
we,
next
take a quick
conversation.
moment to shout out the channel?
Yeah, go ahead, bud.
Yeah, so I'm RP with Async. I help run the channel with Gretchen, along with our other friends, Neck2, Race and Nobody on Fire. We usually stream 9:30 Pacific time until about 9:30 a.m. 9:30 p.m. to 9:30 a.m. Every single night.
Yeah.
The panel's open. We encourage people to come up, have discussions, whether you're a theist or an atheist. We just like to talk about all sorts of topics: religion, politics, philosophy, science. So yeah, check us out at a hyphen sync network.
Dope. Yeah, absolutely.
On
And
YouTube.
we've sent
And
a couple.
even if you're just an atheist that wants to see if you're any good at streaming, if you just want to take your shot at debating someone, we will pull you up and give you your shot. Absolutely.
Yeah. Let me grab Golden Arm. We'll get the next conversation going. It sounds like Gretchen and Async know who Golden Arm is, right?
Oh yeah, we're familiar
Your
with
chat does
Goldie.
too, trust me.
Okay. I got it. Let's bring in Golden Arm. Welcome in, Golden Arm. Are you?
Yes, YouTube punk. We're talking about the
Hold
Golden
on.
Arm.
We're getting some doubling of the audio real quick. Let me look at something. All right, let's see if it doubles now. Oh, it's still doubling now. What kind of audio device are you using over there, Golden Arm? Do you have speakers that you're playing this through?
Yeah, he can't ever
And
get his
of course,
audio
his mic doesn't work.
He doesn't have a microphone plugged in, and he's playing it through his computer speakers, I think.
Yeah. Put your headset on, Golden Arm.
No.
We got audio from you now, I think. Or
Can you hear me?
we can hear you now, yeah.
Okay.
Should be a little
Your
better.
volume's really low for me, but I can hear you.
Oh, well, I can turn that up. Give me a second.
I don't know. Mine's maxed out.
Yeah, you know, I can
Lot
turn
of
it up. Give me
background
one
noise.
second. Trying to remember how I'm feeding my
And
audio to
I don't have any
the guest.
video. I can't like see you. It's all
Oh,
black. I'm not
interesting.
sure if that's.
I'll send it over one second. I've got to get a better system.
I can see all of us really small.
Hey, don't worry about that. I'm gonna send you. There you go. You should see it now.
There you are. Okay.
Okay.
He's really loud black stage. Can you turn him down a bit?
He's 1 second.
Yeah, he's really loud back here.
I can't hear Justin. I saw his mouth moving.
Everyone sounds fine to me, by the way, on TikTok.
Interesting that he's
I can't
really.
hear
I'm still quiet on YouTube.
You sound fine to me, RP. I just can't hear Justin at all.
This is.
I can turn Golden Arm's volume down directly if that helps. All right, so Golden Arm, you can hear me at least, right?
I don't think so.
Oh boy.
Can anyone hear me?
I can hear you. Everyone else can hear you. We're trying to figure out if you can hear me. Everyone can hear me except for you.
I don't think Goldie can hear you.
I don't think he's got any of his hardware working properly. Do you have your speakers set up properly?
Use the camera, use the mic. Allowed.
Can you hear me now?
Temporarily.
Do you have a headset with a microphone?
I'm not sure what happened. You guys were able to hear me, and then all of a sudden.
We can all still hear you.
We can still hear you.
We can all still hear you, bud. Oh boy.
This is how every Golden Arm call starts on async.
Oh, good grief.
It's like 10 minutes of troubleshooting. He's terrible at tech.
It's not 10 minutes.
Just leave the room and come back. I suspect you didn't pick your audio devices. Yeah, he heard Arpy. How could he not hear me? I'm the loudest person in the room.
Hello, hello.
Arpy, tell him to refresh his browser.
Hey, Golden Arm, go ahead and refresh your browser.
All right.
I also hear myself echoing from Golden Arm's laptop speakers.
Yes, that's going to be the problem. Is he's playing the audio through a pair of speakers, feeding back immediately into his microphone. It's ridiculous. Oh boy.
I think the platform we use has echo cancellation, and so it helps out a little, but I didn't see those options here.
Not yet. So I do have the echo cancellation option. I'm using WebRTC, which is what Video Ninja uses, but there's some features I haven't really integrated into it yet. And typically it does a pretty good job with the echo as long as they're not doing exactly what this person's doing. But yeah, that's one feature I've got to work in still yet, so we can get it to work. But finding a headset shouldn't be all that hard. Even a wired headset would be fine. It's gotta get it going. Although I don't see him coming back yet.
It is for Goldie.
So you've talked to Golden Arm then, huh?
Oh, several times.
Oh boy.
More than several. Probably almost a dozen by this point.
Okay.
And me, like at
by
least
the way,
twice
YouTube,
that.
is my level better? Can everyone hear me?
I've been able to hear the whole time, so I'm not really sure who's having the problem.
Everyone's good on TikTok.
Okay.
Golden Arm is in the chat saying he can only hear me.
Golden Arm can only hear you.
Turn me up still.
Wait, Golden Arm's in the room?
Still low on, no, when he was.
No,
in the room,
he's
he
in the
could
chat.
hear me.
I don't see him in the. I'm just gonna refresh the room real quick. Hold on. Of course, he's not in the room. I think he got lost. I don't think his technology works or something else is clearly wrong. Well, I mean, I guess we
He's
could
too
move.
busy fucking around in the chat on YouTube.
We can
So,
move on to the next guest, I suppose.
I guess so.
Oh, good grief! Oh no, Golden Arm's back. Welcome back, Golden Arm. Welcome back, Golden Arm. Of course, it's echoing. Of course, it's echoing.
At least you know we can hear you.
All right, hey, do you have a headset, Golden Arm?
Can you share the video again?
Yeah, I can reshare the video.
Appreciate
Golden
it.
Arm.
Any headset, as long as it has a microphone in it, should work
Golden
great.
Arm. Buddy.
He should be able to use
Oh,
his
cool. He's putting on a
laptop
headset.
microphone. Yeah, there we go. That should work.
There we go. He's got a headset coming. If Arpy can hear me, then Golden Arm can hear me. It's the same audio feed. Golden Arm, can you hear me? Golden Arm, can you hear Arpy?
Check. Goldie, can you hear me? Put up 2 fingers if you can hear me.
There you go.
Now we just need your mic working.
And your mic is not plugged in. I can still see your computer hardware, and you've got literally the audio output selected for your microphone. I'll change it for you and send you a reset of change like last time.
Okay.
There you go. Okay. So can you hear me?
Yes.
Cool. And you can hear Arpy.
Can you hear me?
I can hear Gretchen.
Cool. And there's no echo because you're using headphones now, so we should be ready to rock and roll. Arpy, are you at least 18?
Okay.
And which god do you believe in?
I mean Golden Arm.
I'm
sorry, not Arpy. I mean Golden Arm. We know. Yeah, Arpy's an atheist. Yeah.
Golden Arm, making Gen X look like boomers.
I'm
Golden Arm is
I'm over
inaudible to me.
I'm over 18.
Okay. And what religion or god do you believe in?
Christianity, Christian God.
Okay. What do you think is a good piece of evidence or argument to believe in the Christian God?
The Bible.
Sure. What about it?
I think the Bible is 2 witnesses of the same thing. The New Testament witnesses to Jesus Christ. The Old Testament witnesses to Jesus Christ through prophecy, through through its prophetic characteristics. And I believe that's not circular. I believe those are 2 separate, distinct witnesses. It's pretty compelling to me.
What part is compelling? Because I've read the prophecies. I don't think that any of them speak to Jesus.
Well, it's pretty in depth. To me, it starts in Genesis, which is,
Genesis 3.
Yeah. And that's where I'd like to spend most of our time if we can. Or the whole book of Genesis, because I think you need the whole book to understand Genesis 3. The whole book of Genesis.
Not sure I agree with that one, but what about Genesis 3 would lead us to believe it's about Jesus?
Nothing specifically, but it leads you to believe in it. You leave Genesis 3 with an anticipation for Genesis 3 presents the problem of sin and death, and it also presents a solution for the seed of the woman to basically reverse the effects of the fall.
I don't think that's in there.
I
Can you show me where that's at?
Is it 3:15?
Yeah, it's on the screen right now.
Is it?
Yep. It says that God spoke to the serpent, right? It says, the Lord God said to the serpent, because you have done this, cursed are you among all animals and among all wild creatures. Upon your belly you shall go and eat dust all the days of your life. So I'm reading this and I'm saying, yeah, this is a story. It's an etiology about how snakes we're cursed to crawl on their bellies and burrow in the ground, which is what snakes do. That's why it's called an animal, a wild creature. Sounds to me like this is about a snake, not about a devil.
On the surface, you could look at it that way, but I believe there's more to it than that.
Why would anyone think that?
I won't reject that as something that's probably within the text itself, but there's other clues in there which says there's something more.
Like what?
Well, for one, the snake talks. So the snake talks. It speaks. It lies. It deceives. So there's a moral element to the story. The moral element was just understanding what the snake is doing. In the prior chapter, God says, "Don't eat of this fruit, or you'll die." Right? And so now we've got this character, this agent, who's he's got wisdom. He's intelligent. He's tempting and deceiving humanity to do what God says not to do. So there's a huge element of morality to the story that goes beyond just our hostility with snakes, I think.
I don't think so.
So when God comes in and gives the curse, he also gives an anticipation or a hope of something to come.
It didn't say that either.
I think that's in your next. I will put enmity between you and the woman, and between your offspring and hers, and he will strike your head, and you will strike his feet. Yeah, it's a.
How is that hopeful? It sounds like you're going to go to war. Couldn't God just kill Satan if this was Satan?
Sure, yeah, he could.
Oh, well, then it's not hopeful. It's a curse.
But what the hope is that the seed of the woman is going to offset or reverse the effects of what Satan, or not of the serpent.
It says the seed of the serpent. Does Satan have a seed? Sure. Or do snakes have seeds?
Well, it would be the offspring of that of the serpent. Yeah, I get that.
So, but it sounds like it's about the serpent.
Well, it is about the serpent.
Okay, so it sounds to me like it's just about serpents.
Well, not when it starts out with the seed of the woman.
Maybe it's a prophecy of Saint Patrick.
Oh fuck! That's what it is.
The way.
Right.
Okay, it doesn't. We agree that it mentions the seed of the woman, right?
Yeah, the offspring.
Okay. What I think, well, the offspring, correct. But then the language, it goes from the seed to it uses the pronoun he and him and refers to
the word seed is a singular collective.
Correct.
And so it says the same thing about the seed of the snake.
And women don't.
So it's going from the singular collective down to a singular pronoun, referring to one individual.
Not the one individual, is referring to a lineage.
Okay. So and here's where I think going through the rest of Genesis helps us to understand who the seed is. Because we're arguing like, who is the seed? What is the seed? And I think the rest of Genesis begins to answer that within the next chapter.
Well, he told you who the seed was. It's going to be the offspring of the woman and the offspring of snakes.
Yeah. And that ultimately, though, the rest of the book of Genesis explains and qualifies what that means.
Yeah. But it didn't say anything about Jesus.
No, it doesn't.
Oh.
But the whole book, no, in all the passages in Genesis, the word Jesus isn't there, but the anticipation of one coming, the anticipation of someone coming is presented or introduced in chapter 3 of Genesis.
I don't think so.
What verse?
Doesn't say anything about someone coming.
The seed of the woman, and he's gonna strike your head, and he'll strike your. He's gonna crush your head, and he will strike your heel. Yeah, those singular pronouns to me refer to an individual.
It doesn't, because then it would refer to like Abel or Seth. Like actually, it'd be Cain or Seth, because Abel dies.
Well, it doesn't
necessarily track through the male.
It doesn't have to refer to Seth. It could.
Well, if it's going to be a singular offspring of the woman, then it's got to be either Seth or Cain. Abel died.
Right. It doesn't
So,
have to be the immediate. It doesn't have to be her immediate seed.
but it is her seed. If
Yeah,
it's a
yeah,
single
sure.
person, why would you think it's a single person thousands and thousands of years later?
Because of the rest of Genesis, the
But the rest
whole
of Genesis
the
uses the
author.
word seed as a collective noun, just like the word
Not
sheep
always.
is a collective
Not
noun.
all. Yeah, sure, but not always.
No, it is.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it
There's
does.
times where it's using chapter 4.
Find
Is
me,
it verse 20?
find me where the word Zerot shows up in Genesis.
It's Zerah. It's Zerah, isn't it?
That's in the singular form. Yeah, it's a collective singular.
Okay, so go to
Zerot would be a
chapter 4.
plural. If you if
Go
you
to
try
chapter.
to if you try to pluralize Zerah, the hay drops off and it hardens to an oat, so it'd be Zerot, but that's not in the book.
Go to chapter 4, 25.
Mm-hmm. Sure. It's on the screen. What do you need to read?
Adam knew his wife again, and she bore a son, and named him Seth. For Eve said, God has appointed for me another child instead of Abel. Your version says child. The word Zerah is used there.
Okay, and your point?
So well, in my Bible, it says God has appointed another seed.
And your point?
That Zerah is used for singular people.
It's used for plural people too. When Abraham's promises many
no,
offspring as the stars in the sky,
right.
it's referring to multiple people.
Right. I didn't disagree with that. But you
So
disagreed
what I'm
that
saying
you
is
used
the plural form of Zerah, meaning multiple seeds in terms of like people, doesn't exist in the Bible.
that. I don't say it did. I say the term Zerah, as used in Genesis 3, could be plural, it could be singular.
Why would we think that it's singular?
Because of the rest of Genesis.
But nothing in Genesis would lead us to believe that it would be interpreted as singular, which is why my translation and your translation says offspring, which would be, again, a collective noun.
I believe that Genesis 3 raises the question of the offspring, and the rest of Genesis goes towards answering that.
I don't think it does.
Okay, we can discuss it if you'd like. Okay. So the very next thing that happens is
through fear. Period.
the very next thing that happens in the story is Cain and Abel.
Yeah.
Cain kills Abel, and then so the seed that's supposed to be coming has now, if that was the seed, it's now died. So God
gives. It doesn't say that there's a seed coming.
Well, it does in Genesis 3.
You had to add that to Genesis 3. It doesn't say that.
That's what it says.
It doesn't say there's a seed coming.
The seed of the woman will, future tense, crush the head of the serpent.
Yes. And also the seed of the serpent. Does the serpent have one offspring or many offspring?
I don't know. I don't know how to answer that, but I do know that the seed.
It's kind of important before you move forward, isn't it?
Well, I don't think you can get the answer from the text alone.
Well, it sounds to me like you don't have an answer then.
I think it sounds like you're trying to read Genesis 3 in isolation of all the other verses in the Genesis.
Not at all. I know all the verses in Genesis.
Because you picked Genesis.
Well, I'm trying to demonstrate that we can go on and look at what else the author has to say about the seed. And
Satan doesn't show up in Genesis.
It helps us to understand what Genesis 3 is in context to the rest of Genesis.
But what I'm saying is Satan doesn't show up in Genesis. You need something outside of Genesis to point to Satan.
Yeah, you're right. And if I say Satan, because I'm a Christian and I believe that is Satan, but I don't think you can say that that's Satan is as far as we've read so far. So if I say Satan, I mean serpent. If you'll allow that mistake, because I always say Satan, but I know I got to say serpent. You're right. Okay. Did I say Satan?
You said Satan, but it's fine.
That's just for snake.
Okay. Well, as long as you know I mean serpent. The rest of Genesis is going to track the line of the seed.
You mean the offspring?
Well, it's going to it's no, I mean line, because you're not tracking all of the offspring of Eve. At each successive story, the line of where the seed is coming from is being progressively narrowed.
It gets wider and wider.
No, I'd like to show you how it gets more narrow.
But
it starts
family
off with
trees
Cain and Abel.
Naturally get wider because they multiply. They're like a pyramid.
But the covenant line gets narrower and narrower. The line of who the promised seed's going to come through.
You didn't say covenant.
Well, we haven't gotten there yet.
Well, you said seed gets narrow and narrow, not covenant.
It does.
But the seed doesn't get narrow and narrow. It multiplies extensively.
Not that seed. The seed of.
You mean the seed of promise?
The seed of promise, right?
Well, the seed of promise gets larger and larger. The covenant with Abraham is that his seed would grow as large as the stars in the sky. So that means it gets larger and larger. That's what it says.
Well, that's your assumption on how you're defining seed, and
well, it says that. I didn't say it. Genesis says it.
Okay.
I mean, he just makes a covenant with Abraham twice, about his descendants. Yep. It says, to your descendants I give this land. That's not a small number. It's going to be a large number of descendants. 600,000 fighting men, according to the book of Numbers, so about 2.5 million. It says in chapter 12, I believe, he gets the promise of the size of the seed, right?
Verse 3.
Yeah. So it says, I will bless those who bless you, and on the one who curses you, I will curse, and on all of the families of the earth you shall be blessed. And it's going to be through a huge number of children, not through a singular seed. To your offspring I will give this land.
No.
That's what it says. Did one person or did a whole group of people inherit the land?
A whole group of people.
Oh, okay. So it sounds like it's a whole group of people then, huh?
Well, for that verse, yeah.
Why would we think it's about a singular person everywhere else or anywhere else?
All right. Well, let me run through my entire argument in a really quick way. We would think it's different because instead of the line being established through Ishmael, which is what Abraham said to God, let Ishmael be the one that you bless, or that you're going to bring the seed through. God says, no, it's not through Ishmael. It's going to be through a child that Sarah's going to bear this time next year. So here's one example where we have God selecting, this is the line that's going to come, that the seed's going to come from. And so next year, Isaac gets born, and then God tests Abraham to offer up the very seed that he said the line was going to come through, or that the seed was going to come through, which was through Isaac.
We're from there.
He tempts him by saying, hey, I want you to sacrifice Isaac. So you have this little tension here. How can the seed come through Isaac if Isaac's going to die? But God provides a ram, right? So then Isaac grows up and he marries Rebekah, and they have the same promise is given to Isaac, that's in your seed, all the nations of the earth will be blessed. In your seed, Isaac, not Ishmael's. So Isaac then has Rebekah has Jacob and Esau, and God picks which line for the seed to come through. Jacob, right? Not Esau. And so what you have is you have a whole bunch of other families, Ishmael's 12 descendants, you have Esau's family, and a whole bunch of other people that from the genealogies back in chapter 5 and whatever after the flood, you got all these other people. But what's being narrowed down is the line from where the seed's going to come from. Isaac was selected over Ishmael. Jacob was selected over Esau for the seed to come through. And then when Jacob had all of his sons, the promise was given to Jacob, through your seed, through your line, through your seed, I'll bless all the nations of the earth. So there's this connection with the seed of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, but it's not all of Abraham's seed. It's specific to Isaac's line. It's specific to Jacob's line. And then ultimately, when you get to chapter 49, when Jacob's blessing all the tribes, he blesses Judah within that blessing is the prophecy of the seed coming through the line of Judah. And so there's this narrowing down process through the whole book
It didn't
of
say
Genesis.
any of that. It doesn't say anything about the seed in those passages.
It does.
Those are stuff you have to say. It doesn't say anything about the seed and the blessing
Right. Well,
that was
that's my.
given to Judah.
All right.
You have to
We'll need to look
insert
it
that
up, but
because you think that these blessings are about the seed. They're not.
well, I'm just. I
It's
think
not
we
an
went off what
argument.
text.
It's fan fiction.
It's a rationalization of how the book of Genesis answers who is the seed in
But
chapter
the
3.
book of Genesis doesn't even ask the question, who is the seed?
It introduces the concept of the seed.
I don't think it does. And it introduces
When
the
it says the seed of
concept
the woman,
of humanity's opposition to snakes, the same way it introduces the concept of why women have painful childbirth, the same way it introduces the concept of why do humans have to till the ground by the sweat of their brow, despite the fact that the earth was made for us to inhabit. Genesis 3 is an ideology about why things are the way they are, not about if there's going to come a dude later that kills Satan.
it's an ideology of the problem that humans face in the face of God. That's what it is. It's not hostility, because nowhere else in the book of Genesis does it talk about this issue between us and snakes. But what it does is
So I have to say it twice? It didn't say anything about Satan at all. So why would we think that it's about Satan?
Okay. Again, I asked you to give me some leeway here. I mean serpent. Okay. I obviously believe it's because of the New Testament that that's Satan, but and so I'm just used to saying that. But I understand it's a serpent. So I guess I have to say that twice, right? You won't give me that leeway?
I don't grant you any leeway.
Well, it's easy enough just to say what you mean. It's either the serpent or it's Satan, right?
Well, it could be both. But you wouldn't get that from Genesis, I grant that.
No, you wouldn't get it from Genesis, so I'm not going to put it in there until I have a good reason to.
All right, wait, then if I make the mistake, I'll accept the correction every time.
Fair enough.
It says in 22:18 to Abraham, in your seed, all the nations of the earth shall be blessed.
Yep, we're aware.
Is that so that refers to a seed, right?
It refers to a lineage.
I'm assuming that that's the same word that's used in Genesis 3, seed, right?
Yeah, it's going to be the same word. It's also a lineage, not a singular person.
Well, so far, but what we know is it's not all humanity, correct?
I didn't say it would be all humanity. It's obviously the offspring of Abraham.
Right. So that's what I mean by this. The line of the seed is becoming more narrow.
I think what you mean to say is God's chosen people is becoming more narrow compared to the overall population of the planet.
Well, I mean, I think that's assumed.
That will happen when you start from the end.
I'm not starting from the end. I started from the beginning.
Fully? Yes, you are.
I'm starting with the first promise made to the patriarchs after the promise was made to Adam and Eve about the seed of the woman. I'm starting in order. So what seed? Why is God gonna bless the world and all the families of the earth through Abraham's seed?
It's actually pretty easy. He tells you in the prophets.
Did he do that through Isaac?
Yeah. Theoretically, he was going to do it through Isaac. So the goal of the mission of Israel, the mission of Israel isn't that a singular person is going to bring the nations to Yahweh. The goal is that Yahweh himself will be drawing people to him through what he does with the nation of Israel, which is explicitly stated in Ezekiel, Isaiah, and Jeremiah, and Zechariah.
I think that's your interpretation of those passages.
No, it just says it, explicitly.
You didn't get that out of Genesis. I'm just starting with Genesis. I'm starting from a blank slate.
Well, then you're just adding stuff to Genesis then.
Well, I'm not.
Well, if Genesis is saying that the offspring of Abraham is going to be a blessing to the world, it just means the offspring of Abraham.
Right.
So I have no reason to think that this is about a singular individual, because it says, quite literally, I will indeed bless you, and I will make your offspring as numerous as the stars of heaven. So we're talking about a multiplicity, and as the sand that is on the seashore. And your offspring shall possess the gate of their enemies, and by your offspring shall all the nations of the earth gain blessing for themselves. It seems to me that this is referring to an entire lineage, not a singular person. Why would we think that in one verse, like 1.5 verses, God goes from a multiplicity of people to a singular person?
I don't I don't think you can from that verse, because I think that's probably looking forward to the nation of Israel and the covenant that he's going to make through Moses.
Well, there you go. That
But
seems to be what it's about, obviously.
well, that's what that's
Again, you're
about.
starting at the end.
But I'm not. No, I'm not starting at the end. How am
Yeah,
I
you are.
starting
You're
at the
starting
end?
at the end, and you're assuming that that's what the beginning's talking about.
What I'm assuming is
You're
that
doing the
when
same
Genesis
shit
3,
AD was doing with his fucking Psalms prophecy.
no, what I guess I'm just not explaining myself well enough. I think Genesis 3, when it talks about the seed of the woman, it could be grammatically a singular person or a collective singular. It could be both. But I know that when I get to Genesis 22, and it starts talking about the seed of Abraham and the promises made to Abraham, I'm that word. The author uses the word seed to teach us something, that the seed in Genesis 3 is going to come through the woman, and ultimately that's going to be, that promise is being passed
But
on to Abraham through his lineage.
every seed on the planet came through Eve.
Agreed, but that's not what I'm saying.
That's why she was named Chava in Hebrew. She's the mother of all living. So, yes, it's
Sure,
true that
I don't.
her seed will strike the head of the serpent's seed.
No.
Yeah,
In what way?
in the way
In what
that
way?
you would stomp on them to kill them. If you look at ancient depictions of snakes in the in ancient Near East, they were typically depicted as being tread upon by people's feet. Feet.
So you're taking that to mean that all of humanity has hostility towards snakes and will stomp on them, or
Yeah,
something
in
like
the
that.
ancient Near East, that's how they
Okay.
dealt with snakes. If you didn't have a
So
weapon, you stomped on their head, and you typically
so
got bit as a casualty of that operation.
how does that interpretation fit in the moral context of the story?
It's not a moral context about snakes. It's a moral explanation about why snakes lost their legs. It's because they did a great disservice to humanity, which is depicted in other ancient Near Eastern texts. For example, in the Epic of Gilgamesh, when Gilgamesh goes to find Utnapishtim to get the secret of eternal life and dives down into the sea of death to get the plant of immortality, a snake ends up stealing it from Gilgamesh.
Did 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 Adam and Eve eventually die because of their decision in the garden?
Eventually, which is weird because God said they'd die in the very day that they ate from the tree, but they didn't.
Yeah. So their choices
They
in
died
the garden,
eventually. How can you say that it was because of their choice in the garden?
because that's what God explains in chapter 3. He says, because you've done this, you're going to return to the dust of the ground, right? So I believe your rejection of a moral aspect to the story rejects the main point of the story.
No, I don't think so. So to be
Well,
sure,
we
the
can
serpent
disagree.
was placed there on purpose. The snake was a plant.
Agreed.
So
Agreed.
that means
Yeah,
the snake was doing what it was charged to do. So
I understand that.
so the immorality is not on the point of the snake. The snake was doing its job.
Well, that's open to debate, but what's not open to debate is that what happened there was a moral issue, because judgment and punishment came from their actions, and
But
it's a moral
yeah,
story.
that's why it's called an
It's
etiology. That's what I said.
but not about the hostility between men and snakes, but between
Yeah,
basically
it
man
certainly is.
well, that's not what the rest of Genesis tries to explain.
But the rest of Genesis didn't say anything about a dude named Jesus coming
Well,
along at all.
it no, it doesn't. I agree with that, but it does say there's going to be a royal king that's going to come.
Well, Jesus was never a king, so that's going to be a problem.
Well, we can get there later. But if we can't get out of Genesis with agreeing what Genesis 3 says, then you're gonna misinterpret the rest of the Bible.
I'm not going to misinterpret anything. I've read the Bible.
Well, I have too.
I
And we
disagree
can
with your
see how,
interpretation, and so do the majority of scholars.
not I don't think so.
I know
I don't
so.
think the majority of scholars think that Genesis 3 is just an etiology on hostility with snakes.
No, they do.
I think there's a large section of scholars that actually understand the moral element of that.
No, they agree with me.
Well, that's fine. I can disagree with most of the world. That's the way I read it. I see this being a story of don't do this or you're going to die. And then when they did it, they got the punishment of death. And in the middle of that cursing, God gives a hope that says the seed of the woman is going to come and reverse the effects of what
It didn't
you
say
guys
that.
did.
No, it didn't. Didn't say that at all.
Well, it doesn't say that it's hostility towards snakes.
Didn't it? Actually, it says exactly that. It says exactly what I just said. It didn't say anything about hope in here. This is not about anyone coming to save anybody. It didn't say anything about the curse being reversed at all. Does it say that the curse is going to get reversed here?
Not in those words, no.
Does it say anything about the curse being reversed at all?
It says that it says that the seed of the woman is going to crush the head of the serpent. That's what it says.
No, it doesn't say it.
Yeah, it does.
No, it
Head
doesn't.
of the serpent's offspring.
There you
It
go.
says, I will put enmity between you and the woman, and between your seed and her seed. He bruise your head. He is the seed of the woman, and your is the serpent.
No, your is certainly not the serpent. Well, your will be the offspring of the serpent. It says he will strike your head, and you will strike his heel.
Right? He's talking to the serpent, correct?
He is talking to the serpent. He's cursing the serpent.
And he says your head, right? So whose head?
No, well, he's talking to the serpent, and he's referring to the offspring of both of them. The enmity is going to be between. The enmity is between the offspring of both of them. That's why he says, I will put enmity between you and the woman. So there's enmity between Eve and the snake in this moment. Then he says, and between your offspring and her offspring, which means there will be enmity between his offspring and her offspring in the future. He will strike your head and you will strike his heel. This is obviously not about Eve. Did Eve destroy Satan?
It's no.
Oh, then it's obviously not about the serpent and Eve. It's about their offspring.
No.
That's what it says. He will strike your head. Is he Eve or not? It's obviously the offspring of Eve.
That's right. And we can't tell from the context.
So it's obviously not Satan and Eve or the serpent and Eve. It's obviously their offspring.
It's the offspring of Eve and the serpent.
And the offspring of the serpent.
It doesn't say that.
I agree. It says you will strike his heel, and his is obviously the offspring of Eve, and Satan won't be doing that. The offspring, or the serpent won't be doing that. The offspring of the serpent will be doing that.
But you're reading that into it.
No, I'm using the text. I'm using the text to interpret the text.
Okay, and so am I.
Oh, no, you're reaching to the New Testament to interpret it.
I haven't touched the New Testament.
Well, then you're not going to find Satan and Jesus anywhere.
Well, I did. Okay, you can correct me. I'm not saying Jesus and I'm not saying Satan. If I do, I'm wrong because it's not in this text.
There's no sacred seed happening here.
So what I'm saying is the text allows for the interpretation of an individual crushing the serpent.
The text allows for the interpretation, clearly, of a lineage that is going to be against the lineage of the snake, with one ambiguity, which is you referring to possibly the snake itself or to the lineage of the snake.
Well, the rest of Genesis explains that lineage that you're referring to is getting narrower and narrower and narrower.
That doesn't mean anything to me.
I don't want to go out of Genesis too much, but I'm going to go out and I'm going to go to Samuel. Ultimately, that promise is going to come through the line of David to an individual Messiah.
You'd have to demonstrate that. It doesn't say anything about that in Genesis, that's for sure.
No, you're right. It doesn't. And that's why
you're going to go to 2 Samuel 12 and 13, I assume, right?
I'm simply using that to say that what's happening here in Genesis is extended through the rest of the Old Testament, the Hebrew Scriptures, and that's a really clear understanding that the Messiah that's promised later on in other books of the Bible and there's clear messianic prophecies in the Old Testament.
I
I think
agree
you would
that there
deny
are clear messianic prophecies.
So
Jesus didn't
what?
do any of them. That's the problem.
Would you quit bringing up Jesus for a second?
Well,
Because I'm
that's
not
the
assuming
that's the
Jesus right
point you're
now.
trying to get to.
But I'm not assuming it. I will get there
Well,
eventually. But I
well,
can't jump
that's
to. I
your
can't jump to the.
that's your end
I
point.
can't
I'm
jump.
just
I can't,
I'm just starting
it
at
is
your
my
end point and demonstrating that your end point is already flawed because the only way Jesus could be
no.
the Messiah is if he fulfilled prophecies and he didn't do any.
But what's happening here is when you reject the moral element of Genesis 3 and the hope that's being brought into that through the
It
promise of the seed,
didn't give any hope.
then what you're doing is you're eliminating one of the main purposes of the Messiah.
No, it didn't give any hope.
That's to restore.
In
That is to
Genesis 3.
restore what
It didn't say
happened at
that.
the fall.
It didn't
It
say that
does.
though. It doesn't say
It
that.
says.
Show me the
That's
verse
what it
where in
means.
Genesis where it says the fall is going to be reversed.
When God conquers the serpent by crushing him on the head.
Where does it say that?
That's my interpretation of it.
Well, I'm asking you. I'm asking you to show me where it says anything about the curse going away.
That's what it means when the serpent's going to have his head crushed.
What, did the serpent curse them or did God curse them? Because as far as I'm reading the text, God cursed them, not the serpent.
I don't know how you would think I said that. God cursed the serpent.
Well, why does the serpent have to die for the curse to go away?
I don't know.
That it means your interpretation doesn't have any like root in like anything actual. If the serpent doesn't have to die for the curse to be reversed, then you can't say that the curse is reversed when the serpent dies.
I think the curse. We're zeroing in on the curse for Satan. There's curses for the man and the woman as well. We are after the fall in the garden. For however that works, original sin, whatever, I don't care.
So are snakes going to get legs again when Satan dies?
I don't know.
I'm not sure. Because Satan's not cursed here. Snakes are. Snakes lose their legs. This is obviously an explanation about snakes.
Well, I think there's more to it than that. I think the purpose.
I don't think you've been able to demonstrate that yet.
Well, maybe not to you, but you haven't even. Well, that's my interpretation. I believe there's a moral element, and I believe there's a shadow of hope given here that what Satan and the humans brought into the world is going to get fixed by a seed, the seed of the woman. And the rest of the chapter, the rest of the book narrows down the line where that seed's going to come from.
Well, unfortunately, it's not going to be Jesus, I'll tell you that.
I don't know why you keep saying that. Why do we have to talk about Jesus?
Because that's the whole point of your religion, is that Jesus is the fulfillment of these prophecies. That's what you said.
So I think I've made a stronger argument for the seed being somebody who's going to come since
I don't think you have.
You haven't used any of Genesis and the literary coherence of all of this stuff makes sense that you would go back and say, well, the seed must be coming through the line of Abraham, coming through the line of Isaac, the seed that's going to bless all the nations of the earth. Isaac didn't bless all the nations of the earth. Jacob certainly didn't bless all the nations of the earth.
I didn't say that they would. I think you're confused. You keep interpreting the seed as a singular individual, and I've already told you I don't think the seed is a singular individual. It's clearly in Genesis 22 speaking of a lineage, a family, a group of people, not a singular individual.
Not in 22, no. You were in 17, I think.
No, 22. You weren't listening when I read it to you. I'll read it again.
No, I read it. I thought you were in 17.
No, it's in 22. So what happens is he says, I will indeed bless you and make your seed as numerous as the stars of heaven and as the sand that is on the seashore, and your seed shall possess the gate of their enemies, and by your seed shall all the nations of the earth gain blessing for themselves. This is clearly referring to the same seed, which is why they're connected by a conjunctive vav in Hebrew. This is not a separate, different seed all of a sudden in verse 18.
Okay, but then that doesn't include all of his kids from Keturah, right?
No, obviously the promise wasn't through the
Okay.
concubine Keturah.
All right, good. So then when Isaac comes, that's the seed that God's going to bless all the nations of the earth, right?
The covenant goes through Isaac.
According to that what you just read.
According
so
to the
Isaac
text,
is going to bless.
the blessing
Does that mean
goes.
Isaac?
The blessing. The blessing
Is
goes
Isaac
through
going
Isaac.
through? What do you mean through?
Through the line of Isaac. That's how lineages work.
Right. So is Isaac going to bless all the nations of the earth?
No, the lineage of Isaac is.
Okay, good. So we agree. So
We
when
don't
it
agree.
says
You
through
keep
your
using
seed,
you keep using the word as a singular. It's not a singular. It's a plural.
no, hold on. No, I'll use it as look. Where is it? 22:18, right? No.
22, 17, 18.
Goldie, who blesses
Hold
all
on.
the nations of the earth? Just fucking get there, man. This edging shit
Well,
is
we're
getting
going off.
ridiculous.
Well, it says in
Who
verse
blesses all
18.
the nations of the earth?
Well,
Just say the fucking J word so we can fucking be done with this.
you know what? That's no, because I'm studying Genesis. It says in 18, in your seed,
No,
all
you're
the
not.
nations are blessed.
You're
Right?
rewriting Genesis.
Did you bother to read verse 17?
Okay, let's go back 17. Blessing I will bless you, and multiplying I will multiply your descendants as the stars of heaven, and as the sand which is on the seashore. And your descendants shall possess the gate of their enemies.
And
in your
then,
seed,
there you
in
go.
your seed, all the nations of the earth shall be blessed.
And you want us to believe that in 17 it says seeds, plural, seeds, plural, seeds, plural, and then 18 seed singular.
Yeah.
That's ludicrous. That's cope to
what
the
I
max.
can say,
that's cope mogging.
All right, but what I can say though is that this narrowing down eliminates the all humanity thing, because the you're trying to say in Genesis 3, all humanity is going to have hostility towards these snakes because that's what the seed of the woman is, all of humanity. But
exactly that. It explains the relationship between snakes and humans. You got it.
The author of this book, who's trying to make a point, is saying, you know what? There's another seed coming.
Doesn't say that though.
And you're saying there's two different seeds, and I'm saying they're the same one.
No, I didn't say that at all.
Well, that's what you're implying.
The lineage of Abraham has nothing to do with the seed or the serpent in Genesis.
Yeah, that's what I just said, and you rejected that.
No, I didn't. So the seed that's promised to Abraham is completely unrelated to Genesis 3.
Right, and I think they are related because that makes
that's what you have to demonstrate. Coherent. No, the book is plenty coherent without that.
Well, there's not. Why would
no, there is.
Why would God want to bless the earth? And how? In what way? What for? Why? What
because
question?
Because he wants all people to come to him.
And do what?
To dwell with him. It says it like 10 times. It says, I will be your God and you will be my people.
And not to everybody.
No, eventually the whole earth. In Isaiah 60, those who don't turn to God get wiped out.
Right.
So he wants everybody who will turn to him, and those who refuse will get wiped out.
Okay. And so, what if you don't go to? What if you don't turn to him?
Then you get wiped out.
Did Ishmael turn to him?
Presumably, yeah.
Well, we don't know. But he wasn't selected.
God says he's going to bless him.
Well, that's true. I guess what I'm saying is I don't see how it makes Genesis 3 makes sense unless the seed of the woman is not the same seed that the author is trying to get towards.
Why? But the author is not trying to get towards a singular seed. The author repeatedly talks about a multiplicity of people when it says seed, which is why there's numerous as the stars in the sky.
Okay. Well, if you keep going, the same promise is made to Isaac.
Mm-hmm.
In your seed, all the nations of the earth will be blessed.
Yep. And how many?
But when it comes down to choosing who that seed
how many?
The line was given to Jacob and not
how many
Esau.
seeds?
Well, it says seed. I don't know.
Is there a reason
we
to
could
believe in the story of Isaac that it's referring to a singular seed?
okay, maybe not yet,
So
but as you
you
go
need
as you
to find me a reason to interpret it that way then.
okay, because you can see the theme, you can see this reoccurring theme that the author of Genesis is doing.
I agree.
In
Yeah, I
your
can see
seed,
it. It's about a
I'm going to bless
lineage.
you. In your seed, I'm going to bless you, or all the
Yeah, the
nations. In your
lineage.
seed, I'm going to bless, right?
Yeah,
So
through a
then, when you
lineage.
get to Genesis 49,
Uh-huh.
we find this this prophecy for a royal king.
Okay. Although I
In,
disagree, but go for it.
in 49:10, as he's giving these blessings to his sons, he skips over the first three, and then or the first two, or was it three or two? I don't know. And then he gets to Judah, and in verse 10 he says, "The scepter shall not depart from Judah, nor a lawgiver from between his feet until Shiloh comes." And Shiloh, in my understanding, means the one to whom it belongs. And historically, this verse has been understood for a lot of people, not everyone, to be a messianic prophecy. That the Messiah, the one, will come through the tribe of Judah. And this is ultimately later confirmed with David, but I'm not jumping out of Genesis too much, not any more than you are. Anyway, so this is where we get to the singular. So I can
I
grant
don't
all the
think so.
ones could. I can grant all the other ones could be understood as plural, and I think they were for the most part. But once you get here, we have the identity of a singular person, in my opinion, the way I understand it. And I'm not alone in that.
Well, a singular person in Genesis 49 is obviously the king. That's why the person has a scepter. The kingship, the scepter, shall not depart from Judah, meaning the lineage of the kings will come from Judah, which is what we would expect because the last redaction of the Hebrew Bible was by the Judeans. Nor the ruler's staff from between his feet, meaning the feet of the Judeans, until tribute comes to him, meaning payment by foreign nations, and the obedience of the people which is his. Now, you could translate it as something else. There's lots of ways to interpret the reference to Shiloh. I personally like the interpretation, as many scholars have pointed out, that it's probably referring to the fact that the kingdom was divided by the prophet at Shiloh, and that's when the scepter did actually get slightly departed from Judah because it was split into two different kingdoms. It's kind of irrelevant. Both of us are going to agree here that Genesis 49, this particular passage, is about kingship, but Jesus was never king.
Right. It doesn't matter yet.
Well, it's going to matter eventually.
It will, and that's why you have to exit Genesis.
Does this say anything about a serpent or a curse, though?
Not Genesis 49.
So how is it related to Genesis 3?
The whole book by the author has a main point.
Sure, what's the main point?
He created the problem in Genesis. The problem was raised in Genesis 3.
What's the problem?
And now and the hope was given in Genesis 3.
Well, the hope wasn't given in Genesis 3. You plug that in yourself.
And this is the hope that is being explained and played out in time.
Genesis 3 didn't say anything about hope.
Well, it does.
Nope.
Yeah. The seed of the woman's going to crush the head of the serpent.
The children of the serpent.
It says he will crush your. And I don't want to say if words mean words, but it says he and your, and he's talking to the serpent.
Your offspring.
Can we talk about the curse on the serpent really quick?
It says, I will put enmity between you and the woman, between your offspring and hers. He will strike your head, meaning either the serpent, or the woman, or the woman's offspring. If it's referring to her, meaning the woman, then it's weird. Why is he going to strike the head? So he is obviously referring to the offspring of the woman, because that's who the he is. The he is the offspring that's going to strike the head of either the serpent or the serpent's children, which is why it says, you will strike his heel.
So are you interpreting the singular pronouns he and your as representative of plurals?
Representative of the lineage, yes. The
Okay.
same
Well,
way, why the Bible says like the strength of a father is in his children, in his sons.
well, if the Bible wasn't zeroing down and progressively narrowing down the line and the lineages to one person, if the Bible wasn't doing that, and
But
Genesis wasn't doing that, then you know what? I wouldn't have an argument.
but the
But
Bible
the
doesn't
Bible,
tie that
and
There
lineage
you
to
Bible.
the
go.
snake ever.
Now you're getting it.
Well, the Bible's my reason for why I believe that this is a singular seed,
But
because
the
it's
Bible doesn't say
narrowing
anything
down
about the serpent and the seed.
the promise of the seed is given in Genesis 3, and the rest of Genesis is talking about where the seed's going to come from.
The
It's
lineage,
that
yeah,
clear.
it talks about a lineage every time.
Yeah. And it's narrowing down where and who that's going to be.
To a lineage, yeah.
But ultimately to a king. And then later on in the
No,
Bible, find
the
out more
king
about it.
the king
But
himself is kind of irrelevant, actually. If you read the Messianic prophecies,
no,
the king is not always even a singular person. In fact, in Jeremiah 33, it seems like it might be a multiplicity of kings.
well, this says my reading of verse 10 and 49 is singular. And you could say, well, that's just plural too, but then I guess words don't mean words here, right?
Words absolutely do mean words, which is why you should read it more carefully. It says the scepter shall not depart from Judah. Is a scepter a king, or is it refer to the power of a king?
The scepter is a singular unit that one person has.
What? No, the scepter is referring to what? It doesn't refer to a singular person. It refers to what? A seat of authority. The scepter, which many kings possessed in Judah, won't be departing from Judah. That means the power of the king won't depart from that tribe, nor the ruler's staff from between his feet, meaning the symbols of authority within the kingship will be with the tribe of Judah. That's all it means. Does it mean there's a singular king here?
His doesn't mean singular, right? His means Judah.
Yeah, obviously, will not depart from Judah. His feet is referring to Judah. This is the blessing giving to Judah.
All right.
A singular person.
The alternate readings in the NRSV state that
You mean NRSV?
NRSV. I got this book at your recommendation. It says the scepter shall not depart from Judah, nor the ruler's staff from between his feet until tribute comes to him.
Yep.
And the obedience of the people is his. The obedience of the people is not to Judah, the tribe, but to the king.
To Judah.
To the king.
To Judah.
Because not everybody's gonna give obeisance to every person
Judah.
from the tribe of Judah.
The blessing is to the tribe of Judah, specifically through the person of Judah.
It's to the seed of Judah, right?
No, it's to Judah through the seed, which is why if you look at the other blessings, you find the same language.
So when you say it's to Judah, the man or the tribe?
The blessing is given to Judah, which will be fulfilled through his lineage. Which is why Reuben, it says, Reuben, you are my firstborn, my might and the first fruits of my vigor, excelling in rank and excelling in power. Unstable as water, you shall no longer excel, because you went up into your father's bed, or onto your father's bed, then you defiled it. You went up onto my couch. But he says that you shall no longer excel. Is he referring specifically to Reuben or to the tribe that Reuben offsprings? Because all of these blessings and curses actually are reminiscent of what happened to the tribes at the time that this was written.
Right. I wouldn't disagree with that.
Okay, so the fact that there's a third person pronoun is irrelevant. He's speaking to a singular person as he's giving these blessings.
I understand that. But the details of the blessing given to Judah specifies an individual that's going to come. Not a tribe that's going to come.
No, it doesn't.
He's saying you're going to have the scepter, which I means that there's going to be some king from the tribe of Judah.
There will be kings, plural.
Kings, plural. But there's one
Doesn't say one.
According to according to alternate readings, the NRSV has a little note down there, or another way to translate it is until Shiloh comes, or
I
until
agree.
he comes to Shiloh, or until
I
he
agree.
comes to whom it belongs.
Mm-hmm.
And so this is another case where, you're not gonna accept my interpretation, but this is what we've done is we've narrowed down from Abraham to Isaac to Jacob, and from all the tribes of Jacob, we've narrowed it down to one specific tribe. If we don't want to go with one specific person, it's a pattern.
I don't know what you're referring to. Listen, nobody is questioning whether or not the king is coming through Judah. That's never been a question the entire time. The question is this blessing for the tribe of Judah, or is it for a singular king down the road? It's clearly not for a singular king down the road. It's for the tribe of Judah, which is why the rest of the blessings read the same. Zebulun shall settle at the shore of the sea, and he shall be a haven for ships, and his border shall be at Sidon. Is this referring to a singular person, or is this referring to the tribe?
That's part of the tribes, but does the rest
So
of the
why
Bible...
would I read every one of these blessings refers to the person in the third person, but is obviously referring to the lineage later on? Why would I read verse 10 and be like, actually, despite the fact that all of these blessings are in the third person singular, this particular one's obviously referring to somebody other than the lineage?
Because what was the last one you read? Was it
Zebulun, verse 13. Issachar is going to be the same way.
Right. So Zebulun settled at the shore of the sea. So his tribe is going to settle by the sea, right?
Yep.
He shall be a haven for ships. So, and his border shall be at Sidon. So his border. So you're talking about the border of the tribe of Zebulun.
Now, whose border is it? Who's he?
It's the tribe of Zebulun.
There you go. So, but is the tribe a singular person?
No.
Well, it seems like what we find here is that the actual person being blessed is being referred to both as a lineage and in the grammatical form that they're being spoken to, which is in the singular.
I don't disagree with that, but you're disallowing for a particular individual from being named in any other blessing. You say that can't be.
I'm saying it's not in the text.
The context of Zebulun doesn't give you the option to say, oh, it's referring to one who's going to come. But when you go up to verse 10,
it doesn't say what you said it said, though.
Well, it does, and in some, according to the NRSV footnote B, that is one legitimate.
I've got the footnote.
They wouldn't have put that in there.
It's in the Syriac, and it's also in Targum. It just says he. That's it.
It says until he comes to whom it belongs.
Until Shiloh comes. No. You're combining footnote B and footnote C. They're two different references. One is from the Greek, the Syriac, and the Targums, and it also just says he. The other footnote, C, says, or it could read until Shiloh comes, or until he comes to Shiloh, if you're reading it in Syriac.
I'm just reading the footnote that came with the New Oxford Annotated Bible.
Yeah,
it's the red one you recommend.
I'm reading it too. Or until Shiloh comes, or until he comes to Shiloh.
And I don't have a footnote C.
I do. I don't have to tell you.
Well,
so the reality is, like, verse 10 in this chapter is clearly referring to the kingly lineage coming from the tribe of Judah. Now, you can debate all you want about what you think Shiloh means, about which textual variant is the one that was probably original. The reality is, it just doesn't say anything about a singular Messiah in the future. And it certainly doesn't say anything about a singular king in the future, reversing the curse from Genesis 3. That's all stuff that you just want to be in there that's not really in there.
No, I think it's just an interpretation of what's in there.
But it doesn't say anything. You don't have justification for it.
I do.
No, you don't. You have fifis. You have feelings. There's not a single thing in this text that refers to the curse being reversed.
All I'm saying is that Genesis 3 speaks about a seed coming, and the rest of Genesis does so too.
Yeah, about a lineage. It specifically speaks about a lineage.
And the rest of the Bible, when you go on further past this, does the exact same thing. It narrows it down more and
to
more
a lineage.
to where we know the Messiah is supposed to come from the line of David.
To a lineage, though. The seed is a lineage.
But are you saying that the Old Testament doesn't predict a singular Messiah, one person in the line of David who's going to come and rule forever?
I'm saying Jesus
doesn't. Is that
doesn't.
What you're saying? We're not talking about Jesus.
I'm sorry, Genesis doesn't.
It does up to the point of Judah.
No, it doesn't.
And then the rest of the Old Testament fills in more and more and more of that gap to where we understand.
And the great part about the rest of the Old Testament is the Messiah that it describes is obviously not Jesus. It describes a Messiah who rescues his people, brings them back from the places where they were scattered, who sits on an actual throne inside of the borders of Israel, restores the ruined cities that are in Israel, reassembles the temple and the Levitical priesthood, and none of that happened with Jesus.
Well, that's a different topic for another night. And I am actually preparing to answer all of that stuff. But what I wanted to try to show was my particular view says that the Messiah is predicted in Genesis. It goes back and it is the one seed of the woman, and he's going to fix what was broken. The fall of mankind. The fall of mankind, I believe, God says he's going to fix it through the seed of the woman. And I believe ultimately that is Jesus Christ, but I'm showing how the Old Testament anticipates it.
But it didn't say anything about fixing the curse.
Well, we've been over that, so I disagree with your interpretation. I don't believe that the author of the Pentateuch is really concerned about snakes. I think he's more concerned about God and our relationship with him. And
you can say that, but you can't show me from the text why that's in there.
It's just so absurdly irrelevant to the
Not
whole
absurd.
purpose of the Bible.
It actually
it's absurdly irrelevant.
Completely in line with the context of Genesis and the time period in which it was written. In fact, it follows exactly what we find in the Babylonian text. The first 11 chapters of Genesis are all riffing on Babylonian texts. Every story in the first 11 chapters has a Babylonian counterpart. And guess what? In Babylon, they had various explanations for why snakes were the way that they were. This just happens to be one of them.
The snakes have nothing to do with chapters 4 through 11.
They have something to do with chapter 3.
But what happens in 4 through 11 is a narrowing down from the whole world to the tribe of Shem and then Abraham.
What happens in chapters 4 through 11 is riffing on Babylonian literature. That's what's happening.
Well, I'm just going what the text says. You can say that it's riffing
on
whatever.
Mine.
But you're going from chapter 4 to chapter 12, which is going from all of humanity to one singular person called out named Abram.
Did you miss the part where all of humanity was wiped out? It got narrowed down really quick there, didn't it?
Yeah, and
then it expanded, huh?
Well, it expanded again, but then it narrowed down to one man again.
Seems like a weird trend line, huh?
Well, it's what he put in there. But chapters 12 through 50. What's the purpose of Genesis? What's the main reason for Genesis?
It's history. So the problem that you've got is you're assuming that the Bible, like every book in the Bible, has to be connected to every other book in the Bible, and there has to be some kind of meta-narrative. But that's not really how these traditional texts work. So these texts were kept in a lot of times isolation. Like the tribes in the north had a couple different volumes that they probably used. The tribes in the south had a couple different volumes that they would use, and that's why source criticism and textual criticism is so important. Because we learned, like through the documentary hypothesis, that these various texts, while they had some overlap, were stitched together late, like during the Babylonian period and post-Babylonian period. And so, like, these weren't like, no one was thinking about a meta-narrative. There's no, like, no one was thinking like, oh, well, if I say this here in Genesis, it won't make sense 1,000 years later when we write it over here in this other book.
You said that I assumed that the books are connected. How did I do that in my argumentation from Genesis?
Because you're assuming that if it's about a snake, that it somehow won't make sense of the books that came after it. But it doesn't have to make sense of the books that came after it, because when they wrote Genesis, they didn't have those other books in mind.
I didn't.
It was literally where you started your whole appearance. You said Genesis set the theme for the entire rest of the Bible.
It does. that doesn't mean that I'm interpreting Genesis in light of the rest of the Bible. Those are two separate things.
Well, yeah, because you said my interpretation of Genesis 3 can't be true because it means that Genesis 3 specifically doesn't make sense in light of the rest of the Hebrew Bible or Old Testament, but it doesn't have to. No one was writing Genesis with the idea that it's going to have to comport with books that came after it.
I disagree with that because the author actually wrote the first 5 books.
Well, I don't think Moses absolutely didn't write the first 5 books. That's a fact.
I know how you feel on that, and I didn't even mention the name Moses. I said the author. I think I've done that
it certainly
the whole time.
wasn't the same author.
Well, I think I've argued from within the text. I've made references to the Davidic covenant, but only just to give an example of what I'm seeing here in Genesis. And at the end of the day, we're going to disagree. I didn't think I could persuade you, but I'm open to being persuaded that I'm wrong. But I don't think you've given any reason for me to abandon what I believe Genesis says.
You didn't ask me to. I asked you to demonstrate one of the prophecies you're talking about. We spent the whole time talking about the prophecy you brought up. You didn't give me an opportunity to prove my point at all. You want me to do it?
That you're I didn't give you opportunity to prove that Genesis 3 is not strictly just about the hostility of
That's not my talking point. That's the talking point you brought up.
Oh, well, I mean, yeah, I wanted to bring that up. That was what I wanted to talk about.
Why is Christianity true? Why is the God of the Bible true? And you brought up the prophecies, and then I asked you to define one of the prophecies that would lead me to this conclusion. You said Genesis 3, and I said, okay, cool. Now, that's not my argument, it's your argument. I just told you why I don't think your argument works. My argument is that there are actual prophecies about the real Messiah that literally contradict Jesus's own teaching and the teaching of Paul and the rest of the New Testament, which means either the God of the Old Testament's lying or something in the New Testament's lying.
Here's where the Genesis 3 story is really important, because if you understand the role of the seed of the woman to restore what was lost.
Yeah, we already went over Genesis 3.
But if you don't do that, then the Messiah doesn't have to fix sin and death.
Well, the Messiah is going to do that with or without Genesis 3, according to the New Testament. Also, in Isaiah, when you get the new heaven and new earth, there's obviously still death. It says so in chapter 65.
I understand that. There's different ways to understand that, but
I don't think so.
I'm just saying that the Old Testament, I don't need the New Testament to prove that the Messiah is going to restore what was lost in Eden. And
well, you didn't find it in Genesis, that's for sure.
Yes, you fucking do.
Well, that's what Genesis 3 says.
Without the New Testament, there is no fucking Messiah. Not even in your fucking world.
Oh my gosh! Period. So the Jews aren't waiting for a Messiah? They don't believe in the New Testament. Are you saying there's no Messiah apart from
only
the New
Testament?
Testament?
Only the Christians have one that showed up. That's the New Testament.
Right.
You know what?
I must have misunderstood you.
Justin said be respectful. So please report to Async after this stream, because I've got some shit I want to say to you.
You want me to go to Async when we're done?
Yes, please.
Oh, Gretchen, please.
I have some things I want to say.
Well, so
I'm trying to be respectful. God damn it!
You should be respectful on your channel too, Gretchen.
Well, let me show you an example of why obviously Jesus doesn't fit the messianic role. So,
never.
If you read the actual prophecies, not some weird passage from Genesis that obviously isn't a prophecy, it's clear that it completely contradicts what Jesus, what the New Testament says about Jesus. It says, "The day is surely coming, says the Lord, when I will fulfill the promise that I made to the house of Israel and to the house of Judah. In those days and at that time, I will cause a righteous branch to spring up for David. He shall execute justice and righteousness in the land. In those days, Judah will be saved, and Jerusalem will live in safety, and this is the name by which it will be called, the Lord is our righteousness." We would agree that this is the Messianic King, right?
I think I don't have your screen. What were you reading?
Oh, did my screen share stop? Let me reshare it. Sorry, I got to get a better screen sharing system. You should be able to see it now.
There we are. Yeah. Where's this at?
Cool. Jeremiah 33, starting in verse 14.
Yeah, that's about the. I was listening. I like to read it, but yeah, I believe that's about the Messiah. 33:14.
Yep.
All right. The days are surely coming, says the Lord, when I will fulfill the promise I made to the house of Israel and the house of Judah in those days, that at that time I will cause a righteous branch. Okay, so yeah, that righteous branch to spring up of David, I believe, is the Messiah. Interestingly enough, though, you picked a verse that talks about promises made to who?
To
And when were
Judah.
those promises made? When was that? When was that promise made?
About 605.
The days are coming when I will fulfill the
Jeremiah
promise
was
made.
writing around 605 BC.
Okay. The promise made to David.
Promise made to the audience of Jeremiah.
I will fulfill the promise I made to the house of Israel. We made a promise to somebody.
To the house of Israel, it's earlier in the chapter.
So it says in those days and at that time, so in the future, right?
Yep.
So he's referring to a promise that still hasn't been done that he made in the past. Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And the promise is that there's going to be a branch of David who's going to come up and he's going to save Judah and they're going to live in safety. Follow?
Yeah.
All right, the next line says, Thus saith the Lord, David shall never lack a man to sit on the throne of the house of Israel, and the Levitical priests shall never lack a man in my presence to offer burnt offerings, to make grain offerings, and to make sacrifices for all time. Now, this is obviously a problem for the New Testament. The New Testament says that there will be no sacrifices. Jesus was the final sacrifice, and that the Levitical priesthood has been done away with, replaced with the priesthood of Melchizedek, meaning Jesus' fictitious priesthood, which means this couldn't be a true prophecy.
If it can be, I mean, if you're thinking that the Levitical priesthood is going to last forever,
that's what it says.
Then it can't. It can't.
Yeah, that's what it says.
So the New Testament understanding of this, and I'm going to go to the New Testament now, I believe, because I'm out of Genesis. We're done with that conversation, I guess. Is that Christ is the final sacrifice.
Yep, that's Hebrews.
And he's also our high priest.
That's Hebrews. I'm aware.
And so there is no, and Christ ascended on heaven, on high, sitting down at the right hand of the Father, in what apparently is probably the real tabernacle, not the pattern here on earth, but the real tabernacle. And so Jesus can fulfill those things eternally and for all time. He can be. He's the grain offering. He's the peace offering. He's the all offering. He's also the king.
He's actually not a king. So it says that David shall never lack a man to sit on the throne of the house of Israel. That's a throne in Israel.
The throne of Israel is not
the throne
in Israel.
On the throne of the house of Israel. That's a throne that is in Israel.
Okay.
Which is why it says the Levitical priests, plural, the Levitical priests, plural, shall never lack a man in my presence to offer burnt offerings and make grain offerings. Grain offerings is an actual Levitical sacrifice.
Right. Yeah, I know. I believe that Jesus fulfilled all of those types.
How?
Through his sacrifice.
Why this is what's a type to you?
It's like the tabernacle. There was a pattern of the substance. They all represented symbolically something, some work or some office of Christ.
So who are the Levitical priests a type for here?
The Christ, because he's our ultimate high priest.
No, it's plural. Levitical priests.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know how to answer that.
Right. Because it's obviously a collection of priests. The Levitical priest shall never lack a man in my presence to offer burnt offerings, plural, to make grain offerings, plural, and to make sacrifices, plural, for all time.
Yeah. And they won't lack one because Christ will be that one.
Well,
and he's
they
always
won't lack one because they'll have a Levitical priest doing those things, which is what Jeremiah, or not Jeremiah, what Ezekiel describes.
Yeah, I'm not going to admit that I have all the answers on these, and this is why I haven't called in on this particular topic, but I am working on it.
Fair enough.
I know one of the big issues for me beyond the Levitical priesthood, I think that one's not so hard to dismiss, or is easier to dismiss, but the land issue is my biggest problem.
It's a huge problem, right? Because
So
what we find in, say, Ezekiel 37, when the Messiah comes, is clearly going to be an actual land situation, right? It says in verse 24, there we go. My servant David shall be king over them, and they shall have one shepherd. They shall follow my statutes. Follow my ordinances and be careful to observe my statutes. They shall live in the land that I gave to my servant Jacob, in which your ancestors lived. They and their children's children shall live there forever, and my servant David shall be their prince forever. And it tells you what this prince is going to do. If you fast forward the next two chapters, you've got the war of Gog and Magog, and then after that, you've got the restoration of the temple, and then after the restoration of the temple and the apportionment of the land, you've got what's going to happen in the temple, and it includes a lot more sacrifices. The burnt offering that the prince offers to the Lord on the Sabbath day shall be 6 lambs without blemish, and a ram without blemish. And the grain offering with the ram shall be an ephah, and the grain offering with the lambs shall be as much as he wishes to give, together with a hin of oil to each ephah. This is obviously just giving instructions on how the new prince, the Davidic prince, is going to give real sacrifices and offerings with the Levitical priests.
Yeah, I understand that, and I don't currently have a satisfactory answer for myself. When I do, I'll give you a call.
Fair enough.
But excuse me, my first assumption with where I'm kind of going with this, not my assumption, but my understanding is two things. One, he says, my servant David. And it's clearly not David. It's clearly referring to something not David. I think we both understand that's the Messiah.
Well, that's actually debatable. There's a contingent of Jews that would interpret this passage as literally being about the return of David, just like there are some who think that Elijah and Moses are going to physically return. It's not entirely universally accepted that this is an unnamed Messiah, but I grant you it could be either.
So the other thing about it is according to that text, it's going to be forever. This particular servant, this particular king, is going to be forever. So I mean, until something changes within our world system, that's pretty much impossible. Forever implies kind of an eternal state, in my opinion. Forever means there's no end, which I believe the New Testament kind of spiritualizes a lot of this stuff, and that kind of fits. That the understanding of it being spiritual kind of is justified by one man living forever, because one man can't live forever unless there's some change to physics, in my understanding. That's my foundational, okay, so then when it talks about sacrifices and other things, do those now have to be literal? Because David isn't literal, and forever isn't even possible. So I believe there's clues there that allows us to kind of maybe say maybe this isn't exactly literal.
I think it
Just
is.
like
It literally says
the sacrifices could be maybe not
6 lambs
like
without blemish.
covenant.
Right? The grain offering with the ram shall be an ephah. That's a measurement. And the grain offering with the lamb shall be as much as he wishes to give, together with a hin of oil to each ephah. On the day of the new moon he shall offer a bull of the herd without blemish, and 6 lambs and a ram which shall be without blemish. These are all actual measurements and timelines. This is a literal thing.
Yeah, I mean, you got a point, and I can't answer it. I just think I got to do more study on that. So.
Fair enough. Listen, Golden, we've been at this for about an hour. I'm already 15 minutes. I was supposed to be offline at midnight. Now I think it's gonna be like 1 a.m. when I get off. But nevertheless, We had some tech issues. We appreciate you being patient and working through those with us. You obviously know when and where I stream, so take a look at those prophecies, find the best answers you can find, and come back and chat with me, okay?
All right, thanks. I appreciate your time.
All right, cheers, bud. Well, I have to say, despite the copium, he was at least interesting to talk to. He's at least read some of
Yeah,
the
I mean,
passages.
yeah, he definitely has. And the most frustrating part about him is that he's not dishonest. Like he's a true believer.
Right. That's what makes it
Even
hard.
though he's like, yeah,
He could be free from this
that's usually the
nonsense.
hard part. Could be, but
Well, friends, hey,
it's rough.
I know. Well, I mean, it's going to be rough for you in a little bit. It sounds like he's coming your way soon. Friends, I'm going to read some super chats and close out the stream. We had a late one, but it is Friday night, nevertheless. And I think I'll be live tomorrow night. I'll double check. I think we're live tomorrow night on the line doing Exvangelical. And then I'll probably be live somewhere on Sunday as well. So we got a lot of stuff happening over the weekend. Also, friends, make sure you're following Gretchen down here at Boots, and also the Async Network on YouTube. In fact, they're going to be going live possibly here tonight when we're done here. So Design says,
Oh yeah, we'll go live right before you end, and then you can like send us a raid, and then they can just sub while they're there.
Let's do it. Yeah, absolutely, 100%. Design, my friend, good to see you again. Says,
great.
could God not realize his plan by killing Satan in the garden, then nurturing his beloved creation to salvation himself? Sure, Justin, but God is a messy bitch. Is that the crazy thing? I don't understand why God has to go through all the theater just to get Satan out of the picture. Listen, God, if you don't like Satan, just click your fucking fingers and get rid of him. What are we doing here with all this seed nonsense? I have no idea why God needs to do any seed work. Just get rid of the dude you don't like, or better yet, don't create the fucker. Like, what a nonsensical workaround.
Is he omnipotent or not?
Yeah, exactly.
He's all powerful.
Could you imagine
and he doesn't change his mind, and he doesn't make mistakes. So why does he have to do all that?
Yeah, it's so weird. It doesn't make any sense. Misha, hey, thank you for the super chat, friends. If I had a shot for every time Golden Arm said seed, I would have expired of alcohol poisoning by now. Buddy, you have nothing except I interpret it that way because big oof. Well, he obviously interprets it because that's what he was told he needs to do to put Jesus into it. And to be fair, when I was in Bible college, we didn't really do this in seminary, but when I was in Bible college, I had a professor who literally thought that Genesis 3 was like the proto gospel. Like he literally believed it. He was a brilliant professor, but he, was into the nonsense. Heathen Reason, my friend, thank you for the $20 super chat. Holy presupposition of univocality, Batman. That's exactly what it was. Anyway, here's my contribution to the cookout. Grab some kitty treats and a new tank top on me. LOL. Rock hard for Doug and Simply Wet for Sharon. Well, thank you, Heathen. I appreciate it. I actually I need to get a dark color tank top. A couple where I've got like an orange one and like a blue one, but I need like some black because the text on TikTok show up best when I'm wearing black. I usually wear like a black t-shirt, but it's been so hot, I'm like, I need some tank tops, but I don't really have any black tank tops. I gotta work on that. Evan Porter, thank you for the $25 super chat. From a distance, I thought that profile picture was going to be a soccer ball. Now I'm looking at it. I think it's a panda. Welcome to Async. We just want to know all the fears, ideas, dreams, and doubts that you sow.
You heard my song?
I've heard most of your songs.
Those are lyrics from the Welcome to Async song.
Oh, I don't know if I listened to the Welcome song. I'll have to check one out. That explains the lyric
like a
sign.
Panic at the Disco sounding song.
Oh, fuck. Okay. Hi, Gretchen and Arpy. You did great, Justin. You were great. Justin, you were just all right. Well, listen, at least I'm mid. I can at least be mid. Priapistic for Doug, as always. That's a new word for me. You guys know that word?
Love you, Evan. Yeah, it means you got up and can't get down. Like permanent Viagra kind of deal. Yeah.
Oh, fuck. That's a good word. I haven't heard that one. Thanks for expanding my vocabulary. And Heathen Reason, thank you for the additional super chat. The Palestine Viper, Mole Viper, Carpet Viper, and Black Desert Cobra. But sure, Genesis isn't an ideological story about the relationship between humans and snakes. Yeah, as if snakes didn't show up again in the Old Testament. Oh wait, yeah, they do. There's some snake stuff in there. And Jesus talks about serpents as well, specifically in relation to the religious elite. What are you gonna do? Kay says, why do words never mean words and everything is always taken out of context or mistranslated? It's like these people live in the upside down, or live in upside down, perhaps. Rockhart for Doug and Sylvia for Sharon. Kay, that is the case. The problem, the reason why words can't mean words is really because, like, if they did, they couldn't believe in the Jesus thing. You see what I'm saying? So in order to make the Jesus thing work out a little bit better, they gotta the meaning of the words just have to get shifted. You know what I mean? And Cynthia, did I miss this from earlier? I can't believe I didn't see this. What time did that come in? At 7:09. Cynthia, thank you for the $50 super chat. I really appreciate that. So proud to be part of this community. I've been getting ads for Christian classes. Oh fuck, I'm sorry to hear that. I posted that their God is evil. A lady responded, the creator of everything, the creator of you. So proud to be part of this community. I used the cheat sheet on her fucking A. So I'm talking about. Listen, the cheat sheet. The cheat sheet's kind of a powerful tool for debating these people because it's got so much there that's like quick access. Oh, what was that verse I was thinking of? Hey, it's on the cheat sheet and it's organized in tabs. Neck2, hey, thanks for being a member for 13 months. Says, let's go. Welcome to the Async Network gang. That's what the fuck I'm talking about. Good to see you, Neck2.
Right.
And also, we've got a super chat from Aleph Not Here. That's a fun name. Doug's literature is only revealed to believers, obviously. I was trying to go to our Discord where we've got the Book of Doug and pull it up, but the conversation moved too fast. I couldn't read the Book of Doug to him. Julie says, how do you tell if a verse is spiritually fulfilled? See, that's the thing. The minute you jump to spiritual fulfillment, you're like, what the fuck is a spiritual fulfillment and how do you know if you've done it? It's like, I get that a spiritual fulfillment is like a vague, like a connection to something that sounds similar to what the original text said, but like anything can be a spiritual fulfillment. Like if I don't know, if the text says that like the Browns are going to win the Super Bowl, is it good enough that the Browns beat the Steelers? Because that's kind of like a Super Bowl, but that's not, that's not how you should read a prediction. Cat Lover, think of a super chat. Were any of Jesus's parables real stories? It's hard to say. In the past, like rabbis and whatnot would use real stories to do parables, and they'd like spin it around a little bit. But a lot of times, parables really just were made up stories. So if Jesus's parables were based on any real stories, I don't know if we'd have a way of knowing, and I'm not sure if even if we had some parallel stories, we wouldn't really know which one was original to Jesus, because I don't know if we really know everything Jesus said. What he did say, I think, is partially made up. The Night Husseini says, Justin, you have to check out Oswald Bates. This dude is him. The interpolation of the hypotenuse has gratified my mucous membranes. Oh, fuck, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, the word salad, guys. Rock hard for Doug, and fuck Trump choking on Ian's hog. Well, that's what the fuck I'm talking about. And yeah, the word salad. I don't know if I have a word salad emoji on YouTube anymore. I have to double check into that. But like, we need a sound for word salad. Joe's got the song. I don't have any songs. I need something though. Anyways, Knights also follow up says, I suggest Obates sound clip for the Babblers. Well, now I have to clip it. What was the first name? Oswald Bates. Let's see if I can find the clip. Oswald Bates. I'll see. Battle. No, Bates. Let's see if I can find something. I do see some Oswald Bates here on the internet, so I'll check it out, buddy. And from Simeon Urchin, good to see you, friend. Says, who's the adorable cat in the pic behind Doug? Oh, that is my my prior cat, Pie. So, old members of the stream probably remember when I had Pie, and poor Pie.
Saint Pie.
He meant to his I want to say he met his maker. He went to go be in Cat Sheol somewhere a while back, and it would be last year actually. So around the end of summertime, and poor Pi had some urinary issues, and unfortunately some urine crystals took him out. And I didn't find him until it was already too late. He'd already crawled off, found a place to hide, and and passed. But our friend Jennifer from the Discord, when she heard about Pi, offered to take one of my favorite photos and make a painting of it. And she did an amazing job. She's got an account on Instagram too, where she paints a lot of these, and it's just fantastic. It was one of my favorite pictures of our boy Pi. And so I keep it on the shelf. He was a sweet boy. It's sad that we lost him, but now we've got Volta and Faraday, and we'll keep the cat tradition alive. Uh, Pineapple, good to see you. Says maybe boost your audio,
And
Justin.
Heck.
True. Obviously, we've got Heck now. Yeah, a big old fluff ball. Heck has got some beautiful fur. Maybe boost your audio, Justin. That way we can just adjust our own volume. That's the problem, Pineapple. Unfortunately, at that time, I was trying to explain it. I had too much going on. I couldn't really turn my audio up. It was already up. The problem was that the audience was just too high, and I couldn't turn the audience down, or the other stuff was too high. I couldn't turn it down because of some cabling or electronic cabling issues. But we got it sorted out. We should be good now. Aleph Not Here says, ontologically speaking, you are the monad. Guys, I still don't fully understand what a monad is. I don't know if y'all know, if you can help me out here. I've heard the word monad a bit. The internet has been getting an answer to what a monad is. Hold on. What is a
Universal wave function. Necessary aggression.
Says the monad is fundamentally an invisible unit or basic element. The term spans several distinct disciplines, primarily denoting a foundational substance in philosophy. Oh. A wave function.
Yeah.
So you're the monad.
I guess, yeah.
Monad direction, okay. We're gonna.
You can't prove it's not me. You can't.
We're
prove
gonna
it,
need to
so
change your name to
it's
Monad.
whatever I say, right?
Boots. Yeah. If you're the monad, obviously. Survivor Series says, what is the argument for a mini historical exodus? The best argument for a mini historical exodus would be the Midianite hypothesis, which I think is pretty strong. Namely, that in the time of the late Bronze Age, there was a small contingent of Semitic-speaking people that left Egypt and kind of joined forces with the Midianites and adopted their god, and then eventually moved into the foothills of Judea during the Bronze Age collapse in 1170, and then eventually taking over Judea after the Bronze Age collapse. And so this is based on a couple things. One, we know for a fact that there were a lot of Semitic-speaking people that went into Egypt looking for safety, refuge, and work. And then a lot of times they would actually come out. We also know that there was a mass expulsion of Semitic-speaking people from Egypt in the 1600s. They're called the Hyksos. So we know that there were events in history where large groups of Semitic or Semites left Egypt. And we also know that there were like large battles going on during that time period. So about the 14th, 13th century, we've got the Amarna tablets that describe a lot of the small cities and some of the larger cities too in the land of Canaan being attacked by essentially nomads. Now, it's not really clear that they're outsiders. It seems like they're actually nomads from within the territory. So what we do have is we've got some archaeological records that would suggest that there were native Canaanites that were nomads that rose up from within Canaan, and they kind of started taking over some of the territories. And then also at the same time, we see probably some people from the southern Levant moving into the Levant, taking over land that was probably ceded previously by maybe some nomadic herdsmen, but had to migrate elsewhere because of the collapse. So that seems to be the most likely case. The idea that a huge number of Semites left Egypt and made war with all of the Canaanites and took their land, not really there in history. But there's no reason to believe that the trend of Semitic people going in and out of Egypt didn't happen. We know for a fact that that did happen. And Chris RPG says, people define words, therefore God. Fucking seriously, true. if I get to define the words the way I want, that just means that my argument is true for sure by definition. And Secret Soul says being a panentheist is fine, but why simp for Yahweh and Jesus? I wanted to ask that question. The guy started out was like Christianity and then panentheism. And like, well, listen, if you're into panentheism, what are we doing trying to mix the Bible into it? What good is that going to do for your position if you don't believe the Bible is like
Yeah, that's the
actually
guy that
true?
kept saying, "I'm not a classical theist. I'm not a classical theist." Right?
Let me see who that was. It
Wasn't that the
was.
same? Wasn't that the same guy who flexed on, like, oh, I've had email conversations with Graham Oppie? Wasn't it that guy?
I think they were
It's the
different.
same
I think
dude.
the guy I'm thinking of. Hold on, let me double check.
Was it Zeno?
I thought
Yeah,
it was
Zeno.
Jeff. It was Jeff. Jeff was the Christian panentheist, and he came two people. There was two people between Jeff and Zeno. I only know because I write down. I have a spreadsheet of all the people I talked to, so I don't forget them. But yeah, I mean, it doesn't make sense to me. You know what I mean? That you would. Anyways, Cynthia says sorry
Jeff
for the
was just a
mistakes.
Philbro describing himself as a non-classical theist so he could have a debate bro argument. That's all.
Yeah, I think you're right. Cynthia says sorry for the mistakes in my
That's why I
chats. I'm
sicked
old.
RP on him.
Well, Cynthia, don't worry about mistakes in the chats. I do it all the time. I've sent super chats. I had egregious, spellings or wrong word in there, and then I have to follow up with another one. It's one of those things. We're all human. Nobody on fire says how much to kick Gretchen for 67 seconds. Fucking not much.
Fuck you, nobody.
Not much. In fact, give me 1 second. We'll just take care of that real quick. And you got about 67 seconds there, Gretch. DD Main, thank you for the $2 super thanks, and Author Jack for the $5 super chat. Says Justin wears a tank top to hide the controversial tattoo that he got when he was a Navy SEAL. I demand a shirtless episode. Jack, I don't have any tattoos. I know it's probably disappointing for some. I don't even have anything, not like a tiny tattoo, nothing. Maybe one day, but at the moment, I'm sorry, I'm boring. I'm super boring. You guys know I hate fun, so that means I don't have any tattoos yet. Maybe one day when I learn to have fun. Hank says slop apologetic. Okay. Slopolo. Fucking A. Slopologetics. I can't get that one. That's the word of the day. I think it means slopogetics. That's how I would have said it. But listen, slopologetics. That's what it was. Gretchen's back prior to her 67-second count, but I am merciful. So, welcome back, Gretch.
Thank you.
Good to have you with us. Game Guy says, so smug when he asked if you know what omnipotent means. I love it. It is fun. Gretchen, I wasn't being mean. I was so excited when you
No,
came in the
not
first
you.
time. I
You're
wanted to see it happen a
grand,
second time.
Justin. You're absolutely grand. I was talking about Nobody on Fire.
Absolutely. Brian says, ultimate anti-classical theism God. He said God has parts and potential, and that all people are included in those parts. Actually, that is the case. That was a weird conversation, to be fair. I was really struggling to figure out, like, what if he believes in the God of classical theism, how this fits. But, like, you know what? Let's just let him have it. There's bigger fish to fry in this debate, probably. Kurt says, Felix check in. Well, Felix certainly did check in. Another day of Felix presenting bad versions of bad arguments. That's the hard part about Felix. He's not just presenting bad arguments that we've all heard. He's not doing them correctly either. So it's like it's hard to have fun with it, And Hank says, Felix again.
Yeah,
Can we just
rough.
not? Well, you guys heard after that conversation, I told you I'm not going to take Felix again. I think we've had enough Felix to know what Felix is going to bring to the table, and it's not much. Gretchen stole my shoes.
That's the same Felix that has now followed me on every account I have.
Aw, he likes you, Gretch.
Like, in the last week, I've gotten, like, 6 follows on different accounts from someone named Felix.
They're looking for their damn shoes No, it's probably Timothy. Timothy says he stole his shoes. And a super chat from T implies Q again. Me dumb. Where Gretchen link? Me in YouTube app. Oh, I'm sorry. So Gretchen, her channel that you want to get to is the Async Network, and you'll see RP has part of that in his handle, Async RP. So check out the Async Network, y'all.
And your mods in YouTube all have the link, and they've been posting it the whole time. So just look at the YouTube chat.
Yeah.
And by the way, special
big
shout
Webby
out
mods.
to TikTok. I will never talk trash about TikTok again. Just this one live, I've gotten way more followers out of TikTok than I have out of YouTube, considering you have 5 times the viewers on YouTube, 2 different streams, and TikTok has fucking brought this shit home for me. So
Yeah, TikTok's super
the shame, YouTube,
communal.
considering I come from YouTube.
We'll get
Shameful.
YouTube going. We'll get YouTube. Coffee College says the badass mods need a toast. They're amazing. That's true, actually. Our mods work pretty hard.
That is true. That is
There's a lot of bullshit happening in the comments that need to, be taken care of. C Design
and you
says,
hamstring them quite a bit.
Sometimes. It depends.
So.
It depends.
Sometimes,
less than I used to, but we got less mods. We used to have a ton of mods, and sometimes there's a lot of shenanigans going on, but I think we got that under control now. The C Design says necessary being is the worst term in philosophy. It is. It does a lot of heavy lifting, to be honest, because they could go to like a necessary entity, but they immediately go to like a necessary thinking agent when that's not implied typically in the argument. That you don't need all that. From Nerdy Meathead says, just curious, have you read much of the Stoics? Actually, not that much. I did like Seneca. I've read some Seneca. Other than Seneca, I haven't read much outside. So I personally feel like if I read more of them, I'd enjoy them. It's just that I have to kind of prioritize where I spend my reading time, and reading the Stoics isn't high up on my list, unfortunately, right now. But to be fair, what I have read, I really enjoyed, and I would definitely recommend for sure. Snyder Raptor, did I say that right? Sydney Raptor, for the suitcase fund to carry your tunes. Oh no, I would need something more than a suitcase. I mean like a backhoe. My tunes are like flat and heavy. They're really bad. I can barely find them. McClot says the Bible is a big book. I never thought about it like that before. I know, isn't that wild? My whole perception on the Bible has changed after the guest told me that the Bible is a big book. I was slightly unaware, but now I'm aware. And the CDR says my flatulence is contingent. My chimichanga is the necessary prime mover. True. The if their flatulence is caused by the chimichanga, that guest in his argument would imply that the chimichanga, it would obviously be the prime mover and the necessary agent. It just seems to be the case. Mr. Briefs says Jesus had access to the Psalms. He knew David said this line and quoted it. That's not a prophecy. It's just biting David's lyrics. Yeah, that's really all it is. You can quote something from somebody else that wrote prior to you, and it doesn't actually make it a prophecy. So that's unfortunately it's not how that works. Even if Jesus thought it was prophetic, it still wouldn't be prophetic. Anony says every poem ever is backed up by other autobiographical details of its events. Apparently, Jabberwockies must be epic. That's the craziest part. Is I got him to concede that just because the Bible doesn't recount the thing twice, it doesn't mean that the thing didn't happen. And then we went right back to Psalm 22, and it's like, well, it's not in the rest of the Bible, so it must not have happened. Oh, we just covered this. It's like we are in a whole different world right now. Jessica Transmetal Alchemist, good to see you again. Jesus is famously the only person in history to have had his hands pierced. Obviously. Which means that any mention of hands being pierced must refer to Jesus. Exactly. All those other guys that were crucified, they obviously didn't get pierced. It's a spiritual piercing.
Probably just
actually.
with ropes.
Rope piercing, obviously.
The Romans were cheap.
That is the case. Mike Bowen says, if Psalm 22 is about Jesus, why the fuck does verse 10 say, since my mother bore me, you have been my God? Yeah, Jesus has a God now, huh? There we go. AD caught in 4K. Justin's fucking right. Listen, AD got caught, man. AD might have like the police showing up at his house. I don't know. You got to clean up your contacts, bud. It's gonna get ugly before it gets better. Jessica Transmitter Ugman says, in our society today, people quote from popular literature all the time. But when Jesus does it, there must be a secret special reason behind it. It's because Jesus is the Messiah. And how do you know that Jesus is Messiah? Well, because he fulfilled prophecies. Well, where can I find those prophecies? Wherever Jesus tells you they are. So, I mean, it all checks out. It's not circular at all. And JBB says, listening to AD, I'm thinking you need a new counter. How many times can we go in a circle? Oh, God, we do. We so much need a, we've already had this part of the discussion counter. For every time we cover the same part of the discussion 15 times. It's actually kind of one of the few parts of doing these debates that gets tiring and frustrating fast. Is when you get them to concede to a position and then they go back and unconcede to it 5 times. Mechanin Brisbane says, is Rocky in the Project Hail? Is Rocky in the Project Hail Mary movie a thin allusion to the one true Doug? Is it significant that the movie is entirely horizontal? What's EMWTK mean? I don't know that one. That's a new one for me. I actually haven't seen Project Hail Mary, to be honest, so I can't answer that. What I can say...
That surprises nobody.
I know, I don't even know what it's about. What's it about?
It's about a guy who goes out to space and meets an alien.
That's fun. Okay. I mean,
alien's
listen...
made out of rock. And
oh, must have been about Doug then.
It's like Doug with arms, kinda.
Okay. Well, Doug is the grounding of all grounding, so... if there's something made out of ground, it's obviously a reference. It's a typological prophecy about Doug. P implies Q
Maybe
says,
that's Rocky
awesome.
all grown up.
That's what I'm saying. And I mean, obviously, have you seen the movie Rocky? How could that not be about Doug's family taking over, fighting to take over the Pantheon? Just right there. Or not the Pantheon, fighting with the other gods to take over the supremacy. P implies Q says, awesome. A new religion begins today. Gretchen is our necessary being. Praise Gretchen.
Praise
All
Gretchen.
hail. Do you have a crown or a
Gretchen.
tiara that you can wear during these streams? Because I feel like you're gonna need one now.
Oh, I don't need one.
I'll send you at least
I have
a
lot
crown.
of hair, and it's very pretty.
Peppat says, "Boy, Christians hate Matthew 5:17 with a passion. They do. They love to pretend Matthew 5:17 through 19 don't exist, or that the word fulfill somehow means abolish when he said he didn't come to abolish it. Not a robot, I swear, and I still believe you. All of the words that Christians misuse, I think exactly is the worst. Really just means they didn't listen to a word said, but they're ready to talk now. That does happen. If I'm talking and someone says exactly, and then they start talking, I almost always assume that they didn't listen to anything I said, because if they had, they wouldn't be saying exactly. And yeah, here we are. Punta del Este, I hope I said that right. Please note at the disgusting way the Bible describes grape if you are not satisfied. That's the crazy part. If you're not satisfied with the woman that you kidnapped and sexually assaulted, you can let her go free. Just don't sell her as a slave. That's a bridge too far. The rape, you can do that part. That's okay. And Mike Bowen says, I'm behind, but sounds like based on his followers, we gotta bind his hands and feet. What on earth, my man? Do better. Dude, that guy's list of people he's following is disturbing. What's that guy's name again? It was, hold on. AD, wasn't it? Yeah. AD's follower list was pretty rough. I think we're going to see some people piping off in the comments after this on AD and his follower list. We'll see. Mike Bowen says, Oh God, this guy is telling on yourself, All Star. The minute he said at the beginning he has like an explanation for it, but then he's like, but then he didn't go into it. I was like, oh, it's not a good explanation then, because he would have just said it the first time. We had to kind
I
of
thought it
like
was
pry it
great.
out of
He's like,
him.
he goes, Boots, how can you call me a pedo? I'm like, actually, I called you a human trafficker, but okay, let's go with pedo. Sure.
It does kind of look that way. It really does look. It's just it's not a good look for him.
Typical Christian, one being worse than the other, and they're gonna cry about
Yeah,
that.
doing some whataboutism over there. Margaret McGlynn says this guy needs to be taught a lesson. Kick him. I mean, we did boot him. I think the best way to teach him a lesson is just to out him publicly. To be fair, there's something to be said about kicking somebody off when they need to be kicked off, but also like I think shame, like public shame, is a powerful tool. To be honest, that's just me personally.
And
Chris,
also content.
true, it is content, and I think public shaming is effective. It reminds me, I have a video that I never released of a once popular TikTok apologist basically refusing, mm, basically incriminating himself with nearly admitting that his current girlfriend used to be a minor in his youth group. Pretty wild. I've been sitting on that for like 2 years. I never released it, but I might release that sometime. We'll see. That was a rough one. I forget who it was exactly, but you would recognize him on TikTok if I did. Misha says legit AD is confusing seizing with ceasing. Oh, Misha, you're so fucking right. I didn't even think about that. I cannot believe I didn't think about that. You're right. He was confusing ceasing with seizing. It means stop, buddy. You're confused as fuck. Yeah, Misha, you're 100% on it. That's exactly what he was doing, and I didn't catch it at the time. That's a good catch.
Yeah, I didn't want to point it out at the time, but you actually did say cease a couple of times
I believe
instead of
it.
seize.
That's my list.
Yeah.
That's not me.
It's kind of why I read the definition right off the dictionary, so
I
he could
appreciate that.
hear it.
Man.
Also, how much longer do you think you got on Super Chats?
Based on what I'm looking at right now, about 15 to 20 minutes.
Okay. So I'm going to set up my stream and
Yeah,
I'm going to put the
for
Rock
sure.
Paper Doug song and the M song and, the BMF song.
That's what's up. That's what's up.
We're going to play all the hits tonight. So, all right.
Can't wait.
Cool.
Karen, thank you for the super. Karen Lynn Wu says AD has rage baited me more than any other guest ever. I'm literally seething. What a scary POS. You know what? The funny thing is, I don't think he was trying to rage bait. I think that's legitimately who he is. It's just scary that somebody just being themselves can be considered rage bait. It's pretty wild. Sorry to hear that though, Karen. I hope you're doing all right. Not a robot I saw says AD sees and lies with her, where the forcefully and sleeps with is right there, dude. Yeah. If you capture somebody, you seize them, and then you lie with them after you have seized them, that's just describing the sexual assault. You don't have to use the word sexual assault to know what it is. Misha says, AD, do their parents know you're looking after them? That's what it is. Every Chris Hansen interview is always like, oh, no. I know I came over here and had these dirty messages and condoms, but actually I came here to mentor this young lady because I'm concerned about her welfare. That's what it was. That's what's happening over here. Okay. We believe it. We all believe it. Steven says AD works with unwed mothers. True. He's got a ministry to unwed mothers. Oh no. Amir says, better yet, Interpol hello. Wait, what's that mean? Did I miss something here? Interpol? Better yet, Interpol hello. I'm afraid, Amir, my friend, I hope you're doing well, but I'm afraid I might not fully understand what's happening in this particular message. Good question, though. Says, on the third try, the Christian must read the verse and explain each word. True, they can't. Although I would say that last guest we had actually did attempt to analyze actual words, not just say "nuh-uh." He did some "nuh-uh," but I mean, he actually did try to do some analyzing of the words. Timothy says, "Caller never saw Cha-Cha in real life. Chucha Cha-Cha saw a Chucha. You guys know what's happening here? Hmm. I gotta just one up. Cha-Cha is a versatile Swedish word with drastically different meanings depending on the context and region. It translates to a vulgar slang for female genitalia. That's what he's talking about. Okay. Yeah. That's accurate, by the way. That is accurate. I believe 100% of that. Never seen one in real life for sure. Mr. Demo says, Guy, on to Catch a Predator. I was just coming over to tell her what she's doing is wrong. That's it. That's it. Don't look at the dirty pictures I asked her for over our text messages. I was just setting up the scenario so I can show her that what she did was dangerous when I got here and my penis was out. Pepe says AD has dug himself into a deep hollow hole, and it's deep, and it's going to get lonely in there. He's the only one in there, and some like teenage bot accounts. Funicorn says, I swear I'm just mentoring her. It's straight out of To Catch a Predator. Extremely sus. I'm glad I'm not the only one who picked up on that. That's like the most sus thing you can say when questioned about these young ladies. Jessica Transmetal Alchemist, Your Honor, I did not commit armed robbery. They gave me the money freely and willingly. The fact that I was holding a weapon at them is irrelevant. Exactly. Listen, the teller had the consent to not give me the money. The fact that I had them at gunpoint is irrelevant. They had consent, obviously. That's a really good point, actually. I might use that in our next debate. Elia Folkvane says, love the Baphomet statue in the background. Well, thank you. I super appreciate that. And also, happy humanist. Thank you for the galaxy. Huge W. Sydney Raptor back again says, thumbnail, youth pastor exposed. Sus as fuck. Actually, I like that. Hold on. I'm going to go into the comments here in my chat notes and say, let's see. Thumbnail. And it's going to say youth pastor exposed. Okay. How about sus youth pastor exposed as pervert? I like that. And to be fair, I think it's true. I think that's what we discovered here. Adam Carmona, thank you for the super chat. Dateline DZD with Justin Hansen. Oh no, we should do like a Dateline thumbnail. Like a Chris Hansen thumbnail. Hold on. This is fantastic. This would be a wild. It'd be a wild one. Chris. Oh, I got it. 2 capitals. Chris Hansen. Thumbnail. I think that's gonna be a funny clip. I'm actually kind of excited for that one to get posted. Book Club says I've sent this same message before, but once again it fits. Thank you, Justin, for exposing these freaks. Book, I wish you didn't have to keep sending the super chat, but here we are. This is what's going to keep happening. Ashandri says this is for our British doofus. Why does the US spell it cancelled, but the UK spells it cancelled? 2 L's because the US gave them the extra L in 1776. Fucking amazing. I've never heard this joke.
I've never heard it either. That's great.
That's a great joke. That is a great joke. I'm going to lock that into my 4th of July arsenal sometime. And from Jack says, hey, Justin, what can I say to refute Matthew 16:28? Someone said that it's supposed to be about the next Matthew 17, but that doesn't seem right. Well, it doesn't seem right because it's not right. So Matthew 17 is the transfiguration, and nobody dies. It's only 6 days later. So if you look at the text of Matthew 16 and look at what's actually being said, it's clearly not talking about walking up on a mountain, right? So, and remember, this talks about Jesus coming in his kingdom, which didn't happen when he left to go up the mountain. When he went up the mountain, did he come or did he go? If he came, where the fuck did he come from? Where's he coming to? It doesn't say go anywhere. It doesn't say transfigure. It says come. The Son of Man is to come with his angels, so it means the angels are with him, and he's coming with them to some location in the glory of his Father, and then he will repay everyone for what has been done. This is the judgment, the repayment, the recompense. Truly I tell you, there are some standing here who would not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. So he's saying, listen, this event is going to happen while some of you standing here are still alive. This would be the dumbest thing to say if it's just referring to the transfiguration 6 days later. What's the fucking point? Why would we say that? What service does that line have to do with the transfiguration? You think they're like, 6 days later when he goes up on the mountain, which nobody fucking saw, right? Like 3 disciples saw it. People are like, oh my gosh, Jesus's prediction came true. What a miracle. Okay, what did not? You think Jesus didn't know he couldn't predict the next 6 days? If I told you I wouldn't go up a mountain in the next 6 days, fuck, I can do that. That's easy. Not even breaking a sweat right there. And also from Espresso Jack says, gonna take a vomit break. Check out Async. Yeah, we're gonna need some of those barf bags for rewatching this particular chat with AD, and he was up here for a while, like an hour and a half at least. So it's a tough ride. Chandri says,
hey,
I
Jack.
spoke. Oh,
Love you, Jack.
I spoke to my good friend, the Serpent, for about 20 minutes today. He said he was innocent and God was the bad one. Well, this is true. It's been a minute since we did Satan was innocent. We probably should get back to that particular topic. It's at least a couple months. It's a great topic, though. And Bryce Roney says, Golden, you can't say there's a prophecy in Genesis 3, and then when we don't find it, you claim we need to read the rest of Genesis to see it. That's not how prophecy works. That's called theology. And you know what, Bryce Roney, you're correct. This is like the trouble of univocality, right? When you say you can't understand this exact phrase, this exact passage, unless you're reading this other one written at a different time period by a different person in a different section of this book. It's just not, I agree that you should take into account the rest of what the book says, but that can't be your only method of hermeneutic when you're trying to interpret the passage. And also from
Whoa.
Kane.
Whoever
Whoa.
Happy Humanist, thank you for the galaxy, dude. That's banging. And yes,
Fucking
I'll boost
A.
my show again. Go to Async Network. That's A-Sync Network on YouTube. Hell yeah, I'll do that. And thank
Find
you
it, friends.
again.
We're going to send y'all over there when we're done reading the supers. Kane says, I'm tired of these MFing snakes in this MFing Bible. A great reference to the snakes on the plane line. I should wonder if I could take the quote from the movie and modify it enough so I can play it on my soundboard without getting my my live stream taken down. We'll see. They're pretty easy to get taken down for DMRs. Salty DI says him. You can correct me. Also him. Nuh-uh. Unfortunately, he was as stubborn as I was. The problem is that his position is kind of indefensible, but I get being stubborn. I'm stubborn myself. So I'll let him have that. Ordinary Skeptic says those bad arguments from Golden Arm were seedy. Oh, another good one. Just fantastic. And also another one from Misha. Thank you so much, Misha. It says, look to the seeds that will become the trees. Oh, shit. This is such a good point. Look at the seeds is actually the real argument there. We're going to call that the look at the seeds argument. Okay. I like that. And the seed design, there we go. Motivated reasoning is a concept Golden Arm should learn. Yeah. It's when your interpretive model is driven or motivated by what you want it to conclude with, rather than what it actually is saying. Also, not a robot come in again and says you get a blessed seed and you get a blessed seed. Oh, a nice Oprah reference. I get that one. That was in my time period. Osby, hey, thanks for the $2 super thanks. And Pat coming in again with a super chat says we all dream about heaven, then we wake up. True. I used to believe in heaven, and I used to also believe in the Tooth Fairy and Santa. And here we are, and I don't believe in any of them. That's what happens when you get older. You put the childish things away, and you learn to cope with what like real reality is. Also from from Jesus TDF in Christ. If my ex-wife ever spoke to me the way Boots does callers, I would have gotten my shit together before it was too late. I'm in love. Well, we
Async
just found
Network on YouTube. Come get it every night, man.
Jesus'
Everyone
kink.
that way.
You got a new follower, Gretch.
I'll take them.
It's like, give it to me, Gretch. Give it to me. Oh no.
You're into people being mean? I got that
Oh,
covered. It might
fantastic.
be the
Absolutely
necessary being,
fantastic.
but I never promised all good or all benevolent. I've never promised
Uh,
anything.
from Jay Garns, fine tuning is absurd. The fine tuning constants are derived from observations, which have enormous ranges of values. Well, yeah, actually, I can concur with that one. The fine tuning argument to me is it's silly. It's a silly argument. I'll never understand why people think it's convincing. It's clearly not convincing. It's actually kind of sad to listen to. And from Jessica, Transmetal Alchemist again says, it's prophecy. Why? Well, it's a prophecy, but why? Because it's a prophecy. Explain why. Repeat for 30 minutes. You kind of nailed the AD discussion on 315. It's a prophecy because I need it to be a prophecy. And I need it to be a prophecy because I need my religion to be correct. And my religion's correct because it's a prophecy. So it's like, you know. But speaking of prophetic, Amir, I think, is probably more on the spot here with the FBI. FBI is going to be given a call. AD, keep your phone ringer on. And also from Bryce Roney again says, if I was a pedo, why would I come on social media? Maybe because some of you think the best way to hide is out in the open, like GOP representatives. True. Yeah. The amount of GOP reps that have been arrested, accused, or proven to be assaulters is pretty staggering. And I get it happens to people on the left too, but not nearly at the same rate that I'm aware of. The rates are disturbingly much higher, probably because so many of them are religious. So what are you gonna do? It's like this just follows religious people around. Misha says, a thank you to our monad Gretchen for being Justin's pop culture translator today. True. True. Show some respect to the monad,
Anytime.
y'all.
Happy to do it. I'm just here to help.
And also we got more super chats going in here. Let's see. Somebody sent some super chats out, or not some memberships. Here we go. Timothy sent out one gifted membership. Thank you so much, Timothy. I really appreciate that. And Ordinary Skeptic sent out a gifted membership. Big W, Ordinary Skeptic. Super appreciate that, friend. And Amir sent 5 Deconstruction and gifted memberships. Huge, huge W, Amir. And also, what's that, buddy? Oh, also, Anna Stevens sent out 5 DZ Debate gifted memberships. Super appreciate that, Anna. Huge W. And Steve Wright with the $5 super chat says, if the caller was any more boring, he'd put a cup of coffee to sleep. Yeah. Yeah, that is, I think it depends on who you're talking about. Golden Arm might have been boring to some, but I actually thought it was a fun conversation. But then again, I like reading the Bible. Not everyone likes that stuff. So it's neither here nor there for some. Osby says, Justin, how many Christians does it take to screw in a God? Oof. Well, I mean, theoretically, from my position, it would be none because God doesn't exist. But if you're a Christian, they would say, well, you got it backwards. You don't screw God, he screws you. I think that's the way they might frame that one. I'm not sure, though. And if there's another part of this joke, I'd love to hear it. I don't see another part of this joke, though, in the chat, unless I'm missing it somehow. But I do love good double entendre. Alice and Inder Pepper. I hope I got that one right. One does not simply understand what a monad is. One simply embraces the monad. It's a line. It's a line call in show inside joke. Oh, this is an inside joke from the line. Oh, I didn't know that. there's some while I am now affiliated with the line, there's some inside jokes I don't know about. Like there's some catch up I've got to do, and the monad is something I've heard for a while, but I haven't really fully figured out. Steve Wright though might know. Steve Wright says monads equals nomads with only one gonad. Oh fuck! That can't be for real? It's a fun rhyme though, you know. And another super chat from Carnage, also adding to another fund. For the tattoo fund, I demand that you get I'm big, I'm beautiful, I'm gorgeous, I can do handstands across your chest in Old English font.
I'm beautiful, I'm gorgeous, I'm big, I can do handstands.
And you know what? I will, Carnage, I'll pray about it and I'll let you know if I get an answer, apparently from the monad. I, I could be compelled to get a tattoo. I don't know if that's the tattoo that I want, unless maybe you'd be inclined to get a tattoo as well. We could talk about that though. A group tattoo, perhaps, and maybe we can even talk Gretchen into getting a tattoo while we're down in Alabama. Are you going? Gretchen, you're going to Alabama, right?
Yes, I'm going to Alabama.
Fucking A. We're gonna get some group tattoos going. Mike Bone says, AD, frightening the maidens, energy, level infinity. Indeed. If you're reading Deuteronomy 21 and you're like, it doesn't specifically say the word rape, so it's not rape, I've got concerns, and I don't think that you should allowed to be around people. I think that you've now lost, you've lost that privilege. Last for now from our friend Amir says, also a member now. Amir might be one of our first channel members, by the way. We've only had memberships now for, I think, 19 months. And Amir's been a member for all 19 months. He says, that's more like it. Keep doing what you're doing. Much love. Thank you. Well, thank you, Amir. I really appreciate that, friend. And a new super chat from our friend Danger Aware from earlier today. Abuse touches 80% of humanity. That's true. You know, people talk about abuse statistics, and I don't know, like, it's different everywhere you live, obviously. But from my experience, I've seen so many people be abused, and you guys have heard me talk about my friends and family. I've got 4 sisters, and I don't want to say too much about my sisters, but the amount of abuse I've seen just among my own family members is higher than the national statistic. I have a reason to believe that the national statistic might be missing some numbers because I think a lot of it's self-reported, and that's scary. And people like AD, I think, is part of the reason why it's so fucking scary. But, nevertheless, it is now, friends. It's 1 in the morning, and I have just consumed all of the super chats. It's time to send everybody over to the Async network. Is the live stream up yet?
Yeah, it's up. It's going.
I'm gonna put it
We're
on
just
the
getting
screen
started
here.
at 1 in the morning, man.
That's crazy.
We
I'm gonna
live
get
when
it up.
RP said we stream from 9:30 p.m. Pacific all the way up till mostly when Blitz starts. I mean, if I'm being honest, it's like
That's
it's like
crazy.
12-hour streams almost every day, unless I just
Y'all,
can't hack it and then I crash out.
y'all are wild. Listen, friends, here is on YouTube the Async Network. It's A-Sync Network. Async Network. We've got 2 of our friends from the Async Network with us today, Gretchen and Arpy. Now, who
Yo,
else is helping out with Async?
we got
Neck2,
Neck2.
No Be on Fire, and Race Bike.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, friends, here's what we're going to do. We got 509 subs over on the Async Network. We're going to send everyone over there, and let's bump those numbers up. These are rookie numbers. Let's get
double it.
Let's get it at least over 600 tonight. Let's get it going. Let's make things happen. Let's support our friends in the community. Who's live over on TikTok that we can send people to? Surely there's somebody live. Thinker is Friday night, so Thinker's not going to be live. She doesn't go live on Friday night, but somebody should be live this late, as far as I'm
Vanessa
aware.
might be live right now.
I bet you're right. He goes live super late. Let me see. I bet the chat here on TikTok will let me know in just a second. But if Mezzo's live, we'll send everyone over to Mezzo's live stream. I haven't sent anyone over there for a little bit. But yeah, Mezzo's live. Yeah, y'all go raid Mezzo's live stream. Tell them
Yeah,
that
go raid
Gretchen,
Mezzo.
Arpy, and Justin sent you.
Tell him Gretchen sent you. I'm supposed to be modding over there right now.
Oh no, that's wild.
I left Boogie the Cat to like handle all the trolls alone. You'd be surprised. Mezzo gets so many more trolls than even you do.
Mezzo gets a lot of trolls.
With your viewer numbers, he gets like 1/10 of the viewers, but like double the trolls. It's insane. I don't know why.
Poor Mezzo. Probably because he's nice and funny. I don't know. But friends, thank you so much for being here. Gretchen, Arpy, thanks so much for joining me. We'll send everyone over to your channel, and we'll see you over at your place in just a bit. Friends, thank you so much for supporting the stream. We'll be live on this channel again on Monday, but I'll be live elsewhere on AXP and on the line Saturday and Sunday, and on Unapologetic Sunday morning. So we'll see you around, friends, and have a great night.
Thanks for having us.
Bye. Thank you.